Good afternoon and welcome to the third and final day here at the Palace Hotel at the fabulous Isle of Man for the concluding matches here in the IPA Grand Final weekend. We hope you enjoyed what we brought you Friday and Saturday, culminating in that thrilling final last night. I'm joined as usual by our expert Marc Pickworth. Marc, have you recovered after last night's final?
I'm not sure we'll ever recover, Kevin. I'm really not. I mean, if we make it to the end of the year, I think that'll be where we want to be. But what an incredible couple of days we've had, and one final we're going to remember is the one that we saw last night.
Yeah, it's quite ironic that we're here at the Palace, and certainly Marc Farnsworth was crowned king last night.
He certainly was, and no doubt his social media's gone absolutely berserk. There was some great numbers watching that last night, and it was very, very gripping stuff. Even I was on the edge of my seat, and I was only doing the comms. I think I slipped off it twice.
Yeah, it certainly was. So yeah, if you get a chance to re-watch that final back on our YouTube channel, then that's definitely a must. So moving on to today, lots happening today.
Yeah, there certainly is. The ladies, they're into the quarter-final action now. They're battling away in the other room. The amateur final, that's coming up next. That's one they've been playing for. Well, this will be their third day now, so we've been pretty ruthless with them. Sometimes this event can be open in a couple of days, but yeah, that'll be a great battle. And then the open event that started in the 128. There was a few 128s because of our late nights last night with some of the players, etc. But some of that's now getting down. Some of the players are now in the last 32. So. There's a lot to play for, and there's going to be plenty of action on this table.
And what chances of Marc Farnsworth doing the double or Liam Dunster getting revenge?
Well, I mean, just look at how gruelling that match was last night. I'm sure both players, they'll be feeling it today, and it's just about how much has that match taken out of them. It will be some incredible achievement if Marc Farnsworth could to go on to do the double. But even Liam Dunster to make another final, that would be an incredible achievement as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that pans out now. Both players recover after that gruelling final last night. So, as you said, the amateur final first up today. Always a fantastic match, and these two great players have come through a pretty tough field to get here.
Yeah, they certainly have, and I mean, in the last couple of tours, these two boys have been very, very consistent, and it's two new names again in the final, and it's going to be a very interesting one to see who can come, crown to be the champion. We saw John Roberts in a very nervy final against Wayne Fryer, which was another great amateur final. I'm expecting this just to be as good.
Yeah, that went to the last frame, and that was another gripping final here at the IPA. Dean Richardson, Liam Roberts, as you said, both great players come through a tough field. How do you think they're going to adapt to the different conditions, with the shot clock, the arena, the cameras, etc.?
They're both quite quick players. But it's a very different feel in this arena table, especially with the referee and them beeps. They can become pretty, especially if they're going off all the time. And I'm not sure how the players go, put up with them sometimes. But it'll be interesting to see who settles first, and it'll be important to get the first frame on the board.
Okay, well, I think it's about time we get that first frame underway. So nowhere to go today. It's all IPA all the way. Hope you enjoy the action we're going to be bringing you. Without further ado, let's get over to the commentary box.
Thank you, Kevin. Good afternoon, everyone. Day 3 of the IPA 2022 Grand Finals, and we have the amateur final for you. Dean Richardson against Liam Roberts in a race to 7. Should be a great final, this one. Just shaking hands. About to lag. And it's Liam to break. So, as ever, important to try and get off to a good start. The first frame, always vital. It's a different environment for these two players. First time this weekend they're on this table. You've got the spectators. It adds a different pressure. And getting that first frame on the board settles your nerves. So the referee there, just making sure we've got a good rack. And as we say, it's Liam to break.
Grand finals, amateur final, race to 7 frames. First frame, Liam Roberts to break.
Off we go.
Time running.
So, hit them well, but unfortunately there's nothing down. So the balls are split well. No real clusters to navigate. Both colours, to be fair, there's an argument for either. So Dean elected to take yellows.
Time out. Time running.
Maybe a little straight on this yellow. Just taking time to compose himself. Just for a second there, thought that was going to hang. Not in perfect position here. Just needs to be careful. Oh dear. And he's lost the cue ball. Well, this is a great opportunity for Liam.
Time running.
And this is what you need. First frame. Chance to ease yourself into the match. Most of his opponent's balls are already down. Nice open table. Just needs to take his time. In practice, I've no doubt these will be over. It's just the added pressure of the arena, the fact that it's a tour final. All adds to the drama.
Extension call.
So, using his extension.
Restart the clock, please. Thank you.
No real problem with reds. And he's just taking his time here, just making sure. He struck that well. So, I've got an easy red over the bottom pocket, two further reds, and a black. Will elect to leave the red near the middle pocket as his last ball before the black. And he's got a good angle there. I'm joined in the commentary box now by Marc. Good afternoon, Marc.
Good afternoon, Andy. I think I've just about recovered from last night.
Yeah, me too. What drama that was.
It was drama. How much more drama are we going to be getting today? That's the question. We normally have plenty of Sunday drama, that is a fact. I don't doubt it will be any different.
Well, he wanted to run through there a little bit, didn't he, Marc?
Yeah, he did. Didn't get
A bit nervy.
Yeah, didn't get quite through that. Probably the first time on the TV lights. This is a tester.
And it's there.
Yeah, a tester. That is up to 1 frame to the good. And that's, I said there, just when I was in the arena talking to Kevin, so important to get that first frame. That was a good break there from Liam Roberts. How that ended up dry, I'm not sure. This cue ball, one thing on this table, it can play so much differently to the ones just on the outer arena. And I think Dean Richardson has found that out already. I'm sure we'll see a few shots in this final where they get a little bit short position or overrun it, whichever one, because it'll be hard for them to settle straight away. But good start from Liam Roberts. Our first look at the Dean Richardson break.
So electing to cut break. And he got some movement there. Well, the last roll. Red's dropped.
Yeah, he'll not be too bothered about that last roll. He's just been playing to get a chance here.
And red's the colour.
We'll probably also see, we've already seen it's going to be, quite a tense affair, etc. A little bit nervy. I think they're probably just going to try and just roll each ball in, and I think whichever player takes a bit more authority and start punching balls in, starts looking a bit more confident, then they could really take a big hand on lifting this trophy up at the end.
Yeah, I was saying, Marc, it's a totally different environment, this table. The arena, spectators, the expectation of the final.
Yeah, and they'll be thinking, all the family and friends will be watching at home. I'm sure they're all glued to the sets, TV sets now, or iPads or phones, whichever one it is. I mean, both these boys come from huge backgrounds in the pool community.
So a little bit of a tester this one for him. No problem. Cued it well. Looks as if he's striking the ball well, Marc.
Yeah, he does. He's a good player, though, Dean. Up with that's slowing up. He's got a bit of a tester black like Liam did in the first frame. Is Dean Richardson up to the task as well? Does it glance past that yellow? Oh, by that camera angle there, it doesn't. It looks like he might have to cut this back. That'll be mighty thin if it is. Oh, it does go. The way his body language is shaping up.
So both players just struggled to get where they wanted to be on the black. But this table will be quicker than the other tables. So it does take a little while just to get used to things. But you don't want to take too long. Just watch that cue ball, hold up. Yeah, that was a great black, considering the circumstances.
Well, they're making us eat our words here, Andy. We're thinking then they've got to be feeling nervous and that, but them two blacks that they've each potted, there don't seem to be a lot of nerves out there.
No. Nobody's missing. He took those well. Good shot there, check the ball. Long straight red in. Always a tester cueing. Just got a little bit too close to the black, but that was a great cutback. So, one apiece. Seems to be the pattern for the weekend. Every match I sit on these days, it's 8-7, 8-7, 8-7. Are we going to get another one?
Well, I'm sure these two players would have wished you'd have told them that before they went in there to start playing. I'm not sure. I want to see another 8-7 or 7-6, whichever one it is.
I don't know if I can survive one.
I don't know.
I have to lie down in a dark room.
Yeah, fantastic scenes. I still think there's going to be plenty more fantastic scenes coming to your screens today. But what we are seeing at the moment on this TV table is dry breaks. 3 in a row now. Oh no, sorry, Dean potted one in the last one, didn't he? It looked like a dry break, didn't it? It was going to be.
Yeah, we have seen quite a high proportion on this table of good breaks, you'd have to say. You know, struck well, plenty of movement, but quite a lot of dry breaks. I mean, this break, it was a good break, wasn't it? He struck them well. It's the pool gods for you. So just used a little bit of side there. And as we look at the table, there's a black with a red stuck to it, or it appears to be almost stuck to it. Potentially goes into the middle. May elect to try and move it at some point. So there, you see his first miss. And it's yellows coming to the table. 2 balls on the side rail. Both go if he can clear the ball in front of them. Again, the black tied up with the red. Goes long up into the top pocket. But yellows are far from easy here. Just taking his time. This is a difficult table.
Looks very, very comfortable there, Liam. That was a really nasty little clip off that red.
Yeah, the only thing he didn't want to do there was fall low, wasn't it? So we'll be looking at safety here. He's going to have to try and tie something up, or at least get the cue ball safe. I don't think you could do much more than that, do you, Marc?
No, not at all. Like you say, the layout of this table isn't great. Unless he takes something outrageous on.
Extension call.
Deciding to use his extension. It's not a bad thing. This is a big shot. What a great shot that was. Is that going to win in the frame? He's still got plenty of work to do. But wow, what a way to go about this finish if he does get it.
So he's got the black and red here, Marc. What's his plan? Well, not quite as planned, but this red does go into the middle.
Yeah, and the other red goes in possibly to the opposite middle as well. I mean, but these are awkward.
Yeah, it's a tough little pot into the middle. Another little tough. Well, I think it's a tougher pot, the next one, if he needs to get position at the same time.
Oh, that's just dropped into the far jaw. He looked a bit anxious with it, but think he was quite confident dropping once it hit that far jaw.
This is tougher. So needs to hit this. Well, he's made the ball in the middle. But what's his plan for the red? So it looks like he's cutting this in. Doesn't look possible on this angle. Great shot. Where's the cue ball going though? Oh, not behind the yellow. Oh.
I mean, that was the only problem when the two yellows together. As soon as he hit, heading towards that, you could see there was going to be a problem. And this is a big problem from Dean. I mean, he looks very confident though, the way he's going about his pots. This is going to slow him down a bit. Must make sure of contacting the black. He has done. But what is he left?
So he had a good chance there. The pace that he hit that last red, I think, you know, big chance of going behind those yellows. Unfortunately, that's what happened. So we're looking at a safe here. Yes, I think that's a shot. And he's hampered. Queuing over the yellow makes the shot even more difficult.
Yeah, it's not a bad choice of shot there from Liam. Just keeping the pressure on. It's a great effort. He's doing all he can here by hitting the black ball, but is he going to be snookered again, or is Liam going to think he's going to go for the clearance? I think he's got to take this chance now.
He's got to go for these. You've got to go for these. Just see the two up table last. Corner, middle, and then he's got the well, he's just landed the wrong side of this yellow. Not quite where he wanted, but it's not a problem. He's going to have to reroute. He may have run round the angles there as opposed to playing it that way.
Yeah, well, he's punched it in with authority. I mean, he has got a chance now. I mean, does he just roll this in and play the yellow into the opposite corner? I think that's the more natural shot.
That would be my choice. But is he choosing? He's got a choice, hasn't he? Well.
Oh, he's played that in a two-in-one shot. I mean,
it's a bit tentative, wasn't he, there?
He was. But his yellow's in a better position. But you know what can happen in these situations. If Dean can hit this black with a little bit of pace, it can go anywhere. It's imperative, though, he hits the black. He's hit the black, but it's not gone anywhere. Nowhere near a pocket. Surely. Now Liam Roberts will be taking this third frame.
Just needs to draw this ball out. Just wants to hold up, don't want to run too far. He's got an angle. So he can run through if he chooses. Two rails to leave the black in the corner. One, two.
There's no one with that.
Yeah, good black.
Very good shot.
Well, they both look comfortable out there, Marc, don't they?
Yeah, they really do.
There we see. They just used a little bit of side. Wasn't quite on that ball, and we didn't expect that miss. I think that was his first miss of the match. And they just slid off that red. That was a great shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Dean did all he could when he did get snookered on the black ball. He got out of every snooker that Liam put on him. Couldn't do much more. I mean, they are showing good signs, both these players, you know, especially with their potting abilities. Been a pretty good standard so far, as expected. We've been doing these online polls. 73% of you think that Liam Roberts is going to win this match. It's a little bit higher than the final yesterday, the 51% though. They got it right.
They did get it right, yeah.
They seem to be getting a lot of things right, the people that are voting.
Knowledgeable crowd.
They are. Is that going to happen in this final? I know one person that's going to have something to say about that, and that is Dean Richardson.
So it was a good break, wasn't it, there? Oh, and these are the shots you can't afford to miss a ball like that, can you?
No, and you just wonder now if he's been rattled by that previous frame where he came up a little bit unlucky. It can hurt you a little bit, them sort of moments in the frames.
You could see that Liam was feeling it a little bit. Start of the match, he won that first game, and he sort of a big puff of relief as he went back to his chair. But he's gaining confidence here.
Yeah, he is. These chances
very solid.
Yeah, these chances here, they just seem to be falling very nice for him, and these are the chances that you can just increase your confidence through and through.
Yeah, he's handling the pressure well. The ball just lower than the middle pocket, probably the most awkward. So, electing to take the ball that's hanging. It's just about which way do you get round to the black. So he's looking at taking this long. Trying to leave himself straight into the other corner, I would imagine. So he's going to take the yellow into the middle as his last ball to get onto the black. Struck it well. Straighting with this yellow. Like to be straighting with the other yellow, straight into the middle. That looks plumb. Just needs to run through. And this is a really good performance from Liam. Needs to slow up, needs to slow up. Oof, just for a second there.
Right.
So, there we have it. Good clearance. And he's settled now. So, cut break. Productive. There we see, took that yellow long. And then it just stopped short, little run through. Just a slightly awkward bridging there on the side rail. But he took it no problem. So it's Liam that leads 3-1. And it's Liam coming to the table.
Frame 5. Liam Roberts to break. He needs 3 frames to 1. Time.
So, no cut break for Liam. He's hitting these head on. And he hit those well.
Oh my lord.
What a break that was.
That's one of the best I've seen this weekend.
Fantastic break that. So he's got a red and a yellow tied up the bottom of the screen. Side rail as we look at it, just causing a little bit of a problem. So he's electing to take yellows. Doesn't want to tie that yellow up. Does it still pass? So he's got an angle here. Needs to disturb. Either disturb the red and yellow that are close to each other, or he needs to get behind that yellow somehow. It's however he sees it. That's a good shot. He's chosen to kick it out. Knew that he had this ball long. Would have been unlucky not to be on it. So he's taking this into the corner. And he's okay. It's just where this red goes when he bumps it. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, he's played that nice little cannon there. He's definitely looking the more confident out of the two players now. Bit of a test of this one. Heart of the pocket. Now, this simple 8-ball for 4-1 lead. Roberts is playing some great stuff here. What can Dean Richardson do to get back into this match? Remember, a race to 7.
Yeah, 4-1 lead. It's a big lead, isn't it, this length of race? But that was a fantastic break, wasn't it?
Yeah.
One of the best we've seen this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely it was.
And that was a great finish as well. A few little things to do there. Tricky. Played a good cannon there to move the red. And perfect pace to land on that black. And he's in the zone. So Dean needs to step it up here. Will he stick with this cut break?
Frame 6. Dean Richardson's break. 4 frames to 1. Time running.
I noticed that when he cut breaks, Mark, he cut breaks and he bridges over the pocket. When you see a lot of players bridge from the rail itself.
Yeah, I mean,
Slightly different angle he comes in from.
yeah, I mean, it's nice to you can get a lot of movement on your cue there, but sometimes it feels nice and smooth, doesn't it? Instead of cueing over the cushion, etc. Everyone's got different ways, haven't they?
Yeah, I think you tend to get the cue ball. If you draw the cue ball off the rail, it goes lower.
Yeah.
You know, you're coming in from a slightly different angle. So, yellow as it is. And when he takes this yellow, 5 remaining balls, all past the middle spot. No reds as blockers. So this is a good opportunity, and one he has to take if he's to get himself back in this match. Played that well. Drops it in the corner. Good position on the ball into the middle now. Perfect.
Yeah, you feel like this is definitely a frame he needs to take to try and keep in this final. I mean, we've said it before, Andy. This match is probably out of Dean's hands at the moment, and he's going to have to sit and wait for a chance from Liam Roberts.
Yeah, he didn't want to be on the rail there, did he?
No, he didn't.
Shouldn't pose any problems, but yeah, good
Nicely
shot.
struck. Nicely struck indeed.
This is just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, and I think it just sends a little message to Liam saying, "No, Liam, don't forget, I'm not out of this yet, lad."
I'm still here. So that cut break worked for him. And what a final this is turning out to be. Very high standard. It shows you the standard of play on this tour. This is the amateur final. You could be forgiven for thinking it was a professional final at this standard.
Yeah, definitely some strength in depth for these amateur players. I mean, once again, there's two more different players in this amateur final. Unbelievable. And before this one, Andy, Dean Richardson, he was ranked number 57 on the amateur rankings.
57.
With 33 points. And Liam Roberts, he was number 15 with 54 points. So these two players now, they're guaranteed, because remember, it's just about double points, they're guaranteed 32 points. And the winner will get a magnificent 40 points. So that's 15 than the norm, well, more than the normal tour points for winning this. So lots up for grabs. I mean, if Dean wins this and takes the maximum 40 points, that could put him way up there into a possibility of turning professional next year. I'm not sure if the 32 points would do that for him. I mean, there's so much more going off in the Open, etc. I mean, Dean, he's still in the Open event as well, so he's still accumulating points there. Liam Roberts, he's been eliminated from that. He lost to Ben Davis in the last 64, 7 frames to 0. But Dean Richardson, he is still battling away. And he'll be, after this match, he'll have to go straight on and play another match. No rest for him. They're both playing with some great confidence, though.
They are. Liam struck those well again, didn't he? But unfortunately kicked off in the corner. So Dean used his spare shot just to open the table up. And these yellows are looking nice, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. And wow. The doctor ordered, the doctor delivered last frame. Is that going to happen this frame? Oh, that looked a little bit nervy. I don't know what he tried to do there. Did he just try to punch it on and off the cushion to play the one that's over the bottom right hand corner, I think?
I think that's what he was trying to do. Didn't mean to catch that red.
Yeah. So now he's got some pressure on. Can he conjure up here? He's tried a great pot. I mean, he's got the ball that he went for.
Got 2 in.
I know.
Oh, but he didn't want to be there.
You've got to say that's unfortunate again.
Oh.
I know when you know when you do go out of position, it's sometimes hard to get back in position. But the white ball didn't seem to be giving any problems at all until it cannoned in to the yellow. Is he on any sort of pot here? Can he get through to the one in the bottom half of the table? I don't think he can.
I don't think he can. We'll soon
Where-
find out. From
where
that
does-
angle, he definitely can.
Yeah, and if he can't, where does he hide the cue ball?
Or does he play off the yellow and try and run onto the other yellow and drop it in the corner, maybe? Does he play a plant? What does he? He's nowhere to hide, has he? Played the double. And what a great shot that was. What a great shot.
Fantastic shot there from Dean Richardson. Wow, these boys. They're made of stern stuff, aren't they? Thinking very clearly. Dean Richardson is. Wow, he'll feel better after that.
Not half.
Feel like $1 million.
The great escape there, wasn't it?
Oh,
What a double that was.
that had to be made. Oh, and control the cue ball. Oh, he's got an extra spring in his step. He must have now. He'll be feeling on top of the world after that. You've got a match on here, Andy.
Well, they're both playing well, aren't they?
They are.
They're both flowing. And he's one behind at 4-3. Well, the nerves have disappeared on both sides. Both look comfortable at the table.
And Liam, he's going to have to sit there a little bit longer. It's Dean Richardson to break. Huge
Look
break.
at that for a break again.
It's got to say a little bit unlucky getting kicked in the corner pocket there. Because the white ball was going onto the side cushion.
I mean, I know everything was moving there, but he was unfortunate to land where he did.
This double.
That's a great shot.
Brilliant double. I thought it was looking like it was going wide, but it was a lot closer. Brilliant clearance, and you saw there at the end of that clip, even Liam Robinson was applauding that clearance. That was one of the best we've seen this weekend as well. Brilliant. I think this is the amateur final. Someone did say this was the standard.
Are we sure?
Yeah, standard is terrific. Wow, what a start to an afternoon's day of action. And he's continuing to get a ball off the break. He's changed his break, and look what's happening. He's going to take these reds on, I think. Yellow onto red plant. And they're all there, aren't they?
They're all there.
Just got to be careful with this one, because he could be just losing a little bit of angle. It's not a natural angle to get on his next ball. Yeah, he was canning into balls, but you've got to say, he'll be happy how that's come out. I mean, he played the white into a good area, but that yellow, it was tracking over that corner. So, chance to level this match out and to go into a best of 5.
So this is the shot in this finish. It just dropped a little short there. That was key, wasn't it?
Oh, he just didn't get through that ball, did he? This is such an important stage of this match now.
Ideally, he would have liked to have taken the ball he's nearest. He's had to change plans. So it's long, 2 rails. That's where he wanted to be. So where he's standing there, it looks like he's going to drop this in the middle. Take this ball at the bottom. And once again, 2 rails and round. He's got options. Whenever he sees it.
Oh, he's overcooked this, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's,
that's some
I think
adrenaline.
2 rails really was the...
I think that's some adrenaline.
Yeah.
I think we're going to probably start seeing a little bit of tension, and don't be surprised if we see some from Liam Roberts as well, because he's been sat in that chair. He's probably not potted the ball for about 10 or 15 minutes. Big shot though from Dean here. Look,
no.
Just caught the yellow ball. What is he left to Liam as it does that a thin clip into the centre?
It's a bacon slicer, I think, into the centre, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's definitely on. He should be able to cue the, control the cue ball in a manner. didn't think he was going for that, the way he was queuing up.
Total
Just containing shot. And we've seen this scenario before already in the early frames. He's not afraid to play a containing shot. There's no wrong with that though. It paid off last time.
Yeah, I don't blame him. If he'd have cut that ball in, the white would have been racing up and down. He's been taking risks he doesn't need to.
So look, here's a good effort.
And it's paid off.
3 shots.
But look at that. It's just dropped in front of that red.
Yeah, let's give Liam something to think about. That's he's got a couple of little clusters now. It makes me wonder if he'll try and open up the big cluster and then play another containing shot.
Yeah, he's total control of this frame as it stands. There's no need to rush.
He didn't want that yellow on that top cushion, but it shouldn't prove a problem. Now he just needs to work out. I mean, again, there's no rush here, just a containing shot. Just keep Dean under a bit of pressure.
Good shot.
Any problem with that? He's left a 1 cushion escape. When I think he could have probably cut that out. I feel like he's got to come off the other cushion, not the one he's closest to now. But is there an angle there? Maybe that yellow's blocking it.
Yeah, I don't think there is there? Not unless he
Plays with
checks it, maybe.
yeah, plays with a bit more pace to strain it up. That could be a possibility. Yeah, this is the shot. He has had to play it with pace.
It.
He's done all he could. He's hit the red ball. These yellows.
Well, Liam, I think it's time to take these balls out. You don't want to be giving too many chances, do you? People flying out of snookers. How many times do we see it?
Yeah, we do see it. Indeed, he's been in his his fair share of snookers in this match so far. Sooner or later, one is going to fly in. Yeah, it's time now, Liam, to pull the trigger. He's going to have a little bit of work to do. Obviously, he's got a yellow on both of the top and bottom cushions. So he'll be wanting to remove them as soon as possible, if that's possible. That's got a big bounce. I don't sure he's wanted to be there. I think he wants to play the one on the bottom cushion first. I mean, he might have to reroute now and go upstairs. One in the middle. Travel up and take the one on the top cushion. No, he's elected not to. There's nothing wrong with that. Just dropping it in, keeping it simple. I think if he does leave that one into the right centre till the end, is the black in the way? Can he avoid that? The red's a little bit of a blocker as well. I'm looking for problems. That's all I'm doing. How is Liam Roberts feeling? I mean, he's decided this is the way he's going.
Needs a good positional shot here, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Make sure the pot first, though. He's done that. Lost the cue ball bit. Does that go into the top corner? Has he played for that in the top corner? He's a big shot. How is he feeling now? This is a big moment. Is he up to the challenge?
Oh, he's going for it. That's a lovely shot.
Very well controlled shot there from Liam Roberts. Of course he was up for it.
He was asked the question. That was a good pot under pressure. Yeah. He ran out of position.
And these weren't straightforward, this clearance. He's had to work hard at this. It's black then. Get back the 2-frame lead he had. A lovely, lovely black into the centre, and it's 5-3 now. That mini comeback there of Dean Richardson has stopped a little bit. And it's going to be Liam Roberts to break next. I mean, Liam will be happy that he stopped the comeback there. Because at one moment, Dean didn't look like he was going to stop.
It was that shot there, wasn't it? Just came up slightly short.
Yeah, and then I think from then on he was possibly chasing.
And that should have been 2 rails, and I think it was adrenaline, as you alluded to, which is understandable.
Yeah, a lot at stake.
There he failed to escape. Played the safe. He was in all sorts of trouble here. Did well to hit it. And then he was forced, he had to go at this point. And this was a difficult finish from here, I felt.
Yeah, it was.
That was a great shot.
Yeah, he hewed straight through that. Very smooth curist. Liam Roberts, he's been crunching this break. All these Welsh boys, don't they? They all crunch their breaks.
Well, he's breaking as well in this match as anybody else has. I haven't seen anybody breaking better than that on this table.
No, it's been very, very consistent indeed. First glance at this table, though, it's not too bad. There's obviously traffic in for both colour sets. I mean,
if the yellow passes into this bottom corner, I think.
That's what I'd have said, yellow.
Yellow.
Extension call.
But it's all, as you said, Andy, on that yellow. It's on this bottom cushion on your screen now, next to that red. Or is he going to try and get it out at this opportunity? Is he elevating the cue up a bit? I think he is. He is trying to get it out. What a shot. But what's he on next? Has he got a thin clip into the same corner pocket? Has he got anything else on?
That was the only problem with that shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Great shot to bring the yellow out, but not really anything he could land on. He has a fine cut, and this is not easy. This is not easy. Yeah, just overcut there.
Undercut, wasn't
Undercut,
it?
yeah.
Was it
No,
undercut?
I was thinking that.
Yeah.
Overcut, undercut, one or the other.
Well, either way, he's missed it. Dean Richardson, he's got another chance now. But these reds, they're pretty horrible. I mean, the red on the left-hand cushion, that will double. So, does he feel like he's going to have a go at it? He's playing a containing shot.
He's just played safe there. Kicked his opponent's ball to the rail.
Yeah, he's trying to get a bit of insurance. I mean, he's got 7 red balls compared to Liam's 5 yellow balls. So, but I mean, even if he, there's not going to be a lot of snooker opportunity in this frame, I don't think. So it's going to take a loose shot for either player to get a free shot, I think.
Yeah, yellow's in a better position at the moment, I would have said. Yeah. It's a messy table.
And Liam putting that one in this corner of the table does help to get that problem ball out. But all of a sudden, Dean's played a great shot to cover the pocket. And that's gives something else for Liam Roberts to think about.
So he's going to double this ball back out, is it?
Just bumped it out. But now, I mentioned about there probably isn't going to be an opportunity to get 2 visits, but I suppose now there is a chance of Dean getting a snooker now that yellow's been come away from the bottom half of the table.
He could elect to play a double if he felt.
Yeah, depends. I mean, I don't
Still
think
got that ball tied up. There's no value.
Yeah, I don't think there's any benefit. Yeah, no wrong with that. I mean, he's got a little bit of a run of the ball there, just for that kissing into double kissing, and then he's left us Chinese, as we call it, hampered. So very awkward queuing for Liam Roberts. Oh, he's only just clipped the thin part of that, and he's nearly fluked a bit of a snooker. But he's also put it safe. It's probably the worst outcome, but it's not a bad outcome, because I think the only ball is, can he get to the one in the, just below the black spot? I think he can hit that one. If he can, that'll help things. Well, selecting to push this away.
He's going to push the yellow down table. Yeah, he's pushed the yellow down table. He has the bottom pocket blocked with his red, so he's played an element of safety, but he's promoted his bad ball, so you've got to say that's a good shot.
Yeah, he's had it's a very attacking shot, wasn't it? But with the element of safety. Yeah, brilliant shot making.
So that yellow down table is going to cause problems.
Yeah, and it's put Liam under a bit of pressure there. So now, does Dean pull the trigger here and go out all out now for these reds? I've got to say, it's a chance. I think he's got to do it. I really do.
Red into centre, would you play first?
Well, I mean, he'd have a choice of the one over the pocket just to make sure he has a go at him. But there's no. Well, he's containing it again. I'm not sure about this option of this shot. Does this yellow? Can he just drift this into the middle pocket? It's a tough, acute angle. But is it being forced into it? Has Liam got anything else on?
Does he take it long?
Does it double? Is it a cross double?
Or does he take it long?
I think it's a cross double safety. It is. It is a cross double safety.
As well.
Should never have been left on that. I think Dean's missed a trick. I mean, it's still not easy, this clearance for Liam. That yellow next to that black. Does he play it into this far right? Well, this bottom right hand corner. Does it go past that?
It's all about the yellow next to the black. Don't want to be kicking this safe.
Oh, that's gone wrong. But is Dean Richardson going to be in a bit of trouble here? Can Liam really hide this cue ball and possibly develop it as well and develop the yellow? I think that's. Oh, has he left this red?
Yeah, he was looking to stick to the back of the yellow there, wasn't he?
Yeah,
just nudge the red away.
Can he get through there?
He can. Well, I think he can.
Well, he's straight down to the shot. Another loose shot there. I think there's some nerves creeping in both players. Good shot that is from Dean. Solid pot. He'll be happy that stayed over that middle pocket. Still a little bit of work to do. It's not straightforward. Can he play the red off the yellow into the middle pocket? I mean, if it does, there's not a lot of room for it to drop. Probably don't think that's a shot, to be honest. So he's made his mind up how he's going about this finish, I think.
The red stuck to the yellow. It's going to be a problem.
And that goes in the top right hand corner on your screen. So that won't be a problem, I don't think, but it's dropping on it. Is that going to be your last ball? I'd hate leaving that from the last ball, wouldn't you?
Certainly would.
So you got in mind here.
Off the yellow, is he? Yeah, off the yellow.
Great shot. great
It is a good
shot. So the only problem he's got now is this red near the yellow on this right hand cushion. He's electing now. I think this is the right choice of shot. Big shot.
Just drop it in.
He's done just that. It's still awkward though. It's not straightforward. He's going to have to pull out some good cueing once again. Hampered cueing again, is it? On the one into the top left-hand corner. Don't look too bad for him actually. Looking at the way he's cueing there.
Just needs to hit the top of the ball. He'd rather hit the bottom.
Yeah, he's in. Again, still not in position. He's probably going to have to run this off maybe 1, 2, 3 cushions. With a bit of trace of run inside.
Saving grace is it's a natural angle to run round. I think I would like a bit of side on this as well, Mark. But he looks to be playing a plain ball.
He does. Where's the cue ball? Where's
Plain
the cue ball?
Oh, dear me.
The only reason I said the side was to cut out the middle pocket.
Yeah, changes the angle.
Yeah.
1 free shot, 1 visit.
I always think you've got a bit more control playing it with the side. I know it makes the pot more difficult, but... Oh dear, Dean Richardson.
So what do you do with your free shot here, Mark?
You've got to get at least one of these yellows out to give yourself any chance of the clearance. Let's try to leave that over the middle so he can get the next one out, and that's gone wrong. Oh, I think that was a little bit of a tap of the chalk on the table of frustration. What does he do now, though?
Surely, is he playing safe?
Well, or is he just frustrated and he feels like he's got to go for it? I think this is the right shot, though.
Yeah, you've got to play safe there.
Yeah. Oh, he's left
left him it. Or he's left sight of it anyway.
Yeah. I mean, let's give chance now for Dean to put the cue ball somewhere where it could hurt Liam. I mean, what Dean doesn't want to do here is tie the black up. I mean, can he see enough of that black? I ain't heard him call for a total yet.
If he could take this cue ball onto the bottom rail, the balk rail, well, he elected to go around the table.
Yeah, he's not called for a total snooker, so it is a foul. Because I don't think it was a total snooker. And he's not hit a cushion after he's hit the object ball. Another error from Dean Richardson. Yeah, there was no total called from either the player or the referee. So now it's left this easy chance now for Liam Roberts. Well, you just feel possibly Liam Roberts now, he's putting a hand on the trophy.
He's a spring in his step.
Yeah, I mean, Liam, he was making mistakes of his own. Dean didn't put him under any pressure. He'll be kicking himself now. 6-3 down after this black. Do you think there's any way back for Dean Richardson? It will be him to break next.
So he failed to call total. Thunderous break once again.
Yeah, there's some good play in this frame. There really was, but then we did see some uncharacteristic, like safety shots and positional play. So that was a good developing shot there with that big pocket. I mean, when he got to here, I thought this is surely going to be winning the frame, but he didn't.
Yeah, it was when he tried to run round the table, wasn't it?
Yeah, it
Played
was.
it playing ball. Fell into the middle pocket.
So kept with the cut break. Still getting the success with it as well. But look where the cue ball is. Has he got an opening pot? If he has, it's not going to be an easy one.
Does he have a plant to middle? Yellow-red.
It's probably the easiest shot that he's got on.
Well, played it a different way, but red to centre it was.
Oh, Dean Richardson. He's got to play faultless pool now and hope Liam Roberts gives him a chance. He can't afford probably any more mistakes now. Sometimes hard that is, Andy, is obviously limiting the mistakes, especially when you've made a few more than you normally do in a match.
Yeah, he's had a couple of in-offs, hasn't he? They've cost him dearly. And that failing to call for a total. I mean, he's still had the table at his mercy, don't get me wrong, but...
Yeah, it's unforgivable, and things are getting bad to worse here. He's out of position. Another careless positional shot. But now this is going to be a huge pot. This cue ball is going to be doing some travelling. He's played it off the jaw. Clever, clever shot.
Great shot.
I mean, these boys, they keep coming out with all these shots and that. It's great to see. But he's going to need to produce something else. I'm not sure he can pot the one that's the closest to the pocket. Or can he? I mean, one of the overhead camera that shows it is possibly not, but that camera angle you're watching.
Can he spin it in? Can he just... It's not clear from where we are.
If he does that, he'll be going away from his work.
Very slowly, just turn it over. He's doubled it. It's
What a
fantastic goal,
shot.
that.
Wow. That is just glanced past that yellow on the cushion. He didn't have a... Oh, it must have been a whisker away.
So where's the white?
He's
Trying
fine.
to catch that yellow.
He's absolutely fine.
Well, what an escape this has been.
Wow, what a clearance.
To keep himself in the match. This black for 6-4.
Yeah.
And we've still got a match in our hands.
Yeah, what a breaking clearance that was. Oof, fantastic. Again, he's asking the question, just letting Liam know that he hasn't finished yet.
Yeah, that positional shot using the jaws of the middle.
Yeah, brilliant shot.
Imaginative.
Yeah, fantastic.
He was in a great deal of trouble there.
And the double, I mean, I didn't even see the double on, to be honest. It was very, very tight.
Yeah, look at that shot.
Oh, just a whisker past that yellow. A whisker. Wow, great clearance. 6-4. It's not quite over yet, Andy. It's going to be Liam Roberts to break next, though.
And we've seen this break in this match. What a break this guy's got.
Hammer.
6 frames to 4.
Get your earplugs in.
It is a hammer. Wow. Balls are flying round the table. They're flying into the pockets. They must be petrified of Liam Roberts, them balls. They've got to be. Where does that... He's got so much power in him.
What an advantage that is, having a break like that.
What is these lads fed on? I don't know. Don't look like there's out on him, does there? Generates some great power. It's just down to brilliant timing.
So looking at this table, he's going reds.
Yeah. This red at the top half of the table, that's the problem, but it's missed the
Oh,
red.
he's missed the red.
Oh dear.
Just took his eye off it there. Just trying to break the awkward ball out at the same time.
Yeah, I think missed pots, Liam's probably had more missed pots than what Dean has. I mean, Dean's problem's been the positional play.
Yeah, he's had a couple of in-offs, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Not so much missing the ball as
losing control
losing
of
the
the
cue
white.
ball, yeah. But it has been a fantastic match. And it's not over yet.
Where's the cue ball going to go? Is he going to be all right? He's fine. Wow, if Dean Richardson gets this frame, I know we've already said it, he's going to be breaking in the next. And we saw what he did last frame. First things first, Dean. Don't look too far ahead. You just need to try and make sure that you get these down to give yourself any chance of getting that wonderful trophy.
Would have liked to have been a little bit straighter on this ball down the rail. But he's still taking it on. Very nice shot, that. Very good shot.
What a shot that was.
Inch perfect position, look at that.
Yep, absolutely fantastic. How do these players, they just keep, I mean, there's so much at stake here. They're just potting them like they're over the pockets. Another classic amateur final. And it's not over yet. And if we get another decider in here, Andy, we're probably going to ask you to leave.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how many more deciding frames I can put up with.
Well, that'll be 4 on the bounce.
Well, a little bit more pull to go yet, but it's got every chance. If Dean can clear these up, he'll be breaking in the
Just needs to
next.
be careful, just needs to time this. Don't quit on it. Yeah, perfect.
Good. Now, just make sure of this black. There'll be a little bit of nerves on this. It doesn't, it's got a bit of hampered cueing, a little bit. Just glance it in. It's there. It's there. 6-5. 2 frames remaining. Can we see them both? Dean Richardson, he's going to have a say in that because he's going to be breaking next. This cut break seems to be working for him as well, doesn't it, Andy?
It does. Look at that.
It's an absolute monster break from Liam.
And the cue ball, he parks the cue ball.
There's nothing on the lad. Wow, where does he generate the power from?
That was a great shot, wasn't it?
Brilliant shot. Some class finishes we've seen in this final.
So 6-5.
Surely we're going to see some nerves jangling soon, aren't we? Surely. But Dean, he's got to try and make Liam suffer with the nerves. And the only way he's going to do that, if he keeps him sat in that chair.
If this goes 6 apiece, Marc, there'll be nerves, don't worry about that.
Needs a ball. Desperate for a ball. Oh.
But look at the mess on that side. Side rail.
What's happened? Is the table leaning? I'm not sure. I think there's a 9-ball plant, is there? I don't know.
Everything's gone left.
That is horrible, but that's what can happen with a cut break. It really can. I don't think this one's going to be a quick frame, Monday. I don't. I'm not sure we need to predict any shots here for a bit.
No, I mean, looking at the balls on the side there, an argument for reds being able to take reds and move reds out easier than yellows. But
yeah, there's not even many doubles on either because there's balls blocking pockets. I mean,
take the ball in the middle maybe later on. Chance of nipping one out.
Yeah, you can't see Liam. He's not going to pop many here. I mean, or is he? Is he going to go all out attack? Wow.
He's got a ball into the middle if he...
This will be some clearance if
he
you
elects
get
to.
these. This will be the clearance of the century.
But yeah, I don't blame him. You don't want to be crashing about at this stage.
Well, he's continuing to pop balls, so that tells me he's got one thing on his mind.
Yeah, as I was saying, you can see there, if you look at the Reddington middle, you have a good chance of being able to bring the ball out next to it. If you were to take the ball, the red into the corner, an opportunity to maybe move the other red. So there is a pathway here.
He's trying a very controlled cannon next.
Yeah.
He's got 2 chances of a controlled cannons. First one over the pocket to get the red that's in the middle of the 2 yellows. Or the one that he's taking now, that should be able to get the one that's below it.
This is the shot, one into the middle.
He's got to be careful he doesn't clip the red all the way through. Clever shot like
That'll
that.
do him.
These boys are thinking very clearly. Liam don't want this to go to his siding frame. I know we all do. Sat here and sat at home, we love deciding frames. But Liam, he's got other ideas. What a brilliant clearance if he gets these. He's a cannon away from having a chance of lifting the trophy. Can this come out? It can also go wrong. Is there going to be a twist? There's always an IPA twist.
Yeah. He's going to make this spot. Well,
oh, he's going for the double.
He's going for the double.
Wow, the only problem is misses this. It opens up the yellows, but he's in the middle of the heart of the pocket. Brilliant shot from Liam Roberts.
A confident shot that was.
But this black ball, I think it goes in both top pockets. So he has got choices, but what angle has he got on this red? Is he just going to draw it back? Take the blacks into top right, or can he get close to it? He's okay. I don't think he's got... I know he's a left-hander, but is it going to be a little bit of hampered queuing? This black. He's got to hold himself together.
Well, he is hampered, but you fancy him for it. Yes. That was a fantastic clearance. What a great clearance that was. What a victory. Absolutely brilliant match. What a way to finish. Those reds far from easy. And he looks over the moon. Brilliant performance. So there's your amateur champion. And double points. Be moving up the rankings. 7-5. There you are, being congratulated. A lot of crowd support. Look at the relief. He's on cloud 9. And there we see the disappointment. But on reflection, I think it was a fair score. It's a high quality encounter from both players. And he took his chances there in that last frame. Those reds were really difficult, and he went for them the right way. So, just waiting. Kevin Barton at the ready with the trophy. And I'll just hand you over now to Kevin Barton for the presentation.
Thanks, Andy, and welcome down to the arena for the presentation after another fantastic amateur final. First of all, a round of applause for both players for putting on a fantastic final and exhibition and just demonstrating the strength and depth in the amateur ranks. First of all, can we introduce our runner-up, Dean Richardson.
Yeah, cheers.
Dean, not the result you wanted, great performance, you must be pleased overall.
Yeah, I'm pleased with the weekend. I think I didn't take enough chances at the start of the final. I think that's what cost me. Once I got going, it was a bit too late, needing 4 frames. And then, yeah, that's it really.
But you showed real character in the middle of that match, some real great finishes. You must be pleased how you performed in the quite alien conditions.
Yeah, I am. I'm not going to lie, I was buzzing when he was going for that finish at the end. And once he started going for it, I was like, yeah, keep going. And then, yeah, he took him out really well.
Yeah. Just a word about Liam, great performance. And
yeah, he played really well.
Okay, well, great performance in the tournament, Dean. Thanks a lot.
Cheers.
Well played. And our winner, the 2022 Amateur Grand Final champion, Liam Roberts. Someone shouting, go on, Ed. Do you want to tell us what the story about that is?
Well, it's easy. I look a bit like Ed Sheeran, I guess. It's easy enough.
That was an incredible performance there, Liam. Tell us your thoughts.
Well, I got off to an early lead and as Dean said, he a couple of chances, and I just took mine early on, and then got to 6-3. He's took out 2 cracking finishes, and I just thought it's going to be one of them, isn't it? He's going to come back at me. When I had that, it weren't much of a chance, but what I had in the decider, I knew I was in the last frame. I knew I was going to go for him.
And had you worked out your path pretty quickly? You know, you were just going to go all out attack and go for the grab the title.
I was having a look at the shot in the middle quite early on, but then the 2 down the bottom were made up along the way. But yeah, I'm just happy with the win, over the moon.
And what does this mean to you, your friends, your family, your supporters to win this title? Because we all know how hard it is to win one of these.
Yeah, it means a lot to everyone. I've had great support over the weekend, friends here, and I know a lot of people watching at home, like my mum, my dad and stuff. Yeah, so I'm very happy with it.
I mean, you've been knocking on the door for a while. You know, we've seen the performances over the season. Did you think coming into this weekend that maybe this could be the one?
Well, I was just hoping for a good run in general, because I know I'm in contention with the spots to become pro, and I knew if I got somewhat of a decent weekend, I knew I was going to be up there. I struggled through my first match, and then I haven't looked back since then, so played well.
Well, if you do turn in the pro ranks next year, there'll be a few pros looking over the shoulder if they get you in the draw, that's for certain.
I hope so, yeah.
Liam Roberts, gives me great pleasure to present you with the trophy and announce you as the 2022 Amateur Grand Final champion. Congratulations. Well, Marc, another star is born, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 2 stars were born. That was a terrific final. Well played to Dean as well. He played some great shot making. It was unbelievable. And well played to Liam. He held himself together there. Like you already said, he was been knocking on the door, and finally he's picked up a trophy. And also he's got 40 ranking points. That's going to make a huge difference in his placing. I mean, Dean, he was ranked number 57 on the amateur rankings before this weekend started, and 32 points for him could make a big difference. And who knows, we could be seeing both of these players on the pro ranks. There'll be a very welcome, there'll be a few pros looking around thinking, wow, we need to be up in our game.
Yeah. And it's so difficult for the guys coming in because they're playing on the outer tables, they're not playing in the shot clock, the cameras, the arenas, the expectation on themselves and people watching at home, and to put on a show like that, I mean, it's just fair credit to both players.
Yeah, no doubt these 2 players have probably watched quite a few finals, sat in these chairs behind us, etc. But it's very different when they're sat in the chair in the arena with the referee, with the shot clock, with the beeps going off. And but to be honest, though, Kev, they put on a great performance, and credit to them.
Absolutely, and credit to it just shows the strength in depth in the amateur ranks. 2 new finalists this year and a cracking final, and a great way to end the season. Yeah,
it was, and I mean throughout the amateur finals that we've had this year, we've had some absolute crackers, and that is right up there with the very best. And as you already said, 2 more new players in the amateur final, and I'm sure that's going to continue to happen, especially with the strength and depth here at the IPA.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said, Marc. Well, we hope you enjoyed that final, but don't go away. There's lots more action to come. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back with the continuation of the Open Grand Final. So we'll see you in 10. A very good afternoon and welcome back to the Palace Hotel here in Douglas on the Isle of Man for the part 2 of the final stages of the grand finals. And Marc Pickworth, we've just seen a new star being born in Liam Roberts. Thoughts on that final that we just witnessed?
Yeah, another Welsh boy, and God, they just keep growing, this Welsh contingent, they really do, and I'm sure we're going to see Liam Roberts for quite a few years to come, because the performance he put in there to beat Dean Richardson, because Dean Richardson just never went away from him, and saw some brilliant clearances.
Yeah, and both really great blokes as well off the table as well, just chatting with them afterwards, and really great to talk to.
Yeah, they're very respectful with each other, and as you say, they're great characters here and there, and hopefully both players, we know Liam, he's going to have a chance of turning professional next year now, especially with getting them extra 40 points. Be interesting to see how the points all add up for Dean Richardson, because 32 points on the back of, and he's still battling away into because we've now just chucked him into the other room where he's having to play a last 64 match, so he's going to be getting ranking points from that as well.
Yeah, so just thinking ahead to next year, if Liam does turn professional, he's going to be one to look out for on that performance.
Well, especially with that huge break he's got. He's an absolute monster. I'm not sure. It doesn't look like there's nothing on the lad, but where does he generate the power from? It's ridiculous. But we talk about the Welsh boys. They've all got huge breaks, and Liam Roberts is no different at all.
Yeah, absolutely. So just to let you know what is coming up today, we're going to be concentrating on the Open event, the Grand Final Open. We're at the last 32 stage, and we'll see that down to a final tonight around about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. And we'll also have the ladies' final coming up later on this afternoon as well, so that's definitely one not to miss, as we constantly talk about the strength and depth in the ladies' game, and those quarter-finals were stacked.
Yeah, there really was. That's probably the best quarter-final lineup we've seen this season so far, but because there's so much at stake with ranking points, and there's obviously a considerable amount of money to be won as well, they're all battling away. Some of them quarter-finals are still going off now. I think one might have finished a little bit early on. I didn't see the end of that match, but I knew it was getting close to finishing. But I'm sure, so the semi-finals, they're going to be starting probably in the next half an hour or so. And that's going to be another incredible final. We've seen some brilliant ladies' finals throughout this year's tour, and I'm sure this is just going to be exactly the same.
Yeah, it's still all action on the 18 outer tables that's currently in operation. So as we said, last 32 time in the Open, and the match coming up now, what a mouth-watering prospect this one is. It's the Rocket against the Tornado, Gav Robinson and Michael Tomlinson. Tell us what we can expect in this one, Marc.
Well, we're definitely going to see a lot of emotion from Gav Robinson. He really leaves everything out there. He does his body language with his strut around the table. It's great to see, but he's a great character on the IPA tour. Everybody loves him, and I know we do as well, don't we? We tell him that we don't, just so he knows. But Michael Tomlinson, a new professional on the tour, he's got lots of experience playing money matches, and he's won quite a lot of tournaments around the UK. One of the quickest players probably on the planet, Mikey Tomlinson. This is going to be a very quick fire match.
It certainly is. He set it up perfectly. Without further ado, let's get over to the commentary box and Andy Richardson.
Thank you, Kevin. So, second match today, last 32 of the Open. And what a great match once again we've got for you. Could be a quick fire match, this one. Race to 7. The two players shake hands.
I'm running.
And it's Gavin Robinson who takes the opening break in this match. So let's see what he's got. And I'm joined in the commentary box by Marc Pickworth.
Now then, Andy, I've run in from the studio. Here I am back to support you in the commentary box. And I was saying in the studio, this is probably going to be a quick fire match. If the balls keep laying out like this, they're probably not going to be. So it might make me eat my words. but they are very, very attacking players.
Yeah, just so you know, Gavin, he broke. Didn't hit them too hard, but controlled, nothing down. So it's Michael at the table. And he's taking first blood. Taking the reds. And that's a good shot there. Just knocks out that awkward red.
Well, we've just been continuing to do our poll. You guys at home have been getting it right so far. You got the one right already this afternoon, and this time you are going for Michael Tomlinson. 54% of you think Michael's is going to beat Gavin Robinson. It's a very tight match, and I think that's a fair reflection, possibly. I mean, I would have probably gone for Gavin Robinson, only down to the form that he showed this season. But hey, you guys know at home, you're the ones that have been watching all weekend. Who am I to question you?
So he elected to try and take that red out, bump it out, but unfortunately, he sort of knocked it back in trouble. Still at the table though. And we know how great a potter he is. Oh dear.
Oh, I thought that was going to drop.
Yeah, it looked like it were going, didn't it? Just hung on.
Probably only down to the power. I mean, he's not got a shot on now.
Is he trying to
stick the cue ball? Yeah, that's not bad.
It's about all he could do.
But the red at the bottom half of the table, it's not very good for him. You feel like Gavin, he's going to be the favourite to take this frame now. Just tried a bit of a double. Oh, so what can Mikey do? I mean, for me, he needs to try and develop this red so it is a little bit more potable. I mean, can he just knock it off and rest the cue ball on the bottom cushion?
Yeah, that's all he could do, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. So Gavin, I mean, can he get to the one at the top half of the table? If he can, you've got to say that's probably a mistake there from Mikey. If he can get to the one over the top right hand corner pocket. And with him looking round there, I think he can.
Yeah, he wanted to sit as flush as possible to that yellow.
Extension.
Yeah, because it'd be guaranteed, because I think the two yellows that are together, I think that's a direct plan. So position, it will be natural. If he does pop that one over the top right hand corner, if he can get through. He can get through. That's a mistake there from Mikey. I mean, I know Gav's still got a little bit of work to do. That moment he should have been hiding that cue ball, making sure it's tight on that yellow.
So he's jacked up here, so he's putting bottom on the cue ball. And he's made that plan. He's got a yellow along the bottom rail.
Yeah, he's going to have a chance here at just clearing one of his difficult balls.
Just taking his time.
So it's the yellow that he's closest to now. I mean, does that pass into that corner pocket? So that's a question. I mean, if it doesn't, he's on it quite nicely into the middle. So that suggests it does go. I think that camera angle there clearly suggests it does. I mean, the overhead wasn't really telling us a story.
He likes to play two rails for perfect position on his second to last ball.
Yeah, it's always a good sign when players punch them in and come off a couple of cushions. We run inside just to try and get closer to the ball. Just send out a message to the opponent. He is punching everything in with authority. He's starting this match off very strongly.
So he's just looking yellow and a black in the same pocket. If he elects to. And that's what he's played. He's played it well.
He has played that well. All that trace of that run inside. Landed absolutely perfect. And there you see it. First frame to Gavin Robinson. Mikey had a chance there, didn't he? But I think he chased a bit of a finish that, you know, could always go wrong, etc.
Yeah, he tried to bump a red out and he bumped it out and unfortunately knocked it back safe again. From that point on, he was just a little bit in trouble, wasn't he? Tried to bump it back out again, caught the jaw, shot up the table, and really, the last shot he had, he didn't have any choice, did he? Just had to try and drop the cue ball on the bottom rail. Left that long ball, plant, and good finish. Played a good finish there, I thought.
It was.
Wasn't straightforward. So he's taking the first frame. Gav Robinson.
Break. Playing Marc and Tomlinson to break. Training 1 frame to 0. Time running.
So Michael to break. Let's take a look at this break. Well, plenty of movement, but it's dry. Another dry break, Marc.
Yeah, I mean, he hit him well enough, didn't he? I thought.
Yeah, I did as well. We just are getting a fair few dry breaks, but not for the want of trying. These boys are hitting the ball well. So, yellow down. There are no hampered balls. Suppose potentially the awkward ball, the awkward yellow would be the one closest to the black. But it has pockets. So just played off the red there, just to keep position onto this yellow into the middle. He'll already know which ball he's thinking of last to get onto the black. He'll have already mapped it out.
Extension.
If things go to plan. If they don't, he'll reroute, as all the great players do, and he'll find another way.
Gav's going about his finish quite nicely here.
And that was his most difficult ball I was talking about, the one next to the black. He's got himself in a position now where he can take it into the middle. And what a well-structured finish this has been. Last yellow into the corner. He just spins 2 rails to leave the black into the same pocket. Looking very, very comfortable at the table. There we are, just spun it, just needs to hold up a touch.
Yeah, very well controlled again. Gav, he started off very strongly in this match. And there you see it, the black down 2 frames to 0. We're in times for Mikey Tomlinson. You know, in these race to 7s, it's so important to get a good start. But I mean, he's absolutely crunched that break. Got no reward. And Gav does what Gav does best. He's cleared them up. Some well positional shots there, as you see. So, as I normally do, I do tell you some latest scores that's been going off in the other matches, because obviously the Open is at the last 32 stage. There is one last 64 match being played currently. So Dean Richardson, who's played the final, he's currently battling away against Daniel Wiley, and he's 3-0 down in that race to 7 in the last 64. So I'll tell you the players that are already through to the last 16. Andrew Whitfield, he beat David, the local favourite, David Adidal, 7 frames to 6. Gary Southern, another amateur player, he's beat a professional player, Andrew McKee. And we had Gareth Hibbot against Robert Stephen, that last 32 match. What a phenomenal match that was. And that finished 7 frames to 6 against Gareth Hibbot. Dean Shields, who we've seen already on this TV table, he's safely through to last 16. He's beat Adam Stevens, he's another great amateur player, 7 frames to 4. And then Ross Fernie, he always does well here in the Isle of Man. He won the pro event here last year, this year in January, but last year's tour. And he's beat Richard Swaffield, fellow professional player, 7 frames to 1. I'll keep you up to date with some of the latest scores as well. We'll just watch Mikey, because he needs to be getting a frame on a board himself.
Gavin, we'd have to say it was his first error there. He broken straight into the corner pocket. Easily done. But he's not been missing any balls, has he?
No, he hasn't. Don't waste any time at all, though, Mark. He doesn't. He's a local boy near you, Andy, is he?
He is. From the same place, Cass. Yep, Castleford. And he's going through these at some rate of knots. Great cueist.
Yeah, he certainly is, and when he's on song, it's very, very good. If anything, probably underachieved this season. He'll be the first to tell you that, as his first year as professional. But you know, there's plenty of time to settle in. He's done okay. He's won 1 or 2 matches and that, so he'll be looking at trying to go deep in this Open event this weekend now. There's a cue ball. A very loose positional shot there from Mikey. I think he felt that came off a little bit wider than it should have.
He's in trouble. Hampered by the yellow. He's going to have to go long to try and kick this ball. And he really needs a slice of luck here.
Well, I'm not sure if that's a slice of luck. I mean, tying the black up, I know it might make Gavin think a little bit, but I can tell you now, Mikey's going to be in a little bit more bother.
Yeah, he's going to be in trouble here. And in putting him in trouble, he's probably going to release his awkward ball.
Extension.
That is, if he elects to play safe. He may go for the finish.
Yeah, very attacking indeed.
And the finish it is.
I mean, a lot of players, that yellow next to that black, they've just been tapping that out. But Gavin, he's left himself an angle now, so if that yellow, you know, I don't think it does go in any pocket. So he's going to elect to cannon into him now. Played that pretty well. And I'm just thinking now, the yellow that he's just hit, I mean, he has got option of taking in the top right pocket, but surely he takes the one into the opposite middle. And it's all about positional play if he does take that on. This is all about pace. He's got the pot. Looks like he's got good position as well. Great start this has been from Gavin.
Yeah, when he broke there and went in off, I'm sure he didn't think he'd be coming back to the table. But once again, it's been a really good finish as this. A lot of players would have played safe there, Marc, I felt.
Yep, there was, but Gavin, he didn't want to let Michael back to the table. And that's proved the correct decision, because he's now got an easy black for a 3-0 lead. And Mikey, he's missing a couple of chances. He's getting punished for him. Gavin Robinson's in. Well, he's in some fine form, and he seems to be reeling them off frame by frame. There's the two players there. Gavin looks very focused.
Michael looking frustrated. Be annoyed with himself for snookering himself.
Yeah, and I think that's something that Michael's learnt on his first year as pro on the tour. Is it these odd mistakes? They are costing him a lot of matches, and he needs to cut them out if he wants to get to the to be one of the top boys in the game. I mean, he's good enough. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, without a doubt, he has all the talent.
So back to the scores then. So I can safely say Liam Dunster, he's into the last 16 safely. He's beat Neil Wren 7 frames to 1. The next match on this TV table is going to be Craig Brown against Clint Ianson. That's going to be another North East boy against the Nottingham boy.
So it's another dry break from Michael. He can ill afford to be letting Gavin back to the table on his breaks. That one is 3-0 down. But once again, he hit them okay. Just nothing dropped.
And the mood that Gavin's been in at the moment, he is punishing him every opportunity. And he's going to want to continue doing that.
So he's electing to take yellows. The question is, does the yellow pass the yellow on the side rail?
Yeah, that's
from the overhead. What would you say, Marc? It looks like it does to us, but
yeah, I mean by the overhead, but that camera angle
that's a different angle, and it doesn't look like.
No, that looks horrible. I think he's going to have to play the one on the cushion first, but there's not a lot of room for error there. Is he looking at trying to get on it now, or at least clear it out? He's trying to drop on it. How's his pace? I think he's a bit heavy.
Just a little roll too far.
It's a good effort. Now, can he play the one into the top left-hand corner, top right on your screen now? Can he come off two angles and get down there and either dislodge the red or the yellow? Or is everything in the way? What a shot this is!
What a shot that was.
A shot this is. You got to say it's a little bit unfortunate to leave an easier pot there. Gav's not the tallest of lads, so trying to reach that thin clip, the one that's on the bottom cushion, that's not going to be too easy. The one that's tight to the cushion, the cue ball's going to be a little bit loose.
Yeah, he's not afraid to let that white ball run, is he?
No.
Doesn't mind throwing it round the angles. That was a very accurate shot he just played.
So was that. I think he's going to have to elect to play a plant here. Yellow onto yellow. That top yellow. Well, the yellow in the top half of the table. That's going to be a little bit of a problem.
If he does play the plant, he doesn't want to land straight on the yellow that remains, because he needs to get back up table.
Another great pot from Gavin Robinson. He's playing some solid stuff at the moment. But he's going to need one of his best positional shots in this match so far. He needs to produce the goods. He's going to have to draw this back. I mean, I suppose he can pinch the angle to go up table, but there's not a lot of room to get on this last yellow. Is he going to be on it? I think he's going to have a shot at it, is he? Oh, he's just... Oh. At one time I thought he was going to glance past, but it hasn't.
That was a little out of line there, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was
valiant
never
effort.
natural, was it? It was never a natural angle to come up.
I thought maybe he may have played rail first, ball, rail, and spun round, but it was never easy to get on.
No,
never.
Not with the. There was a lot of traffic in the way. He's going to get lucky, is he?
No.
Well, I'm going to say he's going to get lucky. He stopped him from having an easy pot, but surely he's going to be in trouble after this shot. Marc can't be going for these. Not at 3-0 down. I think you can see an edge of this.
Well, he's developed his bad ball, and if he can see an edge of it, he can't do much with it, can he?
No, it's not going to benefit him in any way. All it does is just... Well, if anything, it'll probably help Marc Tomlinson. Good connection on the yellow. But what's he done? What's he left? Wow, he could have easily left that one in the middle, but that yellow travelled a little bit more, and it's probably stopped the cut back into the middle. What does Marc do now? Because if that yellow goes into this corner that he's queuing over now, oh, it does go into the middle. I did think that was on.
Tough red on the side rail, Marc. Tough red.
Yeah, but he's got such a natural angle now.
Gonna bump it.
He's gonna
Didn't want the double kiss, did he?
He just got a little bit too much into that though, didn't he? Yeah. He's just not settled down, Marc. He hasn't. I think some of these errors that he's been producing is rattled him a little bit.
Taking his most difficult ball now. Down the rail. Lovely shot.
Yeah, great shot there. Very good indeed.
Leaves himself the angle. Second to last. Red into the corner. Out into space. It's just about position off the last red to black.
This is going to be a chance to get his first frame on the board. Nicely stunned in. Punches it in.
It's down.
Tomlinson.
Yeah, he's got to say there, Andy. He's going to feel a little bit better now. Now he's got his first frame on the board. Is that going to settle him down?
So once again he hit them well, but no joy, nothing down.
This shot here, just giving the opportunity to open that up. But this positional shot on this one, just never there, was it?
No. It was a big ask. There you got the double kiss, left it awkward, but that was a quality pot down the side rail. And a fair black, under pressure.
Yeah, when you're 3-0 down and you've not really settled so far in the match. Now Robinson though, oh, how's that yellow not dropped in the top corner? It doesn't matter, the one dropped in the middle. Good connection there from Gavin.
Yeah, hit those well. Certainly more fruitful when breaking in this match is Gavin. The cue ball once again very close to the balk cushion, but this time he's a red straight in front of him. And he's in great position. 6 reds remaining. There's a plant into the centre. His most awkward ball is the one in the little cluster with the black and the yellow. But he has several options of which way to go to get there, and he's trying to get there now. I like that shot. Would have liked to have been a little bit further off the cushion to be perfect. We're still taking this ball.
Nicely controlled, that was. Very good.
So again, the red next to the black, probably his most awkward ball.
Extension.
Looking potentially to take this red and go back across table. Just looking if you could see the plant. Couple of options, as is usually the case. He's spinning this ball. He's just nudged that red. So he has a plant into the middle if he's in trouble. The cue ball's going to be moving, Marc.
Yep, it will. Just a little bit out of position again. Oh, he's underhit it. Gavin.
A rare error from
Yeah,
Gavin.
just seeming to sort to creep in with a couple of errors. And that last frame that Marc has reeled off, has that just added a little pressure. Mikey, he's back to the table. I mean, that's not even close to potting. Really not.
Extension.
So the yellow obviously doesn't pass into the corner. Yellow long. Yeah, never in doubt. Out of the pocket. Or does it go? Well, he elected to take the long ball first. He could have taken this ball earlier if he wanted to. But he's nudged that black. He's in fine position here. Just needs to come underneath the second yellow. So just spin out. And that'll do him, I think. Is he a little straight, maybe?
Yeah, if anything, a little straight, but I mean, can he just draw this back and come round the back of the yellow? No, he could pinch an angle. No, he's fine, isn't it? I mean, he has definitely got an extra spring in his step now. He's just seeing this as an opportunity to get him back in this match. The 54% of the poll that thought Mikey Tomlinson was going to win. It didn't look good with 3-0 down, but it looks a lot better if he can pop this black. And it, obviously it'll only be 3 frames to 2, and he has made it 3 frames to 2. Seeing a bit of a comeback here, Andy.
Yeah, we've got a match on now. 3-0 down. Things were looking grim.
Yeah, and I think you know, with the errors that Marc has had, he's just nodded his head, and he's given his head a bit of a wobble, to be honest. And he's coming out a bit of a different player. And we're just seeing a couple of errors now from Gav Robinson, positional play and etc.
This was the shot where he just in a little bit of trouble there.
And that's a one, didn't even threaten the pocket. So 3-2.
This is a nice little shot just to drop under the yellow. Stuns out. And he little short on the black there. There was a little bit of pressure on that black as well.
Yeah, there really was.
Break, trailing 3 frames to 2. Time running.
So Mikey to break. To level this match, if he can level this match. Well, that was tracking
There's
towards the corner. And it's gone in the other corner anyway.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's a little bit unlucky to go into the opposite corner off the top cushion. But
he was heading for the other corner anyway, I think. Then the ball kicked it, so yeah. So looking at this table, we have a yellow blocking a red into the corner, top right of the screen.
so just while Gavin just contemplates on how to go about this finish, the ladies finals, they're up to the semi-finals now. All the quarter-finals have been played, so they're going to be starting very, very soon. Harriet Haynes, she beat Kerry Griffiths by 6 frames to 1. Danielle Randall and Vicky Lomax, that match is just finished, and Danielle Randall won that 6 frames to 5. Rachel Tucker, she's into another semi-final. She beat Lindsay Clark, who's a local lady from around here, 6 frames to 2. Amy Beauchamp has beaten Deb Birchall 6 frames to 0. Phenomenal score. Amy playing some great stuff. So semi-final lineup: Harriet Haynes against Danielle Randall and Rachel Tucker against Amy. Some phenomenal semi-finals there. Cannot wait to either commentate or do something with the ladies' match later on. I mean, no doubt we'll be commentating on that one as well, Andy.
Yeah, every chance. And back at the table here. Yellow's looking good. Well, that's not what he played. That's not what he played.
He played to try a cannon. I mean,
as soon as he hit that ball, you could see that he knew he'd
not
hit it as he wanted.
What does he do now? I think he's got to play a containing shot, but the containing shot he's going to play could tie up a yellow.
Yeah, does he play a thin edge off the yellow behind the other yellow?
It's only an easy get out.
And as you say, he's sort of tying his ball up.
Yeah, I know it's going to tie Mikey's ball up as well, but not sure about that one. Because look at that cluster of reds at the top end. That could put Gavin in some right problems. He's in a problem here. He only can hit edges of yellows. Going to have no chance of a pot.
The only saving grace is that the Reds, 2 clusters of 2, not easy. Should he be able to see them?
You feel like this is a chance now of attacking shot and trying to hide the cue ball.
Yeah.
Get his awkward red out and track that white ball down to them cluster of balls. He needs to miss the reds. It's not worked out. Has he left Gavin Robinson a pot? There's definitely one on the right of the black spot goes. Does the one he's closest to now go into that bottom right hand corner? I think it does, Andy.
Yeah, he was attempting to just slide past the red, wasn't he? Come up behind the reds. Yeah, this goes. Oh well. We think it went.
Yeah, he's not cued that nicely there, has he? Not as nice as he has been doing. Gavin, he's under a little bit of pressure from this mini comeback from Mikey.
So Mikey back at the table again.
Yeah, no one's taking a firm grip on this match at the moment. It's hard to say who's going to win it. I don't think he's ideal here. He hasn't got any angle to get back up the table. He's probably going to have to, I mean, if he can hit the side cushion, play a little bit of running side maybe, or...
He's looking at drawing back to the rail and playing the plant. And when he was looking there, he's trying to get right across. He didn't get there, did he?
No, he's not even close to getting there. I think the only option, the pot into the top left-hand corner. But what does he do after that? Can he get any angle to get over? And well, I think we're going to see a containing shot. Oh, that's loose. A very loose shot. Just no confidence with that shot, was there? Careless comes to mind. Gavin is back to the table now, and that's a better pot there.
Yeah, he smashed that in.
Yeah, I think he was a little bit frustrated with himself after missing the one previous to that. But yeah, that was a lot more authority.
Yeah, I think he just smashed that in. It was frustration, wasn't it?
Yeah, it seemed that way.
Punched it straight in, right, straight down the table. And Mikey had him under pressure there, didn't he? You could see the frustration.
Yeah, he certainly did.
It looks like he's going to go 4-2 up. Back in front in this match. So he already leads 3-2. This is for 4-2. That's a considerable lead in a race to 7. Black into the centre. And Mikey just struggling a bit, I think. Marc, do you? Just struggling.
Yeah, I mean, both players now have shown signs of just struggling a little bit, but Gavin got a bit more of the momentum back now. It's just whether he can continue that. I mean, it's a good crunching break. So, but got kicked off the cushion and in off on the bottom one.
Just lost it there.
Yeah, Mark, he should have done better with that shot there. It's really put Gavin under pressure. Yeah, they've both had chances in that frame. It's Gavin Robinson that's won it. And he's now 4-2 ahead. 3 frames away from getting to the last 16. Talking of last 16 places, I'll have a quick look at some of the latest scores. So, just wait for this to refresh on.
Frame 7. Robinson to break, leading 4 frames to 2. Time running.
So Dean Richardson, he's still battling away in the last 64. He's 6-3 down though against Daniel Wiley. So Daniel needs one more frame. There's no one else into the last 16 left since I last told you. A couple of latest scores. Morgan McInnes, Luke Sanchez, that's locked at 2 frames each. Darren Begley against Greg Davies, 5-0 now to Darren Begley. Dave Stratford, Cory Rees, Battle of the Welsh Boys, 3-2 to Cory. Craig Marsh, Wade Morley, that's locked at 5 frames each. That's been playing just less than 50 minutes. It's 5 frames each, phenomenal standard. Marc Boyle against Linz Davis. Linz Davis, another quality new amateur player this year. Marc Boyle was 4-3 up in that match. Mark Farnsworth against Scott Anderson. Farnsworth is 5-3 up. And so there is still a chance of the Dunster Farnsworth final again, because Liam Dunster, he's currently playing his last 16 match now against Andrew Whitfield, and he's 1-0 ahead. Another last 16 match currently being played. Ben Davis against Gary Southern. That's locked at 1 frame apiece.
So it's Gavin who had the break, made a ball, and he's elected to take yellows.
Oh, he's just got a little flick there. That made a bit of a difference.
Yeah, he's just run out of shape there. Only really one ball it can go at here. He's cutting it back into the corner. He'll be happy with that. Just an extra roll there. Could have done with a couple of inches off the bottom cushion, to be honest, but this ball does still cut back.
Trying to play a containing shot.
Has he left a cut here? I know it's an extreme cut, but...
Oh, you feel like Michael might have to go for that. He hasn't got any other options. The cue ball be tracking up table. You feel like if he doesn't pot it, Gavin is going to have a good chance of clearing it up.
Playing safe.
Oh, right, okay. Nothing wrong with that. But has Gav got a double on here? Does he feel like that's the shot to play? Can he get through to anything at the top off the table, to a pot or anything?
Is he taking the double on? No.
Containing, but look at this yellow. Where's it gone? It's not putting Mikey under any pressure, is it? This is pretty much like a free shot at it. Played it well. Oh. It's a touch harder. That's dropping.
From the overhead, it looks like he's got to drop, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It's near enough in the pocket, that is. Oof. Oh.
So we know he can see the 2 balls that are touching. What's he going to do with them? There's your answer.
He's got to get this white ball safe. He needs to keep travelling.
Well, it could have been worse, it's got to be said.
Yeah, but Mikey is in control of this frame. He can just keep piling on the pressure. For me, you've got to get the white ball on the bottom cushion. Gav can now, get a really good cue action on it and do what he wants with it. You can see full ball. You can see 2 yellow balls. Seems to be swerving this a bit. He is swerving it a bit, but look how well he's played this shot.
Look at that cue ball.
I mean, Mikey Tomlinson, he's got all he's got. Deserved to get there. He should have put that white ball tightly onto that bottom cushion. Elected not to. Nice little dink that was.
So it's a tactical frame we've got here. And he's running out of time.
Yeah, he's used his extension. That's made him rush that shot. I mean, he's still in control of this, Gavin is, but we know these blackball rules. One, a good shot and dislodge that out the corner. I think he's going to have a shot after this one in the middle. He's going to leave himself an angle.
He was looking to leave that on the bottom rail, wasn't he? But he was out of time.
Has he got an angle now? Punching this in, getting across to the other corner. He has done. He's trying, but he's not come out. Yeah, the cannon that he just thinly clipped, that stopped it from clearing that corner. I don't think you can clear the corner at this sort of opportunity. I don't think that red goes behind that yellow. Or does it? Yes, it does go behind that yellow.
But he's behind the yellow, that's the problem now.
Yeah. I mean, if Gav does decide to go for this yellow...
He's snookered anyway, I think.
Yeah, he will. I mean, the red will definitely pop if he does go for the pop, but there's just no value in it. But whatever options does he have? How does he play a containing shot here? And he's under shot clock pressure again. He's used his extension. Good cue ball. Good cue ball. What a shot that is.
Yeah, that's a good shot. So, he's coming off the side rail. Kicks it in. Just needs a nudge.
Oh, what's he left here? Left it horrible.
So it's another safety.
Yeah, on and off the cushion, try and rest behind the reds. That's not really resting behind any red. I don't think he's left a pot on. I mean, I said that last time, and the pot went.
Certainly, I've got an opportunity to play a double if he feels it's the right shot. Been a funny frame, this one.
It really has. I know one thing, it's an important frame, this is. Both players. He has gone for the double and he's potted it cleanly. But there's not much value in that, was there? But I think he was forced into that.
I mean, he can obviously cut the yellow back into the bottom corner, bottom right, as we look at the screen. But what's he do for him to get onto the last ball? That's the problem.
Positions out of his hands, but then beeps. He has gone for that, Andy. What a shot that is. Is he on the yellow? Does it go past the red? Oh, yeah, I don't. Well, from that camera angle, I'm going to say no. What does he do now, Andy? I mean, you've called them all so far. I think you know exactly the way that Gav's thinking at the moment. Is there a cocked hat on? Some sort of cocked hat? No, it's a containing
sit behind the red. He tried to sit behind the red.
Has he done it? Has he done it enough? If he hasn't, this should be the end of the frame.
Well, evidently he could get through. Yeah, he just tried to sit behind the red, didn't he? Would have been a clever shot, that. Would have put him in trouble.
Yeah, elected the containing shot instead of being all-out attack. But either way, it's going to be the same result. Marc Tomlinson.
With a frame he desperately needed. Desperately needed.
Such an important frame, this, because if Gav would have got it, he could have opened up a 3-frame lead. Instead, we are back to only 1 frame difference. Gav Robinson 4-3 ahead, and it's Mikey to break next. Out of the 2 pictures there, he looks the more comfortable.
Well, I think Mikey's probably happier with the score than Gavin is, even though he's losing. I think 4-3. You feel that Gavin's maybe put a little bit more work in up to this point. He could easily have been in front by a higher margin, I would have said. So I think Michael's got to think, look, I'm still in this match. 4-3 behind, good break. If I can run this. What do you think, Marc?
Yeah, I think, you know, Gavin will be a little bit more disappointed out the 2 players, definitely.
Yeah.
Because he should be a little bit further ahead.
That's my thoughts.
And one thing for Marc, if Marky gets a ball here, Gavin's going to have a bit more to think about. Struck it well. Has he got a ball, though? Don't look like anything's tracking towards a pocket.
And that was his best break yet, wasn't it?
It was up there. There was no doubt about that. He struck him okay. But nothing got near a pocket. But these are untidy. This is not a chance you'd want.
Well, neither colour set look very inviting at this stage, do they?
No, they don't. Well, we said that about the amateur final, Liam Roberts. And he conjured something up, didn't he?
Magical finish that was.
Well, it really was. And to be honest, I think it was tougher than this layout here.
So he's looking for an angle here. Has he got the angle, Marc? Has he got the angle? No, doesn't look like. So, elected to play off the red. Freed the ball up. That's all he was after. Freeing that bad ball.
Again, they just come out with these shots, don't they? And just shows their thinking so clearly.
Didn't want to be on the bottom rail. Didn't want to be on the bottom rail.
He's done that a few times in this match. Just overrun it. He just can't get the speed of this table.
He's usually managed to pull something out of the hat, though, hasn't he, when he's got in trouble?
Yep, he has.
And once again.
He's pulling all the stops out. Ugh. I'm sure we're going to see a bit of emotion in a minute, because things are not getting any easier for Gavin Robinson. But has he got a shot at this? If he elevates his cue up and you see that he struts around the table. Here he goes. I think this goes. It does go. But is he on anything? Nothing easy anyway. I mean, is this a natural angle to clip this in and come off 2 cushions and direct in to get a cannon? That'll be some clearance though, this, won't it? I don't think it's on. I don't think it's on. But he's going to have to do something magical again. That clock ticking down. 2, 1. Yeah, he had to play his shot. Now, Surely Mikey Tomlinson's favourite for this frame now. I mean, Gav's done all he could there. He's developed his yellow, so both his yellows are now in potable positions. Very close to missing that red then. Very close indeed.
Yeah, in a very strong position here is Michael. That was a good hit.
Quickly tell you about latest score. Let's go to that last 64 match for the final one. Dean Richardson, who was in the final of the amateur, on their first stream match of today. He lost that match to Daniel Wiley, 7 frames to 4. So he's got a few more ranking points. We're getting to the last 64. So disappointing last couple of matches. That surely he's got to hide the cue ball this time. That red going near that yellow, that's going to help his cause for that, and it has.
So we've had a couple of very defensive frames. Not intentionally, just the way the ball's run.
Top table.
There's this yellow ball going. Surely he's going to card the cue ball again. He needs to. Coming off the top cushion, nothing wrong with this. Just needs to make sure he gets the pace right. Remember, after the object ball struck, it's got a bit of cushion. Only just hit the thin side of it. Sure, his hot was in his mouth then. I think one cushion escaped, but he's got to play it with a little bit of tracer side. 2 cushions, but missed it.
One free shot.
Didn't get enough side on it for me. I think he was playing the 1 cushion escape. Might be wrong.
So, ball in hand.
I'm running.
I think we'll see a developing shot and probably another safe straight after.
Unless they all come out. That's it, but I don't think he's playing the on them all coming out. Yeah, you've sort of called that one, Andy. I mean, thought there might have been a bit more authority in it to really split them open, but you know, this is a crucial stage of this match possibly, and that's what's going through his mind now. Because if he gets back to level, you've got to say it's probably an unsuspected scoreline, because Gavin Robinson has had chances in every one of these frames, and now he's under pressure. He's under even more pressure now. It's going to be another 1 free shot, 1 visit.
Marc, he got options here. He could pick the ball up again if he chose to.
I like this option though. Keeps that yellow safe-ish, but what's he done with the black? That's careless. He can't be going all out for these now. Gonna have to guard the cue ball again, but you know, these yellows are in the open now, so they are easy to hit. That's a better shot from Mikey. He's now developed the top 2 reds in the top half of the table. Gav's definitely hit this. As he potted it, no, just missed it. Probably the pace kept that out.
So, Mikey, what do you do with the 2 reds that are stuck together?
Oh, the ones that he's closest to, they're a problem. Huge problem. I don't think that shot was even on. I mean, if he's touching ball here, that's a bonus. I don't think he is, but if he is, that'll give him a chance at hiding the cue ball.
Touching ball, mate. Check.
Oh, he has asked for touching ball.
Touching ball. Time running.
Yeah, he's got lucky here. This is just a natural angle now to hide the cue ball, but he's under it this by a foot, has he? Is he going to travel? He's going to travel. I didn't think that was going to make it there. I really didn't.
Well, it just got there. I bet his heart was in his mouth there.
Yeah. Oh, one cushion escape again for Gav.
And this is one of the longest games I think we've commentated on this weekend.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's definitely been one of the longest frames. So, one cushion escape, played it with side. You feel like if he hits it, he must pot it, but wow, incredibly, it hasn't potted. But there's still pressure on Marc here. 'Cause them two reds are horrible that are together.
Yeah, and he's forced to take this ball out. Well, is that a plant?
Well, if it is, that's a bonus. That is a Brucey bonus. It's another total snooker. But all Gavin's got to do is hit this.
And he keeps hitting them, doesn't he?
He does keep hitting them. He seems to have found what he needs to do. Surely this is going to pot now. It has potted. Does this yellow pot anywhere? Does it go into the top right? You feel like he's going to take this on because them are two reds. I mean, can he avoid them two reds if he does pot it? Or does he just keep the pressure on? But I feel like you're not going to get many more chances in this frame, are you?
No, but if you can set the cue ball low.
This is close. Oh. Good cue ball.
And look at the cue ball.
Cue ball, very, very good indeed. He's still a bit of a favourite in this one, isn't he, Gavin? Clever shot. But what do you do next, Michael Tomlinson? He'd have loved that to have stayed over the pocket. It would have been a proper favourite now, but now
So he's
got to get the cue ball safe. But you know, if he goes over near the yellow, you feel like Gavin, he'll be holding a bit of the advantage then.
What's he doing with this?
Just needs to tie the black up, if anything. Has he tied the black up? Or has he opened it up? Has he opened this up for a double?
It definitely doubles. He's just looking, does he play a straight double? Does he look at a cross double to take the cue ball down table in case things don't work out? So
we're going to be finding out.
if it's a natural double, he'll be firing. If not, if he punches it, you can shorten the angle, and he's just punched it a little there, but just missed it.
And that was mighty close. Great effort.
If he'd have struck it a little harder, just shortened up a touch, it'd have been in.
But Michael, he's in heaps of trouble here. He's going to have to produce some great shots. Can he get this red anywhere to block the black out? I'm not sure about that one, Andy. He just got down and hit it. A strange ending to a very, very long frame there. But 5-3 now to Gavin Robinson.
5-3. Mike had a chance there, didn't he? He was favourite for quite a while in that frame.
Yeah, and Gav just turned it around just like that. Them two reds there that are stuck together. Marky just never tried to open them up or get them out. And I think that's what probably lost in the frame. Not trying to create them two reds. So Scott Anderson against Marc Farnsworth. This is the latest score. It was 6 frames each, and Marc Farnsworth was 6-3 up in that. So Scott Anderson came back But I can just see Marc Farnsworth has won that deciding frame. He's won 7 frames to 6. It's not confirmed yet, but there's 7-6 on the tablet that I can see. So I'm assuming he's definitely won it. Cory Rees, he's into the last 16, as is Craig Marsh. He's made it through with a 7-5 win. Another latest score, Morgan McInnes against Luke Sanchez. Morgan's now 4-3 ahead there. Great amateur player Morgan is.
So once again, dry break. Michael at the table. Well, we don't need to say, do we? He needs this one.
Yeah, he cannot afford. I mean, we've seen a lot of errors in this match. I mean, that's a great developing shot there. Left himself this red into the corner, but it is a little bit awkward. Oh, he didn't want that flick on that yellow. That's horrible. Should have been nowhere near that.
It was an awkward shot, wasn't it? But yeah, he didn't want to be there, obviously.
I suppose the awkward queuing that he had to deal with, that was the problem. Bit of a kick there.
And he's played a double.
Creative double.
Plant double. To save the day.
Great shot. So, his final 2 reds. He's just got to punch these in. Where's the cue ball again?
He didn't get hold of it, did he?
No, I mean, it was awkward queuing again, I think, and that was his issue.
I was about to say, these shots are bread and butter for Michael. I really was. He just never got hold of it.
Never got into it at all. So what's he going to create now? He's been creative so far. But you feel he's got to pot this red. Has to pot this. Oh. And it's not like didn't try. He certainly did. He's put Gav under a bit of pressure here. You know, that red is in a potable position. So Gav's got to be careful now with his shot selection.
Michael can't believe it. Shaking his head. Frustrated. Happens to us all.
Extension.
Just struggling out there. Never got flowing, has he?
No, he hasn't.
So, he's straight on this yellow. That's all he could do. Asking for the cue ball to be cleaned. Must have felt he'd either spotted something or got a bad contact.
So Marc Farnsworth did win that match against Scott Anderson. He's now been rewarded with a match against Mark Boyle. What a last 16 match that's going to be. And that is going to be the match after Clint Ianson and Craig Brown. That's going to be some match to look forward to.
So, he's missed the long yellow.
He's got a second prize though.
Yeah, consolation is that he's tied the black up. So, how do you fancy this? Bacon slicer, hamper bridging.
They don't go together.
Not really. Well, let's have a see what he's doing.
Yeah, gone for the pot. I think he's relying on a little bit of luck. Oh, what can he conjure up here? Do you see any type of
Do you back
shot?
heel it? Off
I
the
think
rail,
that's
kicking.
That's all he's got.
Back heel it. He can't punch it onto a rail to make a cocked out or anything like that, can he? He can't double it.
Here he is.
Back heeling it. Just pocket speed, not too hard, not too hard,
Great
and
shot.
it's there.
What a shot that is from Mikey. You felt like he absolutely needed that frame, and he's got it. He's within one again. 5 frames to 4.
Well, within one, And if he missed, his opponent would have been on the hill.
Gavin can't believe that, what he's seeing.
And that can have a big effect on your opponent.
I mean, I did say, you know, by Mikey leaving that ball over that pocket, Gavin had to be careful where he left the cue ball, because that was always potable. And you just never know at this game, I mean. And these players are so creative. Oh, that pot there, it was a bit of a wide, wasn't it?
This was the shot. Didn't have any choice. He played the right pace, gave it every chance.
Yes, he did.
And with the way he struggled, Michael's got to be feeling good here. Just the one frame behind.
Tomlinson the break.
Coming to the table with the break.
Arm running.
Oh, boy, he struck them like a dream, but he's hit him so hard, the ball bounced out the pocket. He's just smiling to himself.
I mean, he deserved a ball there, didn't he? He really did.
Yes, he did. But he hasn't got one. And that momentum that he's had from winning that last frame, it's just gone just like that. Just lost the cue ball a bit there. Going to get to the one down the cushion. Not sure. Not sure if he's just slightly jawed. He could be.
I mean, if he wanted to, it's not an easy shot, but he could bridge over, take the red into the corner, and he could draw across onto the black. Just nudge the black out.
Extension.
I'm sure he'll have seen it. Bound to be on something if he does, you feel. But it's not the easiest of shots, is it?
No, it's not. Especially with the way that he lost that last frame. That'll be going through his mind. Because he probably should be home and dry now in this match.
Yeah.
He's had plenty of chances.
Well, he's taking it on. Yeah.
Good solid pot that, but look where the cue ball's gone. It's not bad.
He's okay, I
A
think.
little bit hampered.
Yeah, it was the right shot, that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But he was under pressure.
Yeah, it was.
So, right into the middle. And then which way does he go with the last two? Red passes to the middle at the bottom of the screen. But if he does choose to do that, he needs to make sure he gets the right angle on his last red to drop down for the black. And that's what he's done. He can either run through or he can just stun back. It's up to him. He chose to stun back. And this is to put him on the hill. On the hill.
Frank Gavin Robertson.
6-4. So, Michael, last chance saloon. Just got to hope he gets some chances. He's had chances, hasn't he? It's fair to say.
Oh yeah, definitely. No doubt about that one.
So, Gavin to break, potentially for the match.
Time running.
Is he going to make a ball from the break?
He has made a ball off the break.
He's made several balls from the break. But he was nearly enough there, wasn't he?
It was tracking towards that corner, but he has put 3 balls, and that is going to be. That should be at. It should be over now.
Yeah,
He's
almost enough there. Would have been potential disaster, but as it is, lovely table this, isn't it, on reds?
Yeah, and he's been potting well enough. He's just been losing his cue ball a little bit.
Yeah, I don't see him making a mistake from here, but we've said that before, haven't we?
Yeah, we certainly have. Oh, that's a little bit tentative.
Yeah, my fault.
The
Commentator's curse again.
It certainly was. That's a little bit on the careless side again from Gav.
Yeah, do you think it's adrenaline?
I think he's possibly just seeing a winning line.
Yeah.
And it's not been the most fluent of matches, and some of that time that's tough as a player. But he's played a nice little drawback shot there. He's not quite in the perfect position. He's got to get in position soon.
We think he's okay. He could just drop this, can he? No, he's had to punch it.
Yeah, and that's fine as long as it.
Doesn't want to be twixt and between, does he? That's the thing.
He is in the between a little bit. He's going to have a little bit of work to do with the cue ball. And is that yellow in a way? I think he has to take the one in the top first, does he? But can he glance past the red? No.
Going middle.
Yeah. Is that yellow in the way? Or any of the yellows try to hold it?
Well,
opted for a longish range red. He's good enough to get these now.
Yeah, backed himself to take on this difficult ball for the match. And it's there. So, there you go. Black ball for the 7-4 victory. And I think you have to say that Gavin was a stronger player in that match. Michael struggled. A lot of dry breaks. And a few scrappy frames. I think he'll be very happy with that result. It's looking like it could have gone level at one point. But yeah, it's been noticeable. People have been breaking really well this weekend, but we've had a lot of dry breaks. Not the fault of the players. If you hit them well, what can you do? And I think Michael's saying that now to his opponent. He's saying to Gavin, I'm fed up of breaking, not getting a ball down. And it is frustrating as a player. It really is. So shortly, Gavin Robinson will be speaking to Kevin Barton. Analysing the game, as we all do. But Michael will be back. He's too good a player not to be. So, Gavin heading over to speak to Kevin. Be with you shortly. See Kevin in the background there, just heading back. Great view there of the arena, the Players' Arena. Fantastic setup here. The Isle of Man, what a great venue. And here we are. We're going to hand you over now to Kevin Barton, who's with Gavin, the victor in this match.
Thanks, Andy. And wow, you've got to say that match had pretty much everything. And have you been in a match like that before, Gavin? Had absolutely everything, didn't it?
It did, yeah. I started really, really well, and I felt really good. And obviously, the table's playing lovely. Don't get me wrong. But when you go from the outer one without the lights and stuff on, you're getting a lot more reaction and slide as well. And I've played that shot. I'm 3-0 up. I haven't really had to do much with the white to to know I'm just trying to keep it simple. And when I've ended up in the wrong side of the yellow at the top for 4-0, I just felt as if I was clutching at straws, you know. But I think that frame where was I 4-3 up, I managed to break down with 2 balls on. To be fair, I've played a really good frame from there. I think I've kept hitting my ball and not potting it, the one in the jaws. Give myself a chance at the double. The reason I've missed the doubles because I'm trying to not bring his red out, which is obviously I'm trying to get the white past his red. So when I've left him on the red on the side rail, I thought he was actually going to play the double. He's tried to snookers and left us a roll in black, but by that point I think I'd got out of about 12 snookers in a row, I think.
Yeah, like you said, you started out that match off pretty well, and you looked like you was probably going to steamroll him in the end. And I think I was saying in the comms to Andy Richardson about you've had plenty of chances to win this match quite easily, and it was just down to a little bit of momentum where you've gone out of position, and it was hard for you to recover from that.
Yeah,
you just couldn't get any momentum back.
To be fair, I think he could have been quite well up in the match as well, because he's missed a chance in the first frame, and left me a counter clearance, and then I think second frame I've break-dished, or when dry he's went for a finish or whatever. But I think 7-4 either way. Well, that one with the black one, he's went over the table and potted the black in the other corner. I actually knew I wasn't going to get the snooker, so that's why I've potted the ball first along the rail, and I just was concentrating on getting the black rather than potting the ball. And to be fair, when he's cut the red in, he's landed in the only place on the table after hitting 2 or 3 yellows that he can play the black off the back rail. And I knew straight away, I was shaking my head, if you noticed, before he played the shot, because I know he's plumb on it. Don't get me wrong, he still had to make it, but I was like, anywhere else he hasn't got a shot like.
No, he didn't though. I mean, there was one thing that I did say about that particular frame, that Gavin needs to be careful here, because where Andy's left, where Michael's left that actual red, he's left it in such a great potable position where he could get the black out.
Yeah.
And but like you say, he's potted the red, got a nice flick, and landed completely right in the right place behind it. And all we could see was the emotion from you. You were just nodding your head in the chair, which we've seen quite a bit today from yourself.
When the white stopped there, how Pearl's going for me at the minute? I knew that black was going in. I absolutely know it's going in. I would have I'd have had 500 on that black. I knew before I played it was in.
Well, you're into the next round, Gavin, and well played. I think you'll be pleased to get that one over with, and hopefully we'll see you again on this TV table at some point. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Well, Gavin Robinson, the Rocket, it wasn't his finest performance, but he seems to be in good spirits there, doesn't he, Kevin?
He does, yeah. And any player that's relaxed, if they can play in that arena, I think the famous phrase from Jimmy White, play like it means nothing when it means everything. If you can bring that kind of attitude onto that arena, anything is possible.
Yeah, and Michael, that's a bit of a credit towards him there, because he should have been out of that match very early doors, and he wasn't. He was just always one frame behind, and just knocking at the heels of Gavin, and in the end Gavin did get away from him, but a credit to Michael as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We know how good Michael is, and I don't think we've seen the best of Michael this year. I think next year, I always think the second year, as he starts to feel more comfortable in the professional ranks, I think we're going to see a lot more from Michael Tomlinson next year. Yeah,
because he's played quite a lot of times on this TV arena. I think he has a bit in his own standard. He's probably been a little bit of an underperformer, and he'll build on this, and he seems to be getting stronger and stronger. So it'll be very interesting to see what he does in the coming year.
Absolutely, he's highly talented. We've seen him. We know what he's capable of, and if he can just adapt his game and get used to the conditions and start to deliver how he can play, he can go deep in tournaments. He's got all the talent in the world.
Absolutely, and there's some great matches now. All seem to be piling up behind us now, aren't they? It's all shaping up very nicely. And this next matchup, Craig Brown against Clint Ianson. Just tell us a little bit about these two.
Well, Craig Brown, first of all, from the Northeast, World Championship semi-finalist. That literally came out of nowhere, that performance. But again, one of these talented players that finally delivered and showed what they can do. We saw him on the stream table, I think it was yesterday as well. And, he's another player. He's got all the talent. They just need to have that self-belief to take themselves to the next level. Can he do that today? Absolutely. Clint, well, one of the best players in the world. You know, we're talking cream of the crop here, and we've seen over the last sort of 12 months a resurgence, I think, for Clint Ianson, getting back to that sort of form that we know he can deliver, winning titles, taking home silverware. So I think this has got all the makings of a real classic.
Well, you set me up pretty well there, Kevin, and it probably is going to be a classic. Let's get over to the commentary box now with Andy Richardson.
Thank you, Marc. So, third matchup. Craig Brown, Clint Ianson. Another fantastic match in prospect, this. So, Craig to break. And he's breaking from the side, so it's cut break. And with the ball down, so what's he got? What can he see? I'm joined once again in commentary by Marc. Just rushed back from the studio.
Yep, I'm back again. A little bit out of breath that time, but just looking at the plan of this afternoon's action, and we've got it right, pretty much sewn up now. We're definitely possibly, well, we have got the Marc Boyle, Marc Farnsworth match, last 16, crunching tie, that's coming up after this one. And then following that, we're pretty sure it should be the ladies' final. They're still battling away in the semi-finals. I'll let you know well, the latest scores in that are very soon. But this match, I mean, both of these players, I know Kevin had his own opinions there. They've probably recently, probably Craig Brown, he's been underperforming since that World Championship semi-final appearance this year. And he hasn't done anything since then. And Clint, he has won a title this year, but the last two tours has been very quiet. So there is a bit of pressure on both these players because they've obviously got a lot to prove, haven't they?
So, landed a little high on that red, but no problem. He's made it. And he'd love to make this first frame is so important, as we keep saying, to try and get the first frame, or any frame, your first frame on the board.
Yeah, look, this is the Clint break, was it? Is that right?
No, this was Craig broke, made a ball.
Yeah.
I know usually people aren't making balls that often, but he did.
That's why I said it.
No, break, he made a ball, elected to play reds.
I didn't see the result of the lad because I was interviewing Gavin at the time. But yeah, what a start this will be. He's really setting it out then.
And he's not hanging about either.
No, he's one player that picks up the pace. He likes to play with a bit of confidence. Seems to suit his style, definitely. He looks a better player when he's like that as well. Downtown Craig Brown. Cue ball's got away from him a bit here. That has definitely gone downtown. It's gone uptown. He's okay. At least the cue ball's off the cushion. Shouldn't be a problem. But it is the first frame. It's no problem for Craig Brown at all. That is in the centre of the pocket. Great start there for Craig.
Yeah, great start. Broke, made a ball. That's all you can ask for. And it wasn't an easy layout, that. Had to go about his work.
Yeah, there's the fans' favourite, Clint Ianson. He's just had to admire Craig in that first frame. I'm sure he's done it many a times to players in the first frame. Broken cleared himself. You sometimes have to take some of your own medicine, don't you? What goes around comes around. Well, 1-0, Craig Brown. Is that going to be the standard of this match? I mean, we saw a few scrappy frames, but that was down to some of the layouts of the table. To be fair to the players, I know some of the positional play that didn't help sometimes, but the layouts were tough. Cut break from Clint. We always talk about the break that Clint does because he sometimes changes it halfway through the match. And Clint has a break cue, but he doesn't use the break cue for a cut break. But when he has a head-on break, he uses a break cue. There we go. So, for the first time, the poll got it wrong in the last match, didn't they? 54% went for Michael. I mean, it was a close match. It really wasn't. It probably should have been close. It also could have been one of them matches where Gav could have won it 7-2, 7-1, etc. They had chances. Clint Ianson, he's made a ball. No matter how he's broken, there is a ball down. And there's another one that's fired in. Sure what he's tried to do there. Has he tried to bounce off the cushion to take the yellow he was closest to into the same pocket? He's just potted that one in. I'm not sure.
He may well have done, but I'm sure he knew that he had this into the middle if he didn't get on it.
Yeah, trying to develop that yellow. So I don't think it went in that centre pocket. I mean, cannon into it's not a problem. But if it goes in this centre, can he then develop the yellow that's just below the black spot?
I mean, can he get on that ball now? Does it pass into this corner? Yeah, I think it does.
Oh, it does pass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't wrong with that one. So the only problem he's got now is if he does take this ball last in the top left-hand corner, it's going to be it's like a terrific positional shot. You feel like he's got to get on it now. Got to try and avoid a cannon on the red. He has avoided the cannon on the red, but has he overdone it a little bit? So I feel like he was just trying to roll that through, or stun roll it through for the one in the top left. Is he on it? Or has he got to take this in the top left first? I mean, if he has, I mean, he's going to come up against the position on the black. This isn't easy. It's not easy at all. I mean, the pot's easy. This pot, you know, you expect him to get. How does he get on the black?
Yeah, that was the problem. You spotted it.
Because you know, when he hits this at pace, sometimes it rolls and it stuns off it, doesn't it? And it can die a little bit. That's what he's tried to do.
Yeah, just tried to
get a better top on it and let it spin back, but it never really reacted. And on these new cloths, they sometimes do slide a little bit more. Not too grippy. So what does he do here? He's not wasting no time anyway. I think he's cutting it. Good effort.
Yeah, very good effort, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But that was a thin one, wasn't it?
Yeah, incredibly difficult. I mean, he did leave himself a shot at it, so he did all he could. But Craig Brown, he's got an unexpected chance here to extend his lead to 2 frames to 0. I've got to say, these reds are easy, and with that black hanging over the pocket, these should be done. Should be 2-0.
Yeah, no problems with this layout. Black over the hole, so he's not looking for any difficult route to get from his last ball. He doesn't want to be under the rail, does he?
No, he doesn't.
Again, shouldn't cause any problems, but you don't want to be under the rail. Perfect position. 3 easy reds, and it is looking like 2-0. He'll be delighted. Well, Craig.
Quick fire Clearance here from Craig Brown. This black for 2-0 and punched in with authority as well.
Yeah. And this is a quick match, is this one?
So just while you watch the summary, I'll quickly go through some latest scores. Just in the last 32, Morgan McInnes. That game's still going off against Luke Sanches. It's currently 6 frames to 5. Morgan 1 frame away, knocking out the number 10 seed. Dan Davies started his match now against Daniel Wiley. Remember that started a little bit later. We're waiting for Dean Richardson. That's currently 2-0 to Dan Davey. Remember Marc Boyle against Marc Farnsworth. That's a repeat of yesterday's semi-final. That's up next. Darren Begley 0. Cory Rees 3. That's in the last 16 match. Another last 16 match going off. Ben Davis 6. Gary Southern 4. Andrew Whitfield 5. Liam Dunster 3. Is that going to be an upset there? Andrew Whitfield, an amateur player. I think he's ranked about 20 or something in the amateur ranks. Andrew, but he is a good player. He's been on the tour a couple of years now, so he's a bit more established. Gavin Robinson, who's won that last match against Michael Tomlinson, he's been rewarded with a match against Gareth Hibbot. That's going to get started very, very soon. Ross Fernie and Craig Marsh and Dean Shields, they're all waiting opponents. They're safely into the last 16. I'll keep you right up to date there. And I'll, after we just talk about how this frame's going to go, I'll give you some latest scores of the ladies' semi-finals. That'll be up next. Back to this match then, Andy.
So, yeah, dry break.
Like you said, it has been the story of this table, and it's no surprise seeing them and now and again.
Extension call.
So, taking reds. You can see what he's looking at here. The red that's blocked to the right middle. You can move that yellow with another red if he needs to. So he's just clearing the couple of balls that block the black.
Yeah, a bit of a tricky finish, this one. I think.
Yeah, he's not where he wants to be, I don't think, there. I mean, it depends which way he wants to go. He's going behind the black here.
Oh, he's fortunate that he hasn't. He has left himself still a pot on, but the cue ball is going to be wild. You feel like he's got to get on the red on the far cushion to play the big pocket to remove that yellow out of the way of the red. That's, you know, that's not potable. this shot clock pressure as well.
He could do with running into a yellow here, but he's missed it.
Hit it miles too thick. Miles too thick. What's he left Clint here? Has he left him anything? I suppose Clint might be happy he's back to the table, but has he left him anything? I mean, his body language says it's okay, but is he swerving it a bit? Maybe. Yeah, it's fine. It was fine. Nice and steady. I mean, I don't think he has to cannon the to make that yellow a bit more potable. I don't think he's got too much room for it. I mean, he could put it now, but I don't think it'd do him any favours. So he just needs to wait a bit more time on it. Just makes you wonder how much of a potting anger he's got on that yellow that's close to that red in the middle.
Yeah, is he looking at it as last ball?
Yep, it's more than possible. Yeah, like you said, Andy, he's probably going to clean these up down at the bottom half of the table. And he's going to glance up. I mean, if he can, I suppose last ball is probably the best option, really.
I think it is. If it drops, it's last ball for me. Because he can't play any position on anything with it, really, anyway, can he?
No. So I'm going to draw this back, probably up to about the blue spot.
Yeah.
He's on the blue spot. He has got a choice of yellows now. And I feel like if he's nicely on this, I know he's going to cannon into the red, but I feel like he takes it now.
Yeah, either way around.
Yeah. Oh, there was plenty of room. Yeah. Plenty of room. Again, we're looking for problems. So this is going to be his first frame on the board. He'll feel a bit better after that. His break's definitely not working for him. There you see it. 2 frames to 1. So, as I said, there's going to be some latest scores for me now for the ladies. So Harriet Haynes, she is got the first ladies player into the final. Remember, she's won 3 tour events this season so far. She beat Danielle Randall 6 frames to 5. Danielle yet to win an IPA tour. She's been so close. Well, unfortunately, it's not going to be again. And Rachel Tucker, she's playing some brilliant stuff today. She's leading Amy Beauchamp 2 frames to 0. So who is going to be playing Harriet Haynes? That final, we think, it's not for definite yet, will be coming up after the next match, which will be Marc Boyle against Marc Farnsworth. What a cracker that's going to be. Right, talking about breaks, it's just dry again. This table's playing so mean today.
Yeah, hit them well again.
What have you said to the table, Andy? It's playing horrible.
It's my fault.
No, it needs to brighten up because we've got finals to be played on here. We've already had 1 final today. We had 1 last night. There's still 2 more to be coming to your screens. Who's going to be picking up the final 2 trophies of the grand final weekend here in the Isle of Man?
So he's just looking here to see whether he can play yellow onto yellow at some point.
That was tight though, doesn't it?
It does, but if he can, that's what he's looking at, look.
Yes, look, he's playing straight onto it. Looks mighty tight.
He's right behind it though, isn't
he? He is. And this is, I mean, I like his approach here. Very attacking this is. And this is sending a message out to your opponent if he gets these.
Nice kiss as well. Very nice kiss.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, probably deserve that. You know, sometimes when you are attacking, sometimes you go against you, but yeah, you do deserve a little bit of a run. So needs to be a bit careful this one, just a bit close to his work, but a lovely little touch there. I can tell you, Luke Sanchez, the number 10 seed, he's out of this open event now. He lost to Morgan McInnes, the amateur player, 7 frames to 5. That's a great result there for Morgan. He's now been rewarded against his fellow Scot, Ross Fernie. And he's straight back on. That's going to be another great match there. Dan Davey, our very own commentator, he's 4-0 ahead now against Daniel Wiley. He's wasting no time. So Daniel Wiley against Dan Davey and Craig Brown against Clint Ianson is the match on here. They're the final 2 games of the last 32 to complete the last 16. Andrew Whitfield, 1 frame away from knocking out the number 1 professional player. 6 frames to 4 ahead now against Liam Dunster. Ben Davis, he's 1 frame away from getting into the quarter-final. 6-5 up against Gary Southern, playing another amateur player. These amateur players, they just do so well in this open event. They really do. They cause some upsets. They have done pretty much all season, and they're continuing to do so.
So we have a rerun of this finish. Played the plant. In control all the way through there. He's looking good.
Yeah, and these dry breaks that Clint's having, I mean, Craig Brown, he's just mopping them up straight after. You know, it's reverse clearance. It's as good as a breaking clearance. It's going to be Craig to break next. I think sooner or later we're probably going to see Clint change his break up. That break cue could be coming out very soon. Ben Davis, he's got the frame he's needed. He's the first man into the quarter-finals. He'll play the winner of the Liam Dunster Andrew Whitfield match. I'll keep you right up to date with that match. Remember, Andrew Whitfield 1 frame away. That's a better break there from Craig. Really crunched him. But they fell a little bit awkward. I mean, they've both got a couple of clusters either colour set, haven't they? There's a couple of clusters on the table.
Reds look good for me. You could just see him there looking at the 2 reds to the left of the screen. The top one of the 2 appears to go in this corner, bottom left. If he does choose to take them, I think he'll be going to get on that ball early. But there are yellows. They're both good, these colour sets.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to develop whichever colour set he goes to. I mean, they're both as easy as each other, but feels that he can develop this one straight away on yellows. He's having to make a bit more decision a bit quickly now. That's okay. He's nudged the black a little bit further up the cushion. If he can get behind that black, he does go, but I feel like he might come round to develop it again. He's looking there to get right behind it, but there's no balls in the top half of the table. Not at the moment. And the yellow is closest to now. I mean, that's not a straightforward one.
That was the only issue, wasn't it, going into the yellows? You don't really know where they're going to land.
They've landed a little bit awkward. I mean, he's going to have to make sure he gets this route spot on. I feel like he's got to go for the one in the right centre next. And that's only down to, I mean, it's got its own dangers. You feel like he's got to get that ball out. There's nothing wrong going this way, but got to take these out in the right order, otherwise you won't have any chance of getting on that black. It's imperative he leaves the correct angles. And has he got the right angle on the yellow to the centre now?
Does he leave this long into the corner? Yeah, he needs an angle.
All about pace.
Doesn't want to be straight. And you heard him there.
Yeah.
The
Big
sigh. Yeah,
It's,
we know it well.
Yes, we do. We've done it so many times over the years.
Yeah, that's where he wanted to be. And if he'd have had a little angle, he could have got there. Now maybe he has one. No.
Well, he's played that okay. It's not a bad little cannon, providing he can get through to this yellow, but that top left-hand corner, it don't look like he's got all the pocket if it does go. He's
At the
not
very least, he's got a cut.
Yeah, he's not wasting any time though, is he? He's down his shot, look.
Well, it must go.
It has gone.
Great shot.
Brilliant shot. Nice little cannon that was. And wow, the momentum is definitely with Craig Brown. That dry break from Clint and the break and clearance has kept Clint sat in his seat near enough for 2 frames. 4-1 now for Craig Brown.
Yeah, he dug deep there. Landed straight on the second to last ball. But didn't drop his head, did he?
No, he didn't.
There we see. Broke from the side.
Crunching break.
Lovely break. Could have gone reds. Chose to go yellows. Both colour sets were fine. Neither were easy. And there, he just screwed back. Nudged the yellow. In the corner. Black in the middle. And he's got a good lead here, hasn't he, Marc? Good lead.
Yeah, in this race to 7. He's 3 frames away now from knocking out Clint Ianson. You feel this break has got to start working for Clint. He hasn't decided to change it yet. I mean, if he doesn't get a ball here, is it going to be too late to change it? Looks dry. It is dry. I don't think he generates enough power on that cut break to do any damage.
It's dry. I suppose the only consolation is it's not a straightforward table for his opponent.
No, it's not. Yeah, where that cue ball is, not leaving anything easy.
Potentially a red to middle, but look at the reds. There's all sorts of traffic there. But at this level, these guys work it out. So he's choosing this ball because it runs into another ball and it opens the table up. And all of a sudden, he's got an opportunity here to open these reds up. Looking very confident, as you do when you're in front, as a rule. So, down table. And this is an awkward ball for him, so I don't blame him for going down early. What has he got planned for the red that's stuck to the yellow? So.
I suppose he can get it out after this next red. I mean, does both reds go into both bottom corners? You feel like the one he's going to take into, well, the bottom left-hand corner on your screen now, and come on and off the cushion to go over and dislodge that red and that yellow. If that red does pass to go in that corner, that'll be the shot. Okay, he's seen something else. Oh, it goes in the corner.
Well, the red goes in the corner, so if he drops this in the middle.
Yeah, the overhead didn't really tell us that story. But is he on this? Is he come far enough to give himself the angle? I think he'd have liked to come another 2 or 3 inches. And that would have guaranteed him to be straight on this red into the corner.
So,
I think
does he screw out?
He's rerouting.
He's got to come straight back up, has he? Yeah.
He's over it
That's
this time.
Much better shot.
Yeah, he certainly is. And now he doesn't have to do a lot with his cue ball. He knew exactly where he needed to place this cue ball, and he's done just that.
He wants to run through. Just will he roll through a ball? That's it.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
This has been a superb clearance.
Yeah, just going to draw this back, and then the back in the centre. Or can it? Has he got an angle to pinch out, or play the black off the yellow? Or I mean, I suppose just drawing it back, he's got to control it ever so well. Oh, he could punch it across. What a great performance this has been. He's been pretty ruthless out there.
Yeah, it's a great, great finish.
Yeah, I know me and Kevin were saying in the studio, he's underachieved a little bit this season after his World Championship appearance in the semi-final. He seems to be pulling out everything at the moment.
I mean, look at that one after the break.
Yeah.
He'd all sorts of work to do. Timed this really well. Just drops it in. He had no room for error, did he?
No, he really didn't.
So 5-1 the scoreline. And it's Craig's break once again. So staying at the side. Why wouldn't you if it's working?
Latest scores again for you, Liam Dunster. He's still in this open event. It's 6 frames to 5 now. He's got a frame back. Can he hold himself together to stay in that match? He still needs the final 2 frames. Dan Davey in the other last 32. Apart from this match that we're showing now, 6-1 now. 1 frame away from getting himself into the last 16.
Extension call.
Cory Rees 5-0 ahead now in the last 16 match against Darren Begley.
So Craig broke from the side, made a ball once again. Things are looking good out there for him. So, taking the yellow. Has the awkward yellow to the right of the screen, just behind the red. What's he got planned? This has been a high standard match, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely from Craig Brown. He's been absolutely on fire. No surprise to us though here. We know how good he is. He just seems to be continuing to pile on the pressure. There doesn't seem to be any stopping him at the moment. He's just playing with so much confidence. I mean, if he does get this remaining yellow out, that's a problem to him, and he's going to do it at this attempt.
He's going 2 rails. 1, 2. Look at that for a shot. Needs to hold up.
Oh, I don't think that's landed any good to him. Does it go into the top left-hand corner, top right-hand corner on your screen now? It's hard to say. There'll be some hampered queuing though.
It was a valiant effort, that, wasn't it, though?
Yeah, you feel like now though, if he takes the one in the middle, can he get over there and make something happen? I mean, he will be relying on a lot of luck if that happens. He's going all out for it. He's just trying to drop it down. So what's he seen here? What has he seen? He's playing the double. Huge shot. Huge, huge shot. He's having to make sure the white ball gets out the way as well. The thing is with this...
To hit this.
Oh, it's close. Oh. What a shot. What a shot there, and no emotion shown there from Clint Ianson. This simple black into the right centre. What a great clearance that was. Superb.
What a dominant performance this has been.
And he showed a bit of emotion and never a crunching break though there.
I mean, let's be fair, Clint's done very little wrong.
Yeah, he has, and he's just up against a man on a mission.
He's not had the opportunity. He's on fire.
He certainly is. That's when you look watching players that are in a zone. Craig Brown, superb.
But Clint Ianson
we go,
is
look.
class player.
That break cue's out.
Right, yep, you alluded to that, didn't you?
Is it too late though? Is it too late? It's the same result though.
To be fair, he didn't really hit those, did he?
No,
not
he
quite
didn't.
as good as he wanted.
He didn't, and that's been the story of Clint's match really. Can't really get going. Dry breaks, they were sometimes hard to deal with, especially these short race to sevens. They're not very forgiving, are they?
No.
Clint's going to be sat in that chair a little bit longer. Craig Brown, he's going to want to make short work of this, get this match over at this opportunity. That might just give him a nice little rest then to his next match. The way that he's fired through these frames, it's been phenomenal.
So he's just looking at what ball starts the break.
I can tell you now, Liam Dunster against Andrew Whitfield. It's locked at 6 frames each. They're in a deciding frame. The pressure will now be on Andrew Whitfield. That was an uncharacteristic miss there from Craig, especially the way that he's been firing on.
It was, but he was attempting a 3-ball plant there as an opening visit. Never easy when there's distance between the balls like that.
So that's just showing you the confidence he's playing at the moment, playing them sort of shots. But what do you do now as Clint Ianson? I mean, Clint's, you know, a true professional player. He's got plenty of bags of experience, should I say. I mean, as a player, what do you do when you've not really done a lot wrong? It's a hard one to take.
Yeah, but he's mentally very strong, isn't he? He'll have been in this position many times, and I'm sure he'll have won a fair percentage of the matches.
Yeah, you feel, you know, the way Craig Brown's playing at the moment, he does look a little bit unplayable.
He's just got to hope that his break works. Obviously, that Craig starts to struggle, but he's got to survive the breaks, hasn't he? That's the problem. When you're so far behind, alternate break, you can't really do anything about it if your opponent's breaking, making balls.
No, you can't, but one thing for sure, Clint's got to get his own break working, and that's not happening at the moment.
Desperately needs to clear these balls, or the match is over. And when you're behind like this, nothing's easy, is it?
No, really not. Not sure that's his best positional shot, but is he going to go for one on the bottom cushion first? Clip that past, does it clip past that red? Possibly, think so. That's Suggests it does. Clearly does. Has he got a nice nudge? I don't think he has. He's not getting a flick there. He is still on a yellow though. The cue ball possibly going to get away from him here. Might have to play this with a trace of run inside to check into the cannon, into the reds.
Yeah, I think he's got to cannon those reds, don't you? Or at least aim for them.
Has to. A white cue ball just needs to stay there. They don't need to flick off him. It has flicked off him, but he's also missed the yellow. Played it at a pace.
Look how he landed.
Yeah, he's got the pocket, but we just know that these black ball rules, it doesn't matter if you've got a pocket. These players, they just find the shots to make things happen and clear way for the clearances to come. Craig's going all out attack for this. He feels like this is it now. To see this match out, this is a chance.
So he's looking at the red there into the middle, and you can see that there's a good chance. He runs the cue ball down table. It's only one difficult red, you've got to say.
Yeah, I like the way he's going about this at the moment. I think he needs to draw this back probably 6 inches. Because you feel like he needs to come away from that corner as well to be on his next red. Okay, right, is it not doing anything we've said? I think what he was trying to do is get on that red and drop down onto it. That would have been a very, very sensible shot. But he's out of position.
So he's going back to the plan A, I think, looking at the ball over the middle.
Well, he might not have to if he takes.
Well, he's looking there now. Look, that's what he's looking at.
Yeah, but if he takes the one into the top pocket, top right pocket, he can leave himself that angle that he was trying to. But he's gone back to this way. Here we go. I mean, it's not a bad way of going, is it? So
no, it's great. If he can land on the bottom rail, or if he drops the yellow in even, he'd be good.
Yeah, first things first, just make sure you get the pot. Have to get the pot. Sometimes you can take your eye off it because it doesn't look like it's, you know, just look a bit below the pocket a little bit. He's got the pot, cue ball, seems to be a good pace. Oof.
This isn't nice cueing though, is it?
No, it's not, but it's one you've just got to drop in. Oh, I did think that was going to drop, but it has dropped.
Well, he didn't drop it in, did he? Fired it in.
Yeah, there was no... the cue action was fine there.
So he needs to run up table, off the bottom rail, back up again. We'll be looking at the black ball, potentially this bottom left corner. That's what he's looking at. And there you go. Needs to bump. Not the easiest of blacks, but...
This match has taken just over 40 minutes. This black to see it out, and he's got it. Brilliant performance here from Craig Brown. And wow, what do you say about that one then, Andy?
Fantastic performance. Very impressive. Brimming with confidence. Broke well, and some fantastic clearances. Really was top draw, that match. Clint didn't do a great deal wrong, just the break wasn't working for him, didn't have the opportunities. And if he keeps playing like that, he's going to be a danger in this tournament. It's a heavy scoreline, is that. Playing really, really well. Breaking well, that's the key. Not a lot of people breaking well on this table, not through any fault of their own. Good technique, but the balls just don't seem to be dropping. And it's time to speak to the winner. We'll hand you over to the studio.
Thanks, Andy, and I'm here with Craig after that demolition job of Clint. Craig, me and Marc were talking before the match started about the talent that you possess, and if you could bring your A game to what we know you can produce, that you're a more than match for anyone. Do you feel like you did that then, just then?
Yeah, I definitely did it that time for once, but I mean, Clint's break killed him. But I mean, I was really happy with what I did. I felt like I was really composed, and I took out all my clearances, so neat and tidy. What can you do? Can't do any more.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic performance. And obviously you got to the semi-finals of the Worlds, and probably not built on that. Fair to say. So, do you feel like that's the sort of form that you're in at the moment?
To be honest, I've been struggling all year since that. That's probably a one-off. So I'm not going to count my chickens or anything. So just write that one off and see what happens in the next one.
Because obviously Clint, class act, one of the form players of the season, regularly winning silverware whenever Marc Farnsworth allows anyone to win anything else. Going into the match, what were your thoughts?
To be honest, I felt quite comfortable. I felt like I was going into a second favourite. I mean, obviously you've got to give Clint that respect, but I didn't feel really confident in myself. But I tried to keep like my head right, and I found something in the game. So
yeah, was there anything in the game where you thought, oh yes, this is all coming into gear? Was there a particular point or a particular moment in the match?
I'm not sure. I think I just got off to quite a good start, didn't I? I think he had half a chance to go 2-2, but I managed to get 3-1, and from there kind of kept my head in front. Well, obviously all the way from there, but it made me feel more comfortable,
Yeah. So going deep in, you started the year off great. You're obviously finishing the year off in great style. So heading into the quarter-final stages, what's sort of going through your mind now?
I don't know. I'm not there yet.
Was it last 16? Oh, sorry, that's me. It's been a long week. But still, last 16 of the Open, it's starting to get to that point into it where anything can happen.
Last 16 doesn't mean anything really. It's nice to be there. It's nice to still be batting, but I'm just going to take every game as it comes. If there's many more, we'll see.
Craig, well played, great performance, and hopefully we'll see you later on.
Thank you, Kev.
Well done. Craig Brown doing what we know he can do, and he did.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he played some brilliant stuff. He just tried to keep positive from the very start and set out a stall break and clearance first frame and kept Clint sat in his seat most of the match, to be honest. Clint didn't do too much wrong apart from the dry breaks, and that was very crucial in the outcome of that frame. But a credit to Craig there. Nice to see him playing well, striking the ball. He could cause a few upsets here now.
And it just shows that, we always talk about the strength of depth. We've obviously got the elite players, but that chasing pack behind of probably 20 players, when they deliver and perform like that, they can beat anyone. And Clint is one of the best players in the world, and he's just been demolished.
Yeah, he certainly has. And you can say sometimes the rub of the green went for Craig there, but he went all out attack and he went for all of his shots and got them, and that was a credit to him. And as you said, the strength in depth at the IPA with some of these, if you want to call them outside professional players, and that they are dangerous players, and they can cause an upset more times than ever.
Yeah, well, the phone book certainly didn't see that one coming, but it did, and Craig is in the last 16, not the quarters, as I was corrected. So what have we got coming up now, Marc? We have got an absolute blockbuster between two of the very, very best in the business. It's Scotland v England. Marc Boyle against Marc Farnsworth. Just set this one up for us, Marc.
Wow, what a blockbuster this is. Like you said, Marc Boyle against Marc Farnsworth. This is one that deserves to be any final. And how this is just only a last 16 match really shows there's plenty of strength in depth here at the IPA, and this is going to be an absolute cracker of a match. Marc Boyle from Scotland, one of the best players in the world, one of the best players in Scotland, one of the most supported players probably in the world, against Marc Farnsworth, who we saw last night play some unbelievable pool, and we've seen him play unbelievable, unplayable pool throughout this tour. And this is going to be an absolute incredible last 16 match.
Absolutely, Marc. Well, I think we need to get the action underway now. We need to let these two gladiators do battle. The referee's ready, the players are ready. I hope our commentator's ready. Over to you, Andy.
Thanks, Kevin. And what a privilege this is to be sat in the commentary box.
Thank you, players. When you're ready.
A part of this match. Two absolute warriors about to go into battle. This will be some match. So, they've lagged. The referee about to rack the balls, and I can't wait for this match. Marc Farnsworth, we saw him last night in absolutely stunning form. But both these players, boy, these really are the cream of the crop. I'm joined by Marc in the commentary box once again.
Once again,
We
yeah.
can't wait for this one, Marc, can we?
Oh, this is an absolute cracker of a match. These two have played so many times together, and I mean, Marc Farnsworth, he's been playing some great stuff. I mean, he was taken to a last frame by Scott Anderson in the last 32, 7 frames to 6. So, but God, surely this has got all makings of another classic. The Marc Farnsworth break, the most talked about thing here at the IPA. We're always talking about it, but he's crunched them. But it's that table. He's playing mean.
Yeah. It's not generous, is it?
Really not. Really, really not. Playing very, very mean.
So, dry once again.
White, the number 2 seed, Marc Farnsworth, has just started his last 16 match against Marc Boyle. The number 1 seed has come through that epic of a match. That's just been playing about 2 hours, and he's beaten Andrew Whitfield in the end. Remember, 6-4 down. He's won that match 7 frames to 6, and he is into the quarterfinals where he will play Ben Davis, the world champion, against a former world champion. That's going to be another absolute stormer. Somebody else safely into the quarterfinals is Cory Rees. So Craig Brown, he's been now rewarded with a last 16 match against Dean Shields, and he's straight back on. I mean, Craig winning that last match in quick style fashion, that should help him out a little bit.
That was one of the most dominant performances of the weekend for me.
Yeah, very one-sided, and but deservedly so. I mean, I said in the studio, he just played very positive from the start, sat out his stall, broke and cleared first frame. He never looked back from that frame, to be honest. Brilliant performance. That one has just wobbled in there from Marc Boyle. He seems to be going about his work here. This is off a Marc Farnsworth dry break, remember. And we're going to, if Marc does clear these up, we're going to possibly see his, crunching cut break. As you're all aware, and no doubt the pool community is aware, there is going to be a big money match between these two players this month. Marc Boyle against Marc Farnsworth. And that's going to be played at Marc's club there in the northeast in Washington. That's going to be another big night. Played each other before. Marc Boyle though, first things first, he wants to be lifting this Grand Final Open trophy this weekend. What a start. What a start there from Marc Boyle. Dry break, and Marc Boyle cleared up. Is that going to be the standard in this match, Andy?
Yeah. Let's see, yeah. It's Marc Boyle to break. We know he's going to be breaking from the side. And we know how much power he's got when he does it. I think he's been pretty successful on this table with his break over the weekend.
Yeah, he has, and but we have seen this table. It seems to be playing a little bit mean. Might have been after that storm of a final last night. I thought it needs to tighten up its game. Because these players, they make this game look so easy. So the first look at the Marc Boyle break today. Cue ball.
Well, got to say he's unfortunate there. Kicked in. Once again, a crushing break.
Yeah, generates lots of power on that one. But Marc here, good chance. Marc Farnsworth, that is. We've got 2 Marcs playing. Good chance of levelling this match up.
Yeah. So straight on to the difficult ball, or the most difficult ball anyway.
So we've changed the poll a little bit. So we haven't asked you who's going to win this match. They've asked you, is there going to be more than one frame in this match? And 59% of you have said yes, there is going to be more than one frame in this match.
So he's not choosing to take the ball that's next to the red, but it doesn't make any difference.
I mean, you can't see any problems here, really. You'd expect Marc to be clearing these up. I think this is the right way. I mean, he could have took the one into the opposite corner, but that's gone wrong. Played that at a pace. I thought he might have just dropped it in. And
that's an unforced error.
It certainly is. And you heard the huffing again.
What does he do here?
He's going to have to make something happen for me. He's tried to clip it into the centre. Good effort. Well, that wasn't easy. I mean, even these reds, though, they're not easy. That red he's closest to now. That's his problem area. You feel like he's just got to pop the one in the centre, get a position. And he's probably going to have a chance at going for it. But you know what, these players, you know, they do tend to do their own thing.
When Marc missed the ball in the centre there, he did at least kick the red towards his 2 yellows. Just affords him a little bit more security.
Right, containing shot from Marc. There's nothing wrong with this. Just chucking him in there.
That's all he needs to do.
Yeah, it's going to be touching ball though, that. So Marc's probably got a chance of playing this red off the cushion and getting the red back over to the yellow. I'm not sure if that's the right shot, but it could be.
It could be. He'd open them up slightly, wouldn't he?
Yeah, but he's just got to be so careful he doesn't catch the knuckle. If he catches the knuckle, where's the red? Where's the red? Ugh. Sometimes when you do let that cue ball go, it can do anything, and it's done the worst thing possible to him. Brilliant chance now for Marc Boyle. I mean, he didn't even look like he could win this frame. And he probably, Marc Boyle now, he should be sat in his seat watching Marc Farnsworth break, because Marc should have cleared them up off the Boyle break, was it? Yeah. When Marc went in off.
So he can see through here, can he? So 3 balls left. Just a matter of which way he goes. Which ball gets him to the black. And there's your answer. Stuns back to leave the ball down the rail. Be looking at the red into the middle at the top of your screens. In all probability. Just pushing through for the black in the other middle. Unless he fancies a different way. Well, that's what he's chosen to do.
Yeah, just try to punch that across. He'd like to come a little bit further, but can't see it causing a problem for Marc.
Yeah, if he'd have been straighter, he could have had it in the middle, couldn't he? But he's a great potter, isn't he?
Yeah, no problem at all. 2 frames to 0. Marc Farnsworth, he definitely should have had that frame there. So, just while we get set up for that frame, some latest scores then. Gareth Hibbot 6, Gavin Robinson 1. So, Gareth Hibbot 1 frame away from getting himself into the quarter-final. Ross Fernie 0, Morgan McInnes 3. Morgan McInnes is pulling out upset after upset. Is he going to continue that against his fellow Scotsman? Craig Marsh, Dan Davey, that match has just started. Don't forget, Liam Dunster, Ben Davies and Cory Rees, they're already into the quarter-finals. Still waiting for one last 16 match to start. That was the winner of the last match, Craig Brown. He's playing Dean Shields. That match should be getting underway very, very soon. But back to this one, the Marc Farnsworth break, Andy.
Needs to get it working. Well, he hit them well, and we've got a ball down.
Got 2. Yellows don't look bad.
Yeah, opening yellow.
Does he take the one into the centre first? I don't think he can get the one in the top left-hand corner. I feel like the centre, and then probably a yellow in the centre again, maybe. Let's try to cannon this. Oh, it's gone wrong. I mean, if he's hit that off ball, it's perfect. But, I mean, would you play the cannon there, Andy?
Well, when
risky.
he played that yellow into the middle, he came in off the other yellow, which he didn't intend to do, I'm sure. So he was slightly out of line, wasn't he?
Yeah, so I was just watching where the cue ball went. I didn't see how the ball potted.
Yeah, he potted it off the other yellow. But, yeah, I don't think he intended to cannon.
Oh, just while he's going about his work here, the quick update on the final ladies semi-final. Rachel took a 3, Amy Beauchamp 4. So Amy's 2 frames away from getting herself in the final, where Harriet Haynes is already waiting. Still plenty of pool to be played there yet. We believe the next match on after this will be the ladies final, but we'll update you on that one. I mean, no doubt we'll have a tea break at some point. I don't like to talk about too many tea breaks or giving people breaks. It's not what we like to advertise, because we're all mean here at the IPA. We make people work very, very hard. Not really. We're not that mean. Promise you that. Hope you're all enjoying the action though, wherever you are.
It's all been a good clearance, this.
And one has been desperately needed. And it's off his break. It's a break and clearance.
Right.
And that's what's required in a match like this. You need to be making your breaks count.
Yeah, this match could quite easily have been 2-1 to Marc Farnsworth. Missed a gilt edge opportunity in frame 2 and got punished by Marc. And, Marc Boyle took his chances.
So this next shot, played a good shot there.
And that's why Marc Farnsworth is one of the best players in the world about his positional play. Really is. Very different emotions being shown there. Marc Farnsworth trying to get into a little bit of a zone. That frame there, that could help. But how long is he going to be sat in that seat for with this Marc Boyle crunching cut break?
Well, we saw him yesterday, didn't we, breaking from the side like this. Unbelievable power he generates. I know I keep saying it, but I'm so impressed.
It's an incredible skill, incredible, and look at the way these balls have opened. It's near enough unplayable.
What an
really
advantage that is, to have that ability to break with the control that he does.
Yeah, to have that that ability in your locker is phenomenal.
Very, very rarely going to scratch.
I mean, he had a choice of both colour sets here. And I just feel like he's going to make very light work of these. And he should be opening up to his 2-frame lead again.
Making it look easy. But I can assure you it's not. So, ball into the middle. The yellow next to the black will be the ball he takes before the black. And this break and run out here has been of the highest quality. It doesn't get much better than this.
That's a very good standard indeed. If anything, we're going to be critical. Just a couple of unforced errors from Marc Farnsworth, which has probably been the only thing to really report. And, this break that Marc Boyle possesses, it's an unbelievable skill to have. Quite easy, quick work in that frame.
So it's Marc to break. Can he make something happen? He needs to. Different styles of breaking.
Completely different. I mean, it worked for him last time. Broken cleared last time. Is he going to continue that? He needs to. He cannot afford to get 3 frames behind in this race to 7. Needs another crunching break. So important. Good connection. And he's got a ball. And he's got an option of either colour set. It's not too bad at all. They're all open. They've all got pockets.
Hit them well. Control the cue ball. That's all he can ask. And thankfully this time, ball down.
Extension.
He's taking his extension. Just wants to make sure. Plan his route out. So, looking at reds.
Very clean pot there from Marc. Very, very clean. And again, we're probably going to see another quick fire frame here. Can't see any problems. You think after his last break and clearance, he's going to have a little bit of fire in his belly now. He's chasing this match a little bit though. They're pretty ruthless, these raised to sevens, especially with this black ball rule set. Yes, he has. He's okay. I feel like he takes the outer one of the two to the centre, possibly. I mean, Marc. You know, this is what Marc gets right every time. His pattern play is superb.
Somebody's phone going off there in the audience.
Well, it's not affected Marc. He's just down to his shot nicely. Lovely little stun shot. Feel like he's going to take the red and the black in the same pocket. On and off the cushion. Quick fire frame once again. They are chucking a punch after punch at each other. Breaking well at the moment. There's a lot of momentum going off the break.
Yeah. Look at that for a break. Fantastic cue ball. That was a good shot there, wasn't it? Pinpoint position.
Yeah, it was.
As you say, his pattern play. Very, very impressive. One of the greats.
Yeah, he's right up there being one of the greats. He absolutely is.
Boyle's break. We need 3 frames to 2.
So Marc still has the narrow advantage, 3-2 lead, and the break. And we all know that with the break, he's a dangerous man.
Cute balls dashing around. He's got a ball again, but this is untidy. It's a very untidy layout, this one.
Yeah, this will take some work.
It'll take some working out what to possibly do as well. Where do you start? What do you start looking at here? Horrible. That cluster of 5 balls towards that bottom left-hand pocket is, well, how do you go about them? That's the problem, the huge problem area. I mean, you feel like you take yellows only because of the 2 reds on the cushion as well, which are horrible. But again, is that the right choice?
You take reds.
Yeah, it's one of them, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah, I feel reds myself. It's such a complicated table. I just wondered if he had the angle from this red to disturb something.
Yeah, has he got the gap? Has he got a gap? He's definitely got an angle.
It's the angle that it looks like he's tried to leave the angle. If he feels that he's not going to make contact with the yellow and he's got a pathway, then he may well elect to go into that bunch of 5 balls, the problem area.
Yeah, probably just don't want to get too much into this.
That's what he's done.
Yeah, it's not come out though, has it? It's come out horribly. It couldn't have come out much worse.
Time ready? No.
Yeah, look at those reds. 4 of the 5 reds are on a cushion. I suppose we could say the one near the middle might just drop in, but
yeah, we've got to have to be directly behind it. Still trying to develop red balls. I mean, that red you were just on about near the middle, he's on it now, but what can he develop? I'm not sure. He's running out of balls to develop them anyway. He is now
just nudge this red off. He's looking at something else.
He's used his extension, so shot clock pressure is going to come into most of it.
So just elected to bump that red out. Potentially gives him the opportunity at a later date to try and get the other awkward ball out.
So what does Marc Farnsworth do here then? Does he try and get the cue ball into a position, or a bit of safety? I mean, he don't want to be letting Marc Boyle get his reds out. That's what he needs to try and stop. I mean, that it was pretty impossible to stop that. So that yellow above this red is a problem. You're trying to hide the cue ball behind the black. He is. And try and get the pocket, and he's got the pot.
Yeah, he's unlucky there, isn't he? That was a clever shot, wasn't it?
It was a clever shot.
Tried to punch the ball away, take the pocket.
He's trying to be creative here. Is he trying to clip off the red, or trying to make, the red up just near the middle pocket, try and create a plant? Or was he clipping off the red that's left of the yellow? No, that's the plan.
So is he going rail first, though, to try and hit it on an angle?
No, went rail first.
I wondered if he went rail first, if he caught it, maybe made the angle, but never easy.
No. Asking a lot there, he was. And now, as he opened up these yellows, did they all have pockets? It's all about that one on that bottom cushion. Does it pass the red? I mean, it definitely goes in the opposite corner, so maybe it's not a problem for Marc Farnsworth.
There's your answer. He's taking it in the opposite corner. So he's just stunned it out, left another angle. So he can move up table.
I suppose them two yellows together are a little slightly awkward, but are they awkward for Marc Farnsworth? Normally, this is bread and butter for him. Under a bit of pressure, 3-2 down. He just seems to be he's kept in this match, and now he seems to be creeping into it, where he's just stepping up the level of his gears. Oh, that yellow does go into the centre there. It looks very tight from that overhead. No problem, look straight down. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, lovely little just trace of side just to play the cannon and glance by. It's ABC stuff now. Seeing a great standard here. Blacks down 3 frames each. Best of 7.
Pole of the highest order. Is this going to be the same as last night? We kept saying best of 7, best of 5, best of 3.
Yeah. And you've got a lot of previous about deciding frames. So yeah, it could be on the cards. He just felt like Marc just. I know he got forced into going for it a little bit more when that one dropped into the corner, but did he just push out the boat a little bit too far? Because that was horrible. Horrible.
He played a great save, didn't he? He kicked that ball off the side, tried to take the pocket, played it that well, it dropped.
Yeah.
Because that would have changed the game, wouldn't it?
It could easily have done. Very easily. But it hasn't. It's 3 frames each. We are level again. Marc Farnsworth to break.
Desperately needs a ball.
He's got
one.
He's struck them well again. He wants both of these titles, Marc Farnsworth does. But he's got Mark Boyle to take out of the way first. He don't seem to be going away.
So. Reds, what do you think?
Some problem down here in this bottom left-hand corner. That's the problem area. I mean, he has got a choice of either colour set, but reds, yeah, with that top right-hand corner as well. Got to be reds. Is he going to be attacking here? You know, it's 3 frames each. I think he's going to be. It's awkward with the rest.
Don't want to come back behind the yellow. He's okay.
Played that well. Very, very well. A lot of players that would have been canning into that area, and it that definitely would have gone wrong. He's thinking very clearly, Marc is. So now he's got a great chance. Probably play this run inside, canning into the yellow that's closest to the red. If that shot's on, all depending on what angle he's got. Played it off the red again, and very clever again.
Yeah, had a choice there, didn't he? He felt that he was going to be onto this next red. Sometimes you take a risk. And these bottom 2 reds, I feel he can play the top one of them, even if he has to play cushion first. But it's all about the cue ball. In making the plan, if he chooses to do that,
yeah,
he needs to get back out.
Well, that needs to slow down. I mean, he's obviously made his mind up early on about these 2 reds in this corner, so he's already looked at this already.
He didn't want to be straight, we understand that. He wanted an angle. Maybe not as much as he has. So he just needs to make sure that he can see the second red. Oh dear.
Time out.
Frustration.
Time running.
And that red ball is frozen to that bottom cushion. But how does he keep Marc Boyle away from going for this frame? You feel, you know, if you can get the cue ball somewhere behind the black on the cushion, well, that would help some of that, but it's coming across.
I don't blame him for going for this.
No, I don't. Oh, this is close. This is close, and it's a great shot, really. Yeah, because he's contained that pocket as well. Big shot though, this is. He knows he has to pull out all the stops. He's probably got to clear these up. I mean, is there any benefit in the containing shot? I mean, can he get it tight enough to make sure it's not just a one cushion escape? I feel like he's got to go for him. But that yellow that's near this red, that's over the pocket, that is a problem.
Yeah, the yellow doesn't pass the red, does it? The red's not full enough in the pocket that you'd even consider a skill shot, I don't think. So you've either got to move it or you've got to land on it. Still has these two awkward balls at the bottom, so if he does elect to play, and he has done, I don't blame him for that.
Oh, but is it only a one cushion escape?
Total snooker.
I think it's only, is it just, maybe not, maybe not.
Even if the natural angle isn't there, you can manipulate it somewhat, but it's not straightforward.
It's tight, very, very tight that is.
Yeah, that yellow makes it really awkward.
That clock ticking down as well. Yeah, I didn't think he just quite had it.
Foul. 1 free shot, 1 visit. Time running. Time out. Time running.
Yeah. I thought he might do this. So he's got two awkward yellows, ball in hand, so he elects to play one of the yellows to take the red.
Oh, he's missed
And
it.
he's missed the red.
But he's opened the pocket up. He's got a second prize.
Well, at least it's moved away from the pocket, but can you imagine if you miss it and leave it hanging?
Yeah.
All he was really concerned with was clearing the path to that pocket, so potting the red or not was irrelevant. Taking his time. Total composure. Concentrates on every shot. Takes nothing for granted.
Yeah, just makes you wonder how important this frame could be in the outcome of this match. As Marc clears up his last two balls, this black then to take the lead once again. 4-3 it is. Yeah, and it sort of deserved that one. It's a clever shot there. This is where it went wrong. Just hit it too thin, and that's why the red only wobbled and dropped. Yeah, just hit it too thin.
Yeah, and the cue ball came across and hit the black. If he didn't hit the black, he might have had a shot. He'd have had a better, angle on the red. He'd have been taking the red on without having to go off the cushion.
Yeah, and that angle was there on that one cushion escape because he still had about an inch to get past it. So, bit of misjudgment there from Marc. Never easy though, playing it with side as well to judge. It's got punished, and now the Marc Boyle break. We remember his last break. He felt horrible.
Well,
crunching.
Well, I'm sure the commentary booth moved then. What a break that was.
Well, I'm pleased we're surrounded by walls, because I'd have been taking cover after that. I thought somebody was shooting a gun at me. Balls have just given themselves up into pockets.
He gets such good splits, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. A good percentage of the time. A very high percentage.
Doesn't have a problem ball in this this finish. We wouldn't think so anyway.
This is a simple finish from Marc. That yellow definitely passes that back into the top right hand corner. I'm expecting no problem here. There's going to be another break and clearance for him. He's in between both balls here. Commentator's curse, I think. Is he okay?
Yeah, it's just the wrong angle, isn't he? He's drifting out. If he takes the ball next to the black, which I feel he has to.
Yeah, still it on and off the side cushion. Get back into position. Looks like this is okay. Yeah. Oh, I think it's not quite the angle, but it's not bad.
It's not bad at all, is it? He'd back himself to make this black, I'm sure.
Yeah, just made sure of the yellow. And, it's a slightly more difficult black, but you can't see any problem here for Marc. They're going to be opening up the 2-frame lead.
There it is. Extends his lead to 5-3. Another thunderous break, as we're accustomed to. And right there, just slightly out position, but a lovely shot, stunned across to the rail, back out. And yes, the black was a little bit more difficult than it should have been, but no problem for Marc Boyle. Just keeps pushing in front, doesn't he? Just keeps edging those 2 frames.
Yeah, and Farnsworth, he keeps pulling him back, but how many times can he continue to do that? He's got to be potting a ball off his break. This next one, he's got to keep the pressure on. Marc Boyle, like saying he's not out of this yet. How's that not dropped, that red? That's incredible.
Time out.
I mean, if it had a dropped, would it have benefited anywhere? What is Marc Boyle on here? Dry break. He's a big times for Marc Boyle now. If he can get control of this frame, you know, you never know, might clear up as well. What's he looking at here? There's nothing easy, is there?
No, it's all about the first ball, isn't it? I suppose reds potentially are better than the yellows, but
screw this back onto the red over the pocket.
That's what I was thinking.
Delicate shot. I don't think it's gone wrong.
No, it's okay, I think.
I think he's okay. The only thing is, he's got a tough pot now. He's got a lot of distance between the balls. But you've got to say, this is a chance.
It is a chance. And he has a little bit of insurance, doesn't he, with the yellows? Should Marc get... I say Marc, they're both Marcs.
Yeah.
Should Marc Farnsworth get back to the table, he wouldn't have an easy run.
Are we going to see Mr. Farnsworth come back to the table? I mean, we might not see him come back to the table in this match. Because if Marc Boyle does clear up here, he'll be breaking in the next. We know how deadly his break is. Seems incredible that if it could be Marc Farnsworth's last shot. That break. He is coming back to the table. That's a miss. One I didn't expect quite yet. I mean, there is, like you say, there's a lot of insurance for Marc Boyle. But this is what Marc Farnsworth is. The reason why he's probably one of the best players in the world. These are the clearances he gets, or he works out how to win these frames. Whatever he does. Look at this for position. Oh, I just thought he was going to come perfect then. Just not quite. If anything, got a bit too much into the cue ball. Just swung it off a little bit too much. Do you feel like? I feel like he's got to try and do something with the yellow he's next to now. I mean, if he elects not to, I won't be surprised because he has got other options. But what does he do? What does he do?
So he does have the ball over the middle, doesn't he? He's a bad ball on the rail above the red, top right of the screen. He could elect to try and move it, and he has done. Just needs a kite.
Oh,
Well,
that's not kind, but does it go? I don't think it does. And the angle he's got on the long-range pot into the top left-hand corner is not very, very nice either. I think we're going to see a containing shot. Might open them up a bit as well.
that'll be his intention.
That needs a bit more power, a bit more pace in it.
Just a little bit more. He'd be perfect, wouldn't he?
I mean, he has opened up the yellows a little bit, so that's not bad. But where can Marc Boyle hide this cue ball? You think he's going to possibly play in the same area? It's probably not easy to get where the cue ball is at the moment. It's not impossible. Oh. Reverse double. No, he's that nudging that yellow ball. That's helped things. But is there a skill shot on?
Yeah, if the red was in the middle of the pocket, I'd say there was, but it's not great, is it?
No, definitely not. Not on that knuckle. That makes it incredibly tough. So, Marc Farnsworth, he's got a decision to make here. You feel like it's probably not a good safety shot. He's going to have to be pretty attacking now. That clock ticking down. Under the shot clock pressure as well. Still not coming out very nicely for him. You feel though, one mistake here from Mr. Farnsworth and Marc Boyle, he's going to get a chance he needs to get on the hill.
Yeah, that's about all he could do.
Yeah, just trying to be a bit patient.
But there is a chance here for Marc Boyle.
You feel like, is that enough? Is that enough putting that yellow over the pocket? But Marc Farnsworth, he did not have any choice at all. That's what he had to do. If this goes.
In or over, he'd be in a great position, but look at that, it's in.
In the centre of the pocket. Great pot. He's going to have a chance though, drifting up. Planning to come on off the top cushion. key shot. So he's just getting the cue ball clean. Referee Ben Taylor Ferrente. Definitely was something on it. He's doing it again. So huge shot. That's where he wants to be, to get the cue ball. I mean, these are the ones you can sometimes under hit. I mean, would you rather over hit this than under hit? I think you do. Yeah, he's not done either. He's hit it absolutely perfect. What a shot. Exactly where he placed his cue.
It was always the difficult part of this finish, wasn't it? This bottom ball. It's there.
Yeah, it is Marc Farnsworth. You know, we mentioned about him covering the pocket with that yellow ball. It didn't make any difference at all. Great clearance there from Marc Boyle. 6-3 now. One frame away. Getting himself into that quarter final. Been a great performance from him as well.
So let's take a look at this break.
A little bit unlucky not to pot a ball there.
How did that red not drop? Kicked the yellow out there. A little bit unlucky that they fell together. And that was so close to being a great safety, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I mean, you know, depending on how it would have landed up, if he got tight to the yellows, it was probably only a one cushion escape.
That's all he could do there.
He did, yeah, did all he could, and what a pot that was. Absolute storming pot.
And the shot to get on the last red was a lot better than it looked, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. And now that covering of the pocket, is that the last Marc Farnsworth shot we've seen? Or are we going to get a little bit of a twist? Marc Boyle to break in this 10th frame.
Frame 10. Marc Boyle's break. Giving 6 frames to 3. Time running.
So here we go again. Crash helmets on.
Balls are flying everywhere. But where the cue ball's gone now, I think this is finished probably in the worst position it could have.
Yeah, straight away.
Is there a pot on?
Yellow off the 2 yellows.
He hasn't got all the pocket though. Do you feel like he's going to nudge into the black? I mean, this is not easy. This has got to be played with ultra precision.
You do feel though that if it works, he's got a great chance on it.
It opens the whole frame up, but if he misses it, Marc Farnsworth could be back in this match. Another big moment in this match. The way that Marc Boyle's been playing though, you can't see this not working.
He'll be taking the chance, I'm certain of that.
Yeah, one big shot. Oh. Oh, what has happened there?
That's unbelievable.
All the yellows are just looking like they were just going to open up into daisies. And they've turned out into weeds. They're horrible. Ugh.
Well, he's cursed there, isn't he?
What's he got on now? He's tried the skill shot. He's not got it. That was an incredibly tough skill shot. Incredibly tough.
Well, I bet he can't quite believe that. Such an imaginative opening ball. Struck with authority. And for a second, it looked like everything had opened up. Cue ball comes to rest. No man's land.
It's incredible how he's not on a ball. Incredible. Jeez. A twist. Is it a twist? Is it a sign? Marc Farnsworth has got to win every frame. So the 1 free shot. 1 visit. These reds though, they're not still a little bit tricky. 2 reds are glued to these cushions. Don't think it's a big pocket. Is that what you was possibly looking at yourself?
I was just having a look, yeah. I just wondered.
Might be. When you've got balls upstairs and downstairs, you've got to make sure you get your routine absolutely spot on. Otherwise, you are chasing a finish that probably wasn't there. I love this shot. What a shot that is. What a shot that is.
And that was
It's
the
6-3
problem
down.
ball. I know. Amazing. Pinpoint precision.
Oh, I feel like he's going to take the one along the bottom cushion. His second to last ball. And then drift up for a ball in the top half of the table. Isn't easy. Not far from easy. I think he just leaves himself a pot on it, does he? Surely. And does he come the black side through the black and the yellow? I think that's the way.
And there's traffic here.
There is traffic. And does he have to play this at a better pace? So this makes the pot even harder.
We have seen a few balls missed in this pocket.
You have. And beeps. It's dropped. It's dropped.
I was
It's
about
dropped.
to say there's another one, but it dropped.
Played at a good pace though. I mean, he hit it absolute clean though, didn't he? So he deserved it. And he's not out of this match yet. He's going to be breaking next. 6-4. Producing very high quality stuff with very brilliant clearances at crucial times. What's going through Marc Boyle's mind there?
Well, I think he's just saying, I can't believe it. Can't believe what happened. This next shot.
Yeah, that was class, but what gone off there? What went off the way that the cue ball just hid?
But this was some finish, some clearance to stay in the match. That was a great shot as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, because he had to play it at pace to get the cue ball out of there to come down for his last ball. Brilliant shot. Marc Farnsworth to break.
So
Desperately cannot make any more errors.
Trailing 6 frames to 4. Time running.
he doesn't want a dry break here.
And that's exactly what has happened. Dry break in the previous frame for him, and dry break in this one. That is crucial time. As he left himself any chance.
So,
Any chance.
well, looking at yellows. This yellow at the bottom goes in off the red, doesn't it? Opens the pocket up.
Just while he's working this one out, an update in the other ladies' semi-final. Rachel Tucker against Amy Beauchamp. That's also that's gone down to a deciding frame, 5 frames apiece. Who is going to be getting into that ladies' final to play Harriet Haynes for the grand final ladies trophy? I'll keep you up to date with that outcome. Back to this match though, can't take my eyes off it. Sure you're all gripped at home. It's been an absolute thriller. Just when you think it was going to be over, like about half an hour ago, all of a sudden this match is still in the balance.
So he's going to take this into the middle, obviously. Surely at some point he's looking at playing the yellow off the red to open that corner pocket.
Yep. He's made his mind up early doors at this as well. I mean, the only thing is, it can go wrong. It can. Are we going to see another twist? We can't continue having twists, can we? Well, this is it. This is the crucial shot. I feel he plays it at pace. It opens up. I think he'll guarantee to make sure he's in the one on the top half of the table. It's all about where the red or the yellow goes afterwards. He's made his mind up.
This is the shot.
Very well controlled. Well, he's got a choice of yellows. Put that one in the top half of the table. If he took that now, it's horrible.
Don't you feel he's got to set this one at the bottom?
I think there's going to be some tension in this clearance, but 6-4 ahead is probably not as much as it could be. Struck this well. How well has he struck this? Needs that to slow down. Don't want the hampered queue in. It's okay. It's okay. Again, struck with authority. What a finish this has been. One of the highest class. Marc Boyle just showing why he is one of the top players in the world.
So, this black to take the match. And it's there. And what a performance from both players, it has to be said. But Marc Boyle, the victor. That break of his is unbelievable. And some of the clearances in this match. Pool of the highest order. Pure class. It's fair to say that Marc didn't do a lot wrong in that match. But Marc Boyle, he really played well there. Marc Farnsworth yesterday in superlative form. But he was up against it there with Marc Boyle. And that final clearance wasn't easy. But he made it lucky. And he's just about to go into the studio. I'll pass you over.
Thanks, Andy, and I'm here with Mr. Magic himself, Marc Boyle. Marc, give us your thoughts on that match there.
A blur. It's just a shot at a time. Every shot is a pint of blood, especially on that table. But I can't complain. Played brilliant.
Always going to be extra spicy when you play Marc. You know, great rivals. Obviously, great respect though. Yeah. But there's obviously, you know, some real history between you two. Yeah.
We go way back, when I started playing pool, and then there was kind of a rivalry basically since then, because we played a money match way back, a few years ago, but there was always talk of a money match, and then that's how it just all basically escalated. And so every time you play Marc, you know you've got to play your best game to have a chance, yeah, and luckily I did.
Yeah, was there a bit more in that match? Obviously, you've got a big match coming up against Marc, and he beat you in the final last time out, so there was a little bit of extra incentive for you.
Yeah, of course, there always is when you play Marc. You want to win because you would never hear the end of it otherwise, you know, from all his cronies. You know, but okay, that's what it is. You win, you lose. You know, you just got to win or lose with respect at the end of the day. You know, because at the end of the day, nobody wins all the time. So you've just got to take the losses on the chin and move on.
Yeah. Does it feel like there's a bit of a tennis situation around here? We've got yourself, Liam and Marc, who are probably a little few steps ahead of the chasing pack, and that this rivalry between the three of you is absolutely fantastic for the sport and for spectators.
I feel like I'm way behind Marc and Liam, to be honest, just because I look at the rankings and I'm away down 16 or 15, and obviously because I had the time off, but I'm glad to be back, and hopefully I can get back up the rankings, and then you can class me as like the same as Marc and Liam, you know, because they two on their own are just, they always raise a bar all the time, and everybody else is playing catch up.
Well, Marc, in my mind, you're definitely in that group, and for us as fans of pool, it's great to watch, and we love these rivalries and watching these great matches. So thanks for that, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thanks, Kev. Cheers. Thank you.
So Marc Boyle readdressing the balance there after being beaten in the final last time out against Marc Farnsworth.
Yeah, he did, and he produced some great shots throughout that match, and he played to a very high level. I mean, the Marc Farnsworth break didn't quite work to him towards the end of that match. That could have been the difference, but some of the finishes Marc Boyle took out were incredible, and he was under pressure because there was a slight chance of a comeback for Marc Farnsworth, even a chance of a deciding frame. But Marc Boyle, he had other ideas and saw out the match very cleanly.
Yeah, and we all know there is extra spice when these two play because of the rivalry that's built up over the years. But it does feel like, Marc feels he's not in that category with Farnsworth and Dunster, but we know he is. It's only due to circumstances that he's not in the top 2 or 3 in the rankings. But it does feel like a tennis situation with Nadal, Djokovic, Federer, and we've got Dunster, Farnsworth, Boyle.
Yeah, I mean, look, if he don't think he's in that category, but he's going in the right way about it to be getting in that category very soon, and. Yeah, you can say that Liam and Marc, they've taken the game to a new level, and everyone, there is a bit of a chasing pack occurring, etc. But Marc Boyle, surely, and I heard you say, you think he is, and my opinions are completely the same as yours. He's definitely in that category, and we've seen it here on that table. Produces high quality stuff at the crucial times.
Absolutely. So he takes his place into the quarterfinals. We're going to be taking a 15-minute break, and when we come back, we'll be here with the ladies' final and the conclusion of the Open event. So we'll see you in 15. Good evening and a very warm welcome to the final stages of the IPA Grand Finals here at the Palace Hotel at the fantastic Isle of Man. We have witnessed some remarkable pull over the last 2.5 days, and it's all bubbling up nicely to the concluding matches here. And it all starts with the ladies' final, and Marc Pickworth, what a match we've got in store.
Yeah, we certainly have, and no stranger who is in the final, Harriet Haynes. She's got quite a few IPA titles behind her so far, but Rachel Tucker, she's in her first IPA final, so she's going to have to produce some brilliant stuff to try and overcome Harriet Haynes, because on pen and paper, Harriet's definitely the clear favourite for this. But Rachel Tucker, let me tell you, she's been getting some brilliant results today. She seems to be playing in, and let's not forget about the result in the semi-final to beat Amy Beecham by 6 frames to 5. Both semi-finals had a deciding frame, so how much has that taken out of both of these two players? Obviously Harriet's had a bit more of a rest than Rachel, so that could play a little bit of a part, but you know, Rachel Tucker, she's just got to sit down and enjoy this, and you just never ever know.
Yeah, and she was way behind in that semi-final against Amy Beecham. I think she was 5-3 behind, so she's won the last 3 to get through in the odd frame of 11. I think that's a good point. How much will that have taken out of her, and is that her final in effect? You know, so what is left in the tank for the final? Because she's going to need everything to beat Harriet.
Yeah, I mean, you could say it like that, but you could also look at it, you know, is that a lift now? She's beat Amy. She's one of the best players in the world right now, especially at the ladies' game, and you just wonder, does Rachel Tucker, is she starting to believe in herself now? Because we all know what a great player she has been. She's had a couple of semi-finals, a few quarter-finals, and now she's in a final. So is she starting to believe, and does she believe she is good enough to pick up this trophy now at the end?
What do you think is going to be the key for Rachel if she is going to beat Harriet?
Well, the break is what we always say about that. She's got to break well, and I mean, what we have seen with Harriet, you do get a few more chances than normal from her, so that's the important thing. The chances that she gets from Harriet, she has to take them. But we all know how good of a player Harriet Haynes is. If she's not the best player in the world, she's definitely right up there with one of the best players in the world currently. She's a really tough cookie to crack, she really is, and it's going to be in a fantastic final.
Well, we can see there that the players are ready. Rachel, she's got a jug of water there, so she's freshening up after that semi-final. Harriet's ready, the referee's ready, so let's get over to the commentary box and David Addinall.
Hello, welcome all. Great match in prospect here for the final of the ladies here in the Isle of Man. I'm sure it'll be a brilliant match. Both players come up to lag. I'm now welcomed in the commentary box by IPA chairman Kev Barton.
Yeah, I've just made the long journey from the studio to here in the commentary box, David, and a fascinating final in store here.
It is very much so. Great to see Rachel playing well again and making the final. She's a brilliant player. Tough prospects, and Harriet Haynes though in a tough opponent, but it should be a good match. I think you know, Rachel's clearly got some form coming into this, so she could have a good crack at this match.
Yeah, and a great victory against Amy Beecham in the semi-final. 5-3 down, wins the last 3. She's going to be absolutely super confident.
Yeah, she's going to be over the moon with that, and you know, she'll want to take that form into this match.
What has she got left in the tank? That's going to be the question, I think.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it can take a big victory, can take it out of you, or it can work one of two ways. It can you can continue that form.
Well, it's all about to be revealed. It's a race to 6. Our referee John Attridge gets the action underway. It's going to be Rachel Tucker to break off in this first frame. Can she settle those nerves? And that's a good old biff there, David, isn't it, to start with?
Yeah. Nothing down now. First chance for Harriet Haynes.
I mean, it's only going to be natural that Rachel's going to be feeling more nervous of the two. Her first major IPA final. Do you feel like the start of this match could be key for Rachel? To get at least one of the first two frames to feel in the match.
Yeah, I think so. I think I think Rachel will maybe need a good start more than Harriet, maybe. Just purely because the experience that Harriet has got in these conditions with her recent IPA titles. But if you can settle quickly, then yeah.
Yeah, and overwhelmingly our viewers think that Harriet will be taking on the title. A massive 86% of our YouTube poll think that she will win, and if you're in the bookmakers, she will be odds on. But as we know in this crazy game, anything can happen. So first decent chance to Harriet. See how confident she's feeling.
A few good positional shots to play, but a chance nevertheless.
She's going to take the difficult one first down the rail.
Overcooked that a little. I think she'd have preferred the angle going the other way to come down for the one on the left rail.
Yeah, that is a careless error there from Harriet, because there's absolutely no way she can get on these two reds that are together to put them into the right corner. So
she may have to screw back behind the two reds for a red in the middle. Maybe there's too much angle for that shot.
It's definitely an edgy start here from the world champion.
It's a stroke of luck there to cover the bag. That if that red hadn't gone there, all these yellows are on.
Yeah, it's had a little touch of fortune there. But Rachel will just be happy that she's at the table. And I think the more shots she can get in this first frame, will just help her settle down and get used to the conditions.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, that's a good shot. She's opened everything up.
Absolutely. In that one shot there, she now has got a very good chance.
Mind you, that gap for that yellow on the right cushion is a bit tighter than I first thought, but it's definitely on.
Can she hold herself together? She's going to fluke it. Oh, it's a bit careless, that one. Just rushed it a little bit. But she's got away with it.
Yeah, left nothing easy on. Yeah, going back to where you were saying about having a few shots and set yourself in, I often take comfort from that. Even if I'm 1 or 2 frames down, if I've got my hand on the table playing a few shots, it does help settle you, and you've got to think like that as well to move on for the rest of the match.
Yeah.
It's a good shot that she's opened everything up, but could soon be in trouble.
Yeah, and I can't remember the last time we had 2 left-handed women in a final.
Yeah, I noticed that. I was going to mention that. It's amazing how easy on the eye the left-handed players are. You're looking at the snooker in the pool, and Jimmy White in the snooker, and
yeah.
There's so many players. It's just easy on the eye.
Yeah, you never seem to see a bad left-hander.
No.
They always seem to be super talented. Neil Robertson, those kind of players.
Exactly.
That's a bit of a misjudgment there from Rachel.
Nice little shot there. Made good control of the object ball there. And Harriet wasted no time at all.
I think Harriet's in a rush. He must have a plane to catch. Because no mistake there. So a bit of an error there from Harriet, from Rachel. Just letting Harriet to pinch that frame, and the world champ takes a 1-frame-0 lead. Looking very calm and collected. She'll know that she's a big favourite to win this match, which can add its own pressure as well, can't it, David?
Yeah, very much so. It can completely put different pressure on completely.
I think Rachel's just got to make sure that she plays the table and the balls and not the occasion.
Yeah, and it's certainly easier said than done, but that's definitely what you have to do.
And that was the error that started the little tactical exchange that Harriet was always going to win.
Didn't split too well, but she probably won't be too disappointed considering she's not potted one.
So a little bit messy the table, but I would expect Rachel to be knocking a yellow in. But plenty of work to do. She's going to look for the finish.
I think reds might be a shout, but it's a difficult clearance. You know, the one in the middle of the table, maybe screw back for the red by the yellow. But that's a very precise shot. That might not even have the right angle. My only concern with yellows is the yellow by the 8 ball. It's going to be tricky to develop.
So at least Rachel's getting some table time. She's getting some pots on the table, and she'll be getting a little bit more comfortable with the conditions.
Yeah. And it is totally different. You know, the tables do play different than the outside tables, and then there's the occasion of it being a final, and then the shot clock.
Cameramen and
yeah. When you add all that together, and
it's not easy.
No.
So tough shot here for Rachel.
Oh, is it going to reach a cushion? No. That'll be 2 shots.
So if you're new to black ball, a ball must hit a cushion after contact with the cue ball. And unfortunately that yellow was a little bit short, so that is a foul.
I'm running.
I thought Harriet might have been tempted to pot that yellow.
Yeah, I think there's a temptation for that, but she has actually played a good positional shot there. Open that pocket up a little more for the red to go past. And into that a little more.
A bit of adrenaline in that one.
That's what I like about Harriet's first shot. You know, she's got a couple of balls there to disturb the 8 ball. Yeah, lovely. Well played.
It's a little bit awkward. It's why
Yeah,
it's going to have
so
to
yeah.
travel.
I thought she'd get through to this bottom one, but the camera angles fooled me.
She's going to be spinning this round up a couple of cushions. This is coming down the wrong line. Well, if that red goes past that yellow and she's on it, that is a little bit fortunate. Just a safety. Rachel can run for the long grass, I think, on this shot.
Yeah, I think it's a shot, really.
What's she doing? She attacking? Oh, well played, good shot. But she's still got the problem of this yellow next to the red at the bottom. I don't think that goes into the left-hand corner.
I think the only concern about the safety is why she might not have played it. It's just leaving the red by the yellow as a cut, potentially.
Yeah, if she plays to put this yellow in front of the red, she needs to make it count. Because she would be gifting an opportunity to Harriet.
Yeah, I think just getting the yellow in front and the white on the cushion.
A lot of pressure on this one. She hasn't quite made it. And that's another error from Rachel Tucker. Nicely cued from Harriet, and this black into the centre, and it goes, and second frame almost a carbon copy of the first. A Rachel Tucker error, and Harriet takes advantage.
Yeah, it's Harriet's played some good shots. She looks the more comfortable of the two players. I don't think there's been any real easy such chances for Rachel, but a chance nevertheless. And this is the shot that changed the frame.
Yep. And Rachel had played a good shot into the middle and then just didn't quite get the safety right and just left the opportunity for Harriet, who duly completed the clearance and moves into a 2-0 lead in this race to 6 frames and the title of Ladies Grand Final Champion.
The dreaded in off.
It's just not quite happening for Rachel at the moment. I think she tried to give that one a little bit extra and just lost the cue ball. She does strike the ball really well, Harriet, and she hits it with a lot of authority.
Yeah, and then that's it's great to see, and you know it just shows the confidence that she has and how used to the conditions that she is, and plays at such a good pace as well. doesn't doubt herself, just gets on with the shot.
Slightly changing her route, just in quite perfect position on the yellow into the top corner, saving that as the last ball. So this needs to be cued, but as we've seen so far, she is cueing very, very nicely. Into the pocket, and that is a quick fire clearance from the Rachel Tucker break. In it goes, no mistake. 3-0 to Harriet Haynes. What can Rachel Tucker do to stop this Harriet Haynes train?
Yeah, it's going to be tough now from 3-0 down, but stick in there. Start getting a frame or two on the board, and the match can soon change. So. But I feel, when the chances are coming along now, you've got to take every single one there. Nice pot there from Harriet.
Yeah, very nice clearance.
Four, frames to break, leaving 3 frames to nil. Time running.
Again, nothing down on the break. So Rachel, what can you muster from this attempt? Bit of a messy table, few little clusters. What's your first thoughts on this frame, Dave?
I think yellows. Well, there's not really a red to go at, but yeah, I'd say yellows. I think the main issue is the black. It's hard to see anything that you're going to get an angle to disturb that cluster.
Is she going to try it now?
Yeah. Just if that first red's in the way, if that's the only thing, but I think that's a potential option.
That's what she tried to do, but just got a little bit too much stun on the white ball, and ended up missing the cluster.
You have to say advantage Harriet now in this frame.
Okay, well here's half a chance for Rachel. She's still got that yellow and black tied up, but there is a way that she could try and disturb it. I think the way that I'm looking at David, it's leaving an angle on this one into the bottom right hand corner to pot it and then bump the white into the black and yellow. She's going to have to play that now.
And it's also have to be quite a bit of pace to, just to make sure they separate enough. the worry is you could get one out and not the other. I feel so you can't play it too soft.
Not quite worked out. It's going down a bit of a dark alley with this clearance. Huge advantage now to Harriet in this frame. 7-2 ball advantage. So she should get the advantage of the tactical side.
And also with all the reds able to disturb that yellow and black, like even more so. Whereas that yellow is completely welded in. That's not a bad shot. Just in case the opportunity arises, she can use that to disturb the 8 ball on the last yellow.
So just a little safety shot there from Harriet. Not sure if there's an edge of that yellow next to the black peeping out. Is it just a little edge?
I don't think Harriet would mind, to be honest.
That's okay, keeps it nice and tight still. So will Harriet push the boat out a little bit here and try and go for the clearance?
I feel they're a little bit more trickier now than they were before that shot.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that shot. I'm not sure what advantage that is going to draw. It's just an easy escape for Rachel. And Rachel not out of this frame yet.
No, the longer this goes on, the more she could come into the frame. That's a nice shot now. Again, she's leaving herself opportunity, potential opportunity should it arise. Now it's becoming a bit harder for Harriet to play good safeties. I think that might be the sign. I think she's had enough. I think she's going for it now.
Yeah, still a fair bit of work to do though.
Lovely little nudge on that black as well.
Yeah, that's worked out nice.
Played that well. She's always going to have a shot the way she played it. overcooked that a little.
Got into that one a little bit too much. Can she hold for the black? I'm not sure.
I think she's going to have to come off the bottom cushion. Oh, she's got into the block.
Yeah, well, that'll do. Took a risk and it paid off. You can do that in black ball. Put your last ball and the black in the same shot. It's a legal shot. And it came out absolutely perfect there for Harriet Haynes, and she marches into a 4-0 lead. That was the shot that almost worked. Just didn't quite get into it. It was a good pot.
Yeah, it was ever so close. Those fine margins that we have in this game.
That could have gone wrong, but when you're 3-0 up, those things tend to go for you, don't they?
Well, that's it. Yeah, you know, that black could have gone anywhere. It could have been on top of the yellow. It could have been on the bottom cushion, but it worked out perfectly.
That's a really good break from Rachel Tucker there.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Excellent break. Timed that to perfection, and a great split and a ball down and first opportunity.
What do you reckon? What colour set do you reckon here, Kev?
Well, I think I like yellows, assuming that the yellow that's nearest the red at the centre pocket goes in the top left, which it doesn't.
I think that might be defining reason to switch over to reds.
Yeah, I think probably yellows, because you could put a yellow off the red into that centre pocket to free up the other yellow. So, yeah, I think.
Is it not a bit far away from the middle pocket for that?
I'm not sure she quite timed that one as well as she would have liked. There's a white ball. Another Rachel Tucker error.
And any real issues here on reds has pretty much been solved with the foul there from Rachel. All open now. Good opportunity for Harriet to take a 5-0 lead.
It's a clever little shot there, just developing all her reds and clearing that centre pocket area with the yellow. So this is a great chance now to get within one frame of the title. Again, continues to put the balls with real authority.
Yeah, no messing about at all. I think that's what's most impressive about a game. You know, the confidence in a pot. You see some players, you know, they decelerate, but you never see that with Harriet. We're all guilty of not hitting it very well at times.
Just didn't quite strike that one.
No.
I don't think that black goes in the top left, so I think this is going to be a big slice into the top right hand corner. Could this be the lifeline that Rachel Tucker needs to get back into this match? Don't think that goes top left. I think the yellow's in the way. She's playing it off the yellow to the middle. That's what she tried.
What an effort.
It was very, very close. But this is now an excellent opportunity for Rachel Tucker. She's got a free go at this. She's not going to be leaving anything if she misses. She can just try and relax. Play the pull. We all know she can play.
And if she was to take this opportunity, this could be potentially a change in momentum.
Absolutely, and we know in this game one frame can become two, can become three, and all of a sudden it's game on. So she's got to look at it one shot at a time. That looks pretty perfect.
That's pretty good, that, yeah. Needs to play this one well though. Can't leave too much angle.
Nothing for sure. Anywhere near the centre pocket.
Ah, she's played it well.
Oh, that's the best shot she's played in the final so far.
Yeah.
Cued that like a dream.
Doesn't see much, but if you left too much angle on that, it can cause so many problems.
Yeah. I think she's okay. I think she can just draw the white back, the black into the same pocket. I'm sure that adrenaline is pumping. That's the hard work done. Just finish the job off now with this easy black. In it goes.
Frame, Rachel Tucker.
She's off the mark. 4-1 she trails. A bit of support in the audience for her as well there. A wife, Deb Birchall, she's in the audience cheering her on.
Is this the start of a comeback?
She's really, really well liked, is Rachel. Really popular on the circuit. I'm not sure that shot was on that Harriet was trying.
I think deep down she probably knew it wasn't really on, but she had to try something.
Yeah, and that was a nice finish there from Rachel, just giving us a glimpse of what she's capable of. Can she build on it now? Get right back into this match and trying to put a bit of pressure on Harriet.
Frame 6, Harriet.
Because she's had chances in particularly those opening two frames, Rachel. She's had chances.
Yeah, there's nothing that absolute easy, but there were chances nevertheless. Is this a tide turner?
We see it time after time. Things start to happen. Probably play the plan, yellow onto red, and then go for yellows. So the first visit is a free visit after a foul from the break. So even though Rachel potted a red, it is still open table. It is the next legal ball that either player pots will determine their colour suit for this frame. And that colour suit is yellow for Rachel Tucker.
Only one tricky ball maybe down the rail because he's got to play with a bit of pace to get the cue ball out, but there's a good chance.
now it's Rachel Tucker's turn to pot the balls with
Yeah.
authority and confidence.
Which is great to see.
This is sort of one of those layouts where there's probably 3 or 4 different routes you can go to take the finish out.
Yeah. I may have personally gone for the yellow in the left centre and then gone for the one down the rail, but you know, she might want to leave that for later on.
Yeah, I looked at that as well, David. That was what was going through my mind, but
We all see it differently, don't we?
absolutely, yeah. That's the beauty of this game. No numbers on the balls to tell you which order you've got to put them in. You've just got to put your own numbers on them in your own mind.
Oh, that's a shame. It might help my game if you put numbers on. Not have to make so many decisions. Same, we decide the wrong ones.
Extension.
Just come a little bit in betwixt and between on the positional side. Not perfect on either of these 2 yellows. I think she's looking at the clip.
Yeah, just flick off the black.
You can usually hit these a little bit too thick and you hit the top knuckle. Oh, she's lost the white.
One free shot, one visit.
And that's because she hit the pot a little bit too thin.
Yeah, just picked up the pace with the cue ball.
Hit the near knuckle. The white had enough pace on it to reach the pocket. I keep calling it a white. It's not a white, it's a cue ball.
Yeah. I'm the same. Nice first shot there from Harriet. Only problem that you can really foresee is the red on the side cushion. Just going after that early on.
No, then that is not ideal.
I think she'll be pretty good with this kind of shot.
Yeah, it was okay. Helped being a left-hander.
Yep.
Needs that white to slow down. Well, it's either a little thinner one into the corner or hampered cueing. If she's going for the hampered cueing, this is a tough shot.
Again, hit that really well.
Absolutely, like a dream.
Just overran again.
That was a tremendous shot. That really was. But that is not ideal. Can she swerve it in? No. No. She was caught in betwixt them, I think, in 2 minds there. If she was going to clip it in with side at a last object ball, it needed to be a lot harder to bring the white back across.
That yellow was always causing problems. You know, it's so difficult to judge, but because you couldn't go all the way to the cushion either because it had been too thin.
Oh, great shot, Rachel Tucker.
Really well judged that.
Total.
Sometimes a little harder than he looked then, but
That, yeah, you've got to hit that absolutely full in the face. Because anything slightly off centre, double kiss, anything, and you just stick the black up for your opponent. She played that absolutely fantastically.
even more so on these superb conditions when the tables are so fast.
This is a great attempt from Harriet.
Great hit, but the 8 ball's on the bottom cushion.
It is. So does Rachel take the one up the rail, knowing that if she misses the pot, it's relatively safe. I mean, nothing's safe, but
I think it's the time to go. Yeah.
if she can make the pot, it's a great chance to make another frame, and that's a great pot.
Great shot.
That was a top draw pot there, David, under pressure.
Yeah, very good. Just wants to leave a bit of angle. Oh, no, well, you can screw back. I personally like to run through off the side cushion. I think there's a bit too much, a bit straight for that now.
Yeah, in my mind, it's the blue spot area on
Yeah.
the snooker table, isn't it? Blue spot.
Right in the centre of the table.
And that is a little bit short of the blue spot area. That was a bit tentative, that one.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit frightened of overhitting it. Can she slice this into the bottom left and hold the white ball?
Oh, she's played this
looks,
well.
this looks brilliant. Oh, brilliant shot, Rachel Tucker.
Fantastic. To play that as soft as you can possibly play it. Fantastic shot.
And no mistake with the black. We've got a final on our hands, David Adenham.
Yeah, it's all turned on its head.
Excellent clearance there from Rachel Tucker. She must be feeling absolutely on fire at the moment.
This is what you got to do, you know. If you are way a bit behind, you know, you just never give up, and you know, just try and get a frame or two on the board, and momentum can change. And if Rachel was to get this next frame, suddenly the pressure will go on to Harriet.
After that great shot from Harriet, I expected her to finish the frame off, but that was the shot.
Yeah.
That I think she was just caught in two minds on. Great escape off three cushions, but a fantastic clearance there from Rachel. She gets her second frame on the board.
There we go, Rachel's break again. Oh, and the cue ball's gone off. Handing the advantage straight back to Harriet Haynes. First visit. Second visit here to potentially decide the colour set. I'd say it's looking yellows. Chance here for Harriet to get back into the groove.
Harriet back in business. Can she see the yellow over the centre pocket? That must be tight.
Does look tight, but she's down quick on the shot.
Just enough room.
Another confident strike there from Harriet. Back in the winning groove.
Fantastic clearance there from Harriet. She takes a 5-2 lead and stops the Rachel Tucker comeback. Again, I think that's the third consecutive in-off on the break from these two players.
Nicely controlled shot there.
Yeah, nice finish there from Harriet Haynes. One frame away from the title. Don't just put that IPA logo on the table there, David. I need to rub that off.
Handy little marker for some positional shots occasionally.
In for the P.
Yeah.
Wow, another in off of the break. A monster break. Monster rate there from Harriet, but she's lost the white ball, and look at those yellow balls, David. I've said white ball again, haven't I? Cue ball. Cue ball. That's why I've had to get the substitute commentators in. This is what you get when you get the subs in. Don't worry, folks, we'll have the normal commentary team back with you for the rest of the Open that's coming up later. Get some people who know what they're on about. Just to give you a quick update on the Open, last night's losing finalist and pro #1 world champion Dunster. He's been sent packing by a resurgent Ben Davis, himself a former world champion. He plays the winner of Gareth, Hibbot and Dean Shields, which we will see next on the stream table. And the other two quarterfinals, Ross Fernie trails Cory Rees 4-2. And Marc Boyle, the conqueror of Marc Farnsworth, he is 3-all with Dan Davey. So all bubbling up nicely.
Extension.
Not straightforward here. Got to consider the 8 ball, and with them 2 yellows, it's not a set plant. You may have to play the one below before playing the top one. So, a couple of good shots required. Oh, there you go. She's played it brilliantly. Now that one shot could unlock this whole clearance. Played that well as well. Perfectly straight on the yellow, ready for the long 8 ball into the top left. Well executed, all about cueing this one now. Rachel will be disappointed with that one. Excellent chance here for Harriet Haynes to take the frame and the title. Does that red on the left cushion go into the middle? She may be tempted to play one safety shot first though, if that doesn't go, but I think it does. Oh, what a clever shot there. Could have easily played the safety, but no, that was a brilliant shot to develop the last awkward red.
Yep, she can smell the title. Just got all the way a bit though, David.
Yeah, I think one good shot now required. Get back into position. She's played that well. Is it going to hold up? It sure is.
It's absolutely perfect.
Just what you want to win a title.
In it goes, and just 2 easy balls away from becoming the grand final champion of 2022. Drills the red in, and this easy black to complete a great victory for Harriet Haynes.
Playing on the mat, Harriet Haynes.
Fantastic victory there for Harriet. Showing once again why she's one of the top players in the world. Winning yet another IPA title. Lucky there to Rachel, giving it a good go, and she'll be pleased with her making her first final, I'm sure. Might be a little disappointed at the moment, but well done, Rachel. We're now passing over to the presentation party of Marc Pickworth and Kev Barton.
Thanks, David. Another great final there for the ladies. And first of all, a round of applause for a great final. First things first, let's talk to our loser. Unfortunately, that's Rachel Tucker.
Thanks, Mark.
First final, Rachel. You've got to be pleased with your performance over this weekend.
Yeah, no, I'm really pleased. I had no expectations coming into this. I know I've been playing well, so I just gave it my best shot, really.
Well, I've been looking at your results over the weekend. You've had some terrific results, and ones you're going to take back home and really look upon.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, it's been a long time since I've been in a playing arena like this, but yeah, I'm going to just take this forward and hopefully do something with it.
You seem in great spirits about it.
Yeah.
A little bit about your opponent. It's very hard to give Harriet a bit of a head start. I mean, it's hard enough to play her at 0-0, but when you give her a 4-0 head start, you had a little bit of a money come back there. But a little bit about Harriet, about the way that she started off in the match.
Yeah, well, Harriet's a strong player. We all know what she's capable of. She's a great competitor, and to go 4-0 down, I knew my back was against the wall. I didn't feel nervous at all, but just couldn't get going. But Harriet, congratulations, you played really well.
A little bit more about you, Rachel. I mean, does that just for you to start believing? You've had obviously you said you had a couple of quarterfinals, a couple of semi-finals. This is your first final now. Surely it's time for you to start believing, and maybe you're going to get to another final very soon. Is that possible?
Well, I hope so. At the age of 51, I've waited a long time, Mark, haven't I?
You don't look 51, Rachel, and that's by all means. And I'm not sure how you do it at that age. I think I'll definitely be retiring at 51. I don't want you to retire.
No, I'm going to take this, and yeah. Hopefully, I'll be here next time.
Well, you've been a credit to this ladies' final.
Thank you.
And well played, Rachel Tucker, everybody.
Thank
you. Well, she's done it again. It's Harriet Haynes.
Thank you.
Harriet, well played. What we're going to do to stop you from winning all these titles?
Well, first of all, fantastic performance by Rachel all day. Coming into the final just off the back of a really an amazing finish against champs. That adrenaline must have been so high, and I know how difficult that is to rein that back in and then come here and play on a strange table at a high level. So fantastic. Well done, Rachel.
And player, you continue to deliver at a high level yourself. What are you doing at home to, maintain this high level and keep winning all these trophies?
Well,
in fact, have you got a cabinet big enough?
Yeah. Yes, thankfully. Well, kind of. But anyway, lots of practice, lots of TikTok lives, lots of just competitions. I mean, just back from Ireland last week, and then I was back at like 11 o'clock, and I was out at 12 o'clock the next day playing in a competition, because competitive practice is the best way to get better, and just like plenty of table time. Yeah.
TikTok, is that the way forward for me then to try and win some trophies? Is that possible?
Maybe. There's a good following on TikTok. I'm sure the IPA will be on there soon. Yeah.
Try to do that.
Absolutely.
Well played. And Harriet Haynes, I'm pleased to announce that you are the Grand Finals Ladies Champion. Well played to Harriet Haynes. Well, Kevin, another fantastic final, and two of the players that they've probably deserved to get in the final, and a little bit about both of them.
Yeah, well, once again, Harriet demonstrates why she's the person to be in the ladies' game at the moment. She's probably playing at a different level to anybody else at the moment, and Rachel showed great character, 4-0 down, but those two frames that she won just shows that the talent that is there, and showed great spirit, and never gave in. And again, it was another final credit to the ladies' game, and just shows how it is evolving and growing over the last few years.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things going off in the ladies' game. There's some really good things happening in next year, and I think that most of these ladies are all going to be part of it.
Oh, well, the ladies' game's growing from strength to strength. That's not going to stop. We all know there's things going on, but as far as what the IPA is concerned, the ladies, we're just going to keep developing, keep growing. We've got the elite section next year, and it's all heading in the right direction.
That's great, and a little bit about the rest of the tournament. We've still got a few bits to do for the rest of the night.
Yeah, so we're going to see Dean Shields and Gareth Hibbot. They're going to be going head to head again, coming up on this stream table in 5 minutes or so. A rematch of them in the professional event yesterday. So that'll be the quarter final, and then we'll have a semi-final, and then it'll conclude with the final of the Open afterwards. And we already know that Liam Dunster, last night's runner-up, has been beaten by Ben Davis. And Marc Farnsworth is in a tough battle with Dan Davis, so lots of pools still to play for.
Well, thank you, Kevin. There you have it. There is another quarter final coming up right away, and give us a few minutes. Just going to do a few photos, etc. We'll be right back with Dean Shields against Gareth Hibbot.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Isle of Man. We have a quarter-final clash for you this evening. Dean Shields against Gareth Hibbot. So, Gareth to break, and he's dry. So, looking at the table, a little bit of traffic at the bottom end. Yellow tied up behind the black. Just having a look at the table, seeing what he fancies. Looks like he's going reds. And he's just grazed that red as he's run by. At some point, he's going to need to develop this black. So he's red into the corner. And there's another awkward ball here. Bottom left of the screen as you look. There's another awkward red. May well elect to try and get position on that. Which is what he's done. And he's a little bit close to this. Not the angle he wanted. Oh, this is very thin. Right, and joining me in the commentary box is Kevin Barton.
Evening, Andy. Evening, everyone. We've had to get the subs back in. I've had to step in for our lead comms because he's gone off to do his makeup, ready for the final stages. But have no fear, he'll be back later. But what a matchup we've got here. These two world doubles partners, now enemies on the table. We saw them in action against each other yesterday in the pro event, and bizarrely they've met each other now in the quarters of the Open. It was Dean Shields who came out on top yesterday, but today's another day, and Gareth Hibbot is a former world champion.
So Gareth at the table, but look, things are not looking good here. Very difficult situation. And he's played a great shot there. Plays a plant into the corner and just kicks the red onto the rail.
Yeah, 2 in 1 shot there, using all his experience. And in that one shot, he's got a great opportunity to take first blood.
He'd like to get down to this ball on the bottom rail.
He's a bit short on that one, Andy.
He was a little bit, wasn't he? So he'd take it into the middle. He's just checked it there, just trying to kill the pace. Not quite as planned, this. But he's back in position.
Yeah, that little bounce off the cushion just helping him out. If it had been on the rail, it would have made this a little bit tricky. But he can just get his cue into it now.
There we are. Yellow into the middle. Long yellow and back out for the black in the opposing corner. And he struck it well, as he always does. So this black, and there we have it, Gareth Hibbot. First blood.
Yeah, and that'll hurt Dean, that one. Missing that opportunity. tried to play a very precise positional shot there, Andy, and just misjudged it a little bit.
Just a little touch, yeah, he did.
Put a good clearance there from Gaz, and he looks a little bit pumped there, Gaz Hibbot.
Well, you consider yesterday's match. You know, he wants some revenge, won't he? Friends off the table, Warriors on the table.
Absolutely. That was a bit like us in the day.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, Gareth Hibbot, Dean Shields, two of the world's best in this quarter-final. The winner will play Ben Davis in the semi-final.
So, Dean Shields to break. See if he can keep playing the way he did yesterday. Again, fantastic break.
But dry, nothing down.
And the bad run continues. We've had some fantastic breaking over this weekend. No fault of the players. But we just seem to get a lot of dry breaks, don't we? One of those things.
Yeah, the cut break seems to have worked really well on this table rather than the head-on shot. But as we know, it's all in the lap of those pull gods, and if they're not on your side, it's a very, very tough game.
Very hard work. So we're on reds here. And he's working his way down to the two reds. Nearest to the corner pocket on your bottom right. They're the only real problem you can see in this this finish. And they're not a problem.
Looks pretty routine to me for a man of Gareth Hibbert's calibre. Just want to leave himself dead straight on that last red into the bottom left-hand corner. Meat and drink this to Gaz Hibbot.
So, red into the corner, stuns out, making it look easy, as all the best players do when they're on form.
Just wants to be dead straight, doesn't want any angle. That looks pretty good. Just going to stun this in, and he's going to race into a 2-0 lead from two Dean Shields errors.
Yeah, Gareth Hibbot, 2-zip, and in no time at all, has to be said. So, it's going to be Gareth to break. Already taking the initiative in this match. See if he can do any better, see if he can get a ball down. Looks very relaxed, does Gareth, as most of the time he does, I think it's fair to say. And Dean looks really focused there, doesn't he?
Pensive. Very thoughtful. Error in the first frame. Yeah, looking very pensive there, Dean Shields. Error in the first frame. In off the break the second. Lots for him to ponder.
Breaking from the centre. And he hit them.
A lot of movement on those balls.
You don't often see the cue ball come to rest at this end of the table when you hit them head on.
Gaz gets absolutely everything out of his break. He gets his body, legs, everything right behind it. He'd love to be able to put a red. He'd love to be able to put that yellow-red plant into the bottom left-hand corner. Can he clip that in, Andy? Do you think that's the shot?
It looks like it on the overhead. We don't have any other... let's have a look. Well, it looks a lot more difficult from here. From that perspective, I think it's too risky, don't you?
Yeah, that looks mighty thin. He's going to have to hit that with some pace.
He is looking at it, though.
Just line it up.
He's really going to have to give this a wallop, isn't he? That was the problem.
Where's the white?
That was the problem. It was so fine, that, wasn't it? The pace you needed to strike that with.
He was asking a lot, but he didn't really have a lot else to go at. I mean, he was unlucky to get the clip off the yellow and the white straight into that corner pocket. Bit unlucky, but I mean, look at these reds now for Dean. This is just a practice routine.
So he just ties up the yellows. Oh, that was the idea. I think he was looking to tie those two up.
Yeah, it was a little bit careless. I mean, it shouldn't matter in the end, but it was just a little bit careless. We have to remember as well, these players have been playing since Friday, and you know, fatigue is going to start to play a factor.
Without a doubt. I'm struggling and I'm in the commentary box.
That's something to do with being in the casino till 4 o'clock, Andrew. But don't tell anyone.
So here we go. Right, does it pass into the middle? Obviously still has the ball over the corner.
I'm not sure he's perfect there. I think he's going to have to take either the one into the top left corner, or take the one over the corner, or one that's right over the bag. Spin the white round. Not at his fluent best, I think, at the moment, it's fair to say, Dean Shields.
No, he's not got it on a string, has he? Not got it on a string, but he's still in position here. He's okay. You don't want to be under the rail when you don't need to be. So again, he's okay. He's just a little bit out of perfect, isn't he, every time? But he keeps digging. Yeah, this is the ball for him.
Retrieved the situation.
Back in prime position. Just draws the ball back to leave a simple red to middle, black to the opposite middle. And he's on the board when this black drops. So he's taking his first frame. Always settles you down, does that?
Yeah, it was a little bit, I would say ragged, but it wasn't his smooth best that we're accustomed to from Dean Shields. But as you say, Andy, got the job done. He's on the board, and the world's a better place.
Yeah, he couldn't afford to go 3 down, could he? He really couldn't.
So just to go through the draw now. So Ben Davies awaits the winner of this match in the semi-final. And in the other semi-final, another Welshman, Cory Rees. He's awaiting the winner of Dan Davey and Marc Boyle. Currently 6-4 to Marc Boyle.
So, Dean to break again. Cut break. And once again, it's dry. Just been the pattern this weekend on this table. I think it is fair to say, as you said, Kevin, that maybe the cut break has been more successful in general, percentage-wise of breaks, than the head-on. Not always the case, that.
Yeah, I'd like to see the stats on it. It just, maybe we've seen more cut breakers on the stream. You know, Boyle, Dunster, Farnsworth to a certain extent, sometimes cut breaks. But yeah, I just feel that they were potting with a higher percentage rate than straight on.
I think certainly Marc Boyle, that would be the case, wouldn't it? But that's almost not a cut break, is it? It's an explosion. So he's just played for the gap there between the two yellows. His most difficult ball, he's just shown you there, is on that rail. He'd like to get these two balls out of the way. Just checking now is Gareth. Does this pass the yellow into the middle of the right hand side of your screen? If it does, you can see the path there. Red on the rail, ball into the middle. He's working his way down the table. So he must think it passes.
Yeah, he'd like to have a bit of angle on that one, just to get the white away from the cushion. Once he pots this red, he's not going to get as close to that as he would like. Can he dairy pinch a little bit of the pocket?
He certainly wants to be straight, doesn't he, if it's tight?
This is a big shot. This is the difference between 3-1 and 2-all, I think. He's only got half a bag.
And he used every inch of the pocket there, didn't he?
That was a better shot than it looked, ladies and gentlemen. That was the finest of wafer on that yellow, and that wouldn't have gone in.
So, on his last red, just as he wanted. Into the corner, plays two rails back out for the middle. And Gareth extends his lead. 3-1.
And just to confirm, Marc Boyle has made his way into the semi-final against Cory Rees, and we will see that match straight after this one.
Just showing you the clearance here. Gareth took that difficult, or the most difficult ball on the rail. Just passed the ball there into the middle. Gareth looking good in this match. So, referees racking the balls up. Are we going to see another dry break?
Always feels like a big frame, that, doesn't it? You know, when you're 2-1 up.
Yeah.
2-all or 3-1.
3-1 race to 7. It's a big difference.
I mean, these are sprints. I mean, look at the power. Where's the white ball? Well, everything was heading towards that middle pocket. It was a race.
Yeah, he didn't half it, those.
And those reds are very, very tempting.
Bit of insurance as well with that yellow down near the black. Should things go wrong.
Although you can see a skill shot on that. If Dean did get to the table, could skill shot the yellow and the black in one shot. So you can't take anything for granted at these rules.
But he's sure to be going reds here, isn't he? Just looking there. Do I leave the gap between the yellows, or do I just run past them? The gap between the yellows affords better position, it would be said. But you need to be precise. So, elected to just run through. So this is a slightly more difficult pot than it should have been. But we know what a great pot of Gareth is.
I think he'll try and leave this on the left-hand side of the table. Gives him a better angle towards the top end of the table, but that's not ideal. I think he wanted to be a bit higher.
Yeah, he needed an angle there, didn't he? If anything, he looks just a little bit high, doesn't he? Higher would have been good. A little bit lower would have been good.
Almost sounding like an edition of The Price is Right there, Andy.
Yeah. Higher, lower.
Not The Price is Right, it's the other one, isn't it?
So, oh dear. Oh well.
Oh, it's not going to work out.
This might have helped him.
It's going to work out.
Well,
it's not ideal. It's not ideal. He's not going to have a great angle on his last red.
No, but without that kiss, he'd have had nothing, would he?
The The white's going to sort of end up somewhere near where the blue spot would be on a snooker table. Maybe just slightly to the right of that, maybe a centimetre. That's going to leave him a clip back. He's played that pretty well, to be honest. He's managed to get a little more forward momentum on the cue ball.
So what do you do with this?
Just slice it in and pray.
Slice it in and hope that cue ball behaves. It was a big ask, was that, wasn't it? It was very fine.
Yeah, it wasn't very close to that one, to be honest. Probably wasn't worried about position too much. I think I might have been playing that just plain ball, just focus on the pot, because even if you end up the white at the bottom end of the table, you could probably pot the black off a cushion somewhere.
It's a fair comment.
But you went all out for the pot with right hand side. Obviously makes the pot a little bit harder. But that's the beauty of this game. We all see it differently. There's no right or wrong way. There's only the right way.
So he's nudged the yellow towards the corner, and he's looking here at an angle for the yellow into the middle. And is he going to try and move the other yellow and try and land near it?
Yeah, it could be an option. He could play position on it as well. He could leave the skill shot for it. He's got so many options of what he can do. He can't do it from this shot though.
Does he run off the bottom rail, try and hit the back of it?
Yeah, that's what he's trying. He's playing lots of left. Going to try and spin it out. But that's a big ask, and that's made it worse. I think that was a big ask there. I was asking for a lot of side.
Yeah, he had too much spin on there, didn't he, to be effective. I suppose looking at the yellow, you have an option to play the double. You could bank it, couldn't you? Get low on it, bank it over and run the cue ball up the other end of the table.
Time's running out. He's not going to be on this one into the centre. He's going to be short. And this frame takes another twist.
What do you do here, Kevin? Do you get the yellow out?
He's got to get the yellow out, I'm sure he has.
And just throw the white round the table. Try and get back down the other end. You obviously risk a long double, but
well, I like a treble. I like a treble.
Yeah, I think I would have been inclined to try and get that ball off the rail that's near the black. Still leaving with no shot on the red. As you say, there's a big chance of a treble, isn't there?
It's almost a natural angle for a treble. He may just try and play the double.
Or he may not.
Well, I'm not sure about that shot now, because he's giving him the opportunity to take the yellow off the cushion, keep it safe, and then force Gareth to go for the double or treble. That was a strange shot from Gareth. I don't see that one.
I don't know what he was trying to achieve there, to be honest. I still say that he could have taken the second to last yellow, dropped low, and he could have bumped this bot. Well, there you go. Anyway,
it's all in the history books now. But that was a very, very strange shot from Gaz Hibbot. Why he didn't give himself a chance to win the frame, I don't know. But Dean Shields just finishes off, and that is 3-2. So that was a very, very topsy-turvy frame, Andy.
It was. As we thought, it was that yellow near the black that was causing the problems.
Yeah, this was the shot.
It was a tough shot, to be fair.
It was a tough shot, yeah, which is why. Yeah.
This one there, we thought that was a little bit too asking a bit too much, wasn't he there?
Yeah, a bit of a strange one that. I think Gaz will be scratching his head if he watches the replay.
So, 3-2.
Referee Darren Maidment racks the balls up. He hasn't moved the IPA sticker though from the middle of the table.
So, here we go.
He's moved it now. The big pause on the Dean Shields break. Finally gets a ball. It's a great split.
Hit with authority was that. Timed it well. And he got his reward. So, what do we have here? Yellows, I would think, are obvious.
Is he okay? Can he get the yellow into the left centre? Looks mighty tight.
You get the impression that's what he played for.
He's queuing it up, so he should be okay. Oh, he's got a horrible kick there, but he still managed to get the pot and keep position.
Yeah.
Sounded really heavy contact.
He did, yeah, very heavy contact. But thankfully, didn't seem to throw the ball offline, which he often does. I don't think we've seen many kicks this weekend, Kevin, on this table.
No, I've not seen many. Our audience watching online all think Gaz is going to win this one. Close to 80%. That's a big percentage. Think that Gaz is going to win. Just shows how popular he is. Great guy off the table as well, Gaz Hibbot, well liked. As is Dean, of course. Just Gaz has been around for about 40 years longer.
So, slightly hampered, but nothing that should cause any trouble. Leaves himself an angle from this ball on the bottom rail. Or the balk end, should I say.
I'm not sure that's exactly where he was playing it. I think he may have been playing it to be a little bit wider, but he's okay. Just a little soft screw shot into the corner pocket.
Played it well. He just needs to draw this ball back out from the side rail, as he does. And it's an easy black. For parity, he's levelled the game.
Yep, 3-1 down. He's back to 3-all in this race to 7, which for these guys is pretty much a sprint. Big break there from Dean Shields on the really giving it plenty. These guys both big breakers.
Yeah. And he took these out well, didn't he? I think the first shot in that finish was key, where he left himself the ball into the middle. So, frame 7, 3 apiece. And it's Gareth to break. Break from the centre. Well, he deserved a ball there. And he got two. So he has reds, I would think. He's got reds, he's got a choice here. But he's red and a yellow just near this bottom middle pocket. Slightly hampering each other. So it's just, that's a clever little shot. Drops the red in, nudges the yellow onto the cushion. That was his only real problem ball. Just analysing the table. Probably the most difficult red on the table currently. Has the yellow somewhere near it, top of the screen, top right. And he's just looking there, where does he need to be?
Yeah, it's a tricky little finish, isn't it? He needs to have some really nice, exact positional shots.
So he's punched that, and he's punched it. I think he's just about perfect there.
Yeah, it's a great shot. Just stun this white ball and leave that awkward one, like you said, Andy, top left. And then the frame is at his mercy. Can he stun it, or does he need to punch the white off the cushion?
Oh, he did punch.
Yeah. The cushion. So this is the key shot to the frame.
Great shot maker, Gareth.
Just about. Yeah, I think he's okay.
Yeah, I think he's good there, Kevin.
Cued it well. Gareth is one of those players. He's just great to watch when he's in full flow. Really easy on the eye.
So he's got this red into the middle, and he needed to be somewhere near it. Could have been a tricky ball, this, for him. And he leaves himself a straight black into the corner. And this is to take the lead. It's in.
Yeah, all those tricky little positional shots he executed absolutely perfectly. And like you say, that at the end made him have the great position onto that tricky one into the middle. And that was the key to the frame.
So there you see. Good break. That was a nice little shot, wasn't it? Just moving that yellow. And there you can see, stunned into ideal position. That he controlled really well. Leaving the straight black into the corner for the 4-3 lead. So it's nip and tuck at the moment.
Yeah, if anyone's just looking at the table and thinking, what are those strange marks on the top frame of the table? The table is actually wrapped in a black camouflage wrap, done by Alan Yates at 8 Ball Direct, best in the business at wrapping. And we'll have a new design for the World Championships. Where's the white ball?
How has that stayed up? How has that stayed up?
Well, it's good news, bad news for Dean Shields. Good news that the white didn't go in. Bad news that he didn't get anything off the break.
Yeah, and to be fair, it was going straight in, wasn't it? He didn't strike it well, wasn't kicked there. But how's it stayed up, that ball?
And how did that yellow miss it? That was tracking towards it.
Full of drama.
And that would definitely be the difference between 5-3. Whereas now, this isn't easy. Yeah, force Gaz to go for the red. They are not easy. And now Dean's going to get the benefit of that error.
Yeah, he was forced to try and take that ball on. And he's just looking here, Dean. That's his tricky ball. The one stuck next to the yellow. He'd like to get behind it.
I think he's going to attack that straight away, Andy. Run through.
Oh, he's okay. He's behind it. Would like to have been a little further up the table as we look at the screen. Nearer the balk line. So he's slightly out of angle. So he elected to screw off the rail. And he's got 5 open reds here. Nothing to negotiate. No yellows in the way. Red to corner. Doesn't really want to be on that rail.
That's a little bit of a loose one there. Still okay, but just made it a little bit more awkward than it should have been. Have you noticed on Dean when he cues, he takes that cue the cue right back, almost off his bridge.
Yeah. Yeah, you keep thinking, is he going to come off his hand? So there, just keeps looking, doesn't he? Where do I need to be for that red to the right of the black? All about the angles. Time running. Wants to be. Has he left an angle there?
Well, if he's straight, he's not going to get ideal position.
Difficult to tell from where we are whether he's straight or not.
If he's just got a tiny bit of angle, he can just put a little bit side on, a little bit right hand side. But
regardless, I think he's going to make the red in the middle. But he'd rather not have to throw that white ball round the rails.
yeah, he's just going to be really precise with this one. Doesn't want the white near the cushion, wants to be able to get to all parts of the white ball so he can apply the right side and bottom.
So, he had to just run it through a little bit. And now he's looking at those angles.
Just got to be careful he doesn't overhit this one, and that, because I think the white will be coming towards the middle bag. Like that.
That is perfect.
But he's played it well.
Struck with confidence. Good finish.
So 4 frames all. It's nip and tuck between these two good friends. As you said, Andy, at the start, friends off the table, bitter enemies on the table.
And there you see, Gareth was forced into that, wasn't he?
Yeah, a little bit of kind running for Dean, really, from the break.
Yeah, we still don't know how that cue ball didn't fall in.
I think there's a little bit of chewing gum in that pocket, Andy. I think someone's left something there.
So 4-4.
Yeah.
Best of 5.
Best of 5, yeah, for a place in the semis.
And every time I say that, it goes best of 3. I was just saying in the last couple of matches, I had a long run of 8-7, 8-7, 8-7 every time I was in the commentary box. They're thinking of throwing me out.
It's a good job you're on a fixed rate, and it's not by the hour. Try there from Gaz. So it's Dean who's got the first opportunity. There's real, you can feel the mini momentum shifts in this match, can't you? It seems to be toing and froing. His fingers are close to that yellow ball.
Just moves the red out of the way. So he's got a tricky ball on the side rail, bottom left of the screen. But he may use that as his last ball if he needs to. The black does pass into the middle pocket top screen if needs be.
Yeah, again, he's got so many options on Andy. How he goes about this finish.
So decided to take it now. Understandable. Wants to take this ball into the corner. Back off the cushion. He's got the 3 balls at the bottom of the table at his mercy if he does. So he's got 2 balls here into the corner top right of your screen, you would think. He'll just be looking for an angle on his last yellow, so he can go back up for the black. Been a very fluent match this, Kevin. Very fluent.
Yeah, yeah. High calibre. What you'd expect from these two great players.
And he just looks straight there. Did he get a bad contact then?
Did the referee call? Oh, timeout. I thought the referee called foul for a minute then.
No, I think he got a bad contact.
Yeah.
Because, as I was saying, he would have liked an angle on this ball. Looks to have landed almost straight, if not dead straight. He can, of course, if he elects to, draw the ball back and out again. You would expect him to have sight of the black off this shot. No matter.
Just a little soft stun onto the cushion, maybe a touch of right hand side just to help the angle.
Yeah, he was fine. So that bad contact doesn't look like it mattered.
Punches the black in, no problem. Dean Shields, and he gets into a 5-4 lead, race to 7 for a place in the semi-final.
There we see. Took that more difficult ball earlier in the clearance. Left himself the 3 up top, and there, bad contact, but he still had the angle. Stuns the ball off the rail, and black in the bottom corner.
That's against the Gaz Hibbot break.
And that could be really important, Kevin, couldn't it?
Yeah, at this stage in the match, you want to be holding your own serve. So Dean now will be looking to ram home that advantage. Break dish of his own, 6-4. Pile the pressure onto Gaz Hibbot.
So this time needs better control of the cue ball. If you remember, nearly scratched in the corner. We don't know how it stayed out. This time sends the cue ball back to the other side of the table. What a split this is.
Wow.
Yellows?
Well, you could take either, to be honest. Another red at the top end of the table doesn't pass the yellow, but you can soon move that with other reds. But yeah, I think like you say, Andy, yellows all day long. It's only going to be a lack of concentration that's going to stop him putting these.
That's what I was just about to say. Sometimes when you get these easy layouts, some players sort of take it for granted. You get a little bit slack. But I don't think Dean's one of them. This really is a great layout, isn't it? To extend his lead in this match.
Well, that looks a little straight to me, that one. Has he got any angle?
certainly straighter than he was intending, I'm sure. Fortunately, look at those balls he has down at the bottom. One over the corner, two over the other corner.
I can see you getting your cue out, Andy, to have a go at these.
Yeah, I'm sure it's somewhere.
You'd soon finish these off.
Not seen it since the early 2000s, Mike, you.
Yeah, if any of our viewers know where Andy's cue is, if you can let him know.
So, ball into the corner. If he chooses, no, he's going centre first. Really does not matter. And he uses the red to hold.
Yeah, he's really punching these balls into the pocket with real authority.
He didn't mean to be on the rail there, but it's not an issue. So, 6-4 on the hill.
Yeah, a bit of a facial expression there from Gaz. Not much he can do. Sit and watch. Just not quite gone for him yet in this match, but still time yet. It's only 6-4. Absolutely nothing in this game. A couple of frame deficit.
Yeah, that was a big frame, wasn't it? That break when the ball hung in the in the jaws. Gareth forced to take on a ball in the middle, didn't make it, and turned the frame over. But he won't be thinking about that now. You can't dwell. Can't change anything. He's just got to make sure that he makes his break count and hope that something goes wrong for Dean.
Everything into it again. There's a yellow down. He's okay. He just needs a good split. He's got a good split. Probably at first glance yellows. I think that.
Yeah, I'm just looking myself. It's
extension cool.
Yeah, I think it's got to be yellows, hasn't it? Just needs to get a good position for these two at the bottom right of your screen. They'll be going for those early on.
That's a bit pacey. Needs to slow
Not
down.
what he played.
That was a little bit pacey.
He has this ball into the middle, obviously. But he'd like to get on to these other two, and he's done that. Draws it back off the side cushion. So, elevates the butt of his cue. He's bringing it, he's drawn it back there, but he's more angle than he wanted.
Yeah, this is going to be running a little bit.
And as you can see, the next ball, or should I say the ball near the three reds, that's the tricky one. That's the one he's going to have to navigate successfully if he's to clear the balls at this visit. Oh, that was a great shot, that was. Lots of check side. Doesn't want to touch it though.
Oh, that's awkward.
Doesn't want to touch it.
I'm running.
And that is awkward now.
He needs to make sure that the white kisses the red to hold it for the final yellow.
Again, great shot.
But he's got another tricky one to come up. He's got to navigate traffic.
And he has to get this finish, or the match is over.
He'll be using the red that he's bridging over as his guide. Oh, he needs that to run on.
Time out.
Oh dear me.
Oh dear.
He's had a kick, he thinks, bad contact. His cue's gone down in disgust.
Cool time running.
So, what does he do here? Hitting it's not enough, is it?
No. Well.
Does he go up, off, down, try and catch a side rail, maybe kick it in? Like this? Too much. Yeah, he looked resigned to his fate there for me. Very frustrated.
Yeah, absolutely.
Feels he got a bad contact. It certainly flew off that rail, Kevin, I have to say.
Yeah, it did look a little bit bouncy, but he obviously thought it was the contact rather than the cushion.
Well, this table is at Dean Shields' mercy. Screws off the side cushion. And you just can't see anything going wrong here, can you?
He can literally do anything, and he's going to be on a ball. It's just one of those layouts that he just has to make sure he hits the white ball, and he's going to win the match.
Yeah, the black over the corner pocket. So there's no difficulty getting onto that one, is there? Just wants to hold up a little.
Play this one, can play the one into the left corner.
That was a kick.
What is going on in this match?
Well, we've had more bad contacts in this match than we've had the whole weekend. Well,
he's not asked for the white cleaning, but he doesn't need it when they're this easy. And Dean Shields takes his place in the semi-finals against Gareth Hibbot, who will be bitterly disappointed with that performance. I think fair to say Dean had probably the rub of the brakes, but you know.
Yeah, certainly I think that'd be a fair comment. We keep talking about the break where the cue ball hung in the jaws. That was a big turning point in this match. You know, Gareth forced to try and take a ball into the middle in that game. Missed it and sort of turned the game over, didn't he?
Yeah, so Dean Shields takes his place in the semi-finals. He is going to be up against Ben Davis, the conqueror of Liam Dunster. They're going to start out in a couple of minutes on one of the outer tables. And we'll be bringing the second semi-final, Cory, Rees and Marc Boyle, right after Marc's had a few words with Dean Shields.
Thanks, guys, and here I am with the winner, Dean Shields. Dean, it seems like you've just got the edge on Gareth Hibbert this weekend. Are you pleased with another, pretty astounding win?
Yeah, you're always happy to get a win against the big players, but I actually think Gareth played better than me there. He's had a few bits of bad luck, a few big kicks, and I've took the chances when they fell my way, but I think on the whole I thought Gareth was more solid than I was. It's just the way pool goes.
And you got another semi-final coming up, and did you think you did have a semi-final in you at all this weekend?
Yeah, I always back myself to do well. It's like I say, it's hard against the best players in the world, but yeah, it's always back yourself.
I mean, you had some tough matches yesterday, and probably one match too many just towards the end. Do you feel like you've got a bit of extra stuff in your tank now, just to try and go on that? You said you wanted to go one step further.
Yeah, like I said, there was a few mistakes yesterday, which I think cost me. Marc played quite well, but again, I had the chances. So if I was on tip-top form, I probably could have took the win there. So just trying to stay focused, and trying to just apply myself to every match.
And I know you've still got 2 wins, before you can even think about lifting that trophy. It's obviously going to be in your mind, and what are you going to do now to try and prepare for that? Because I know pretty sure you're going to be straight back on.
Yeah, I've not got much time, I don't think. So I'll probably just go freshen up, get a little drink, and then back in.
Well, I'll let you do that straight away,
Thank you very
and good
much.
luck for your next round.
Cheers, Marc. Thank you.
Well, there we have it. Dean Shields safely into the semi-final. He's going to have a tough match there against Ben Davis. But right up next is going to be Cory Rees. He's going to be playing Marc Boyle. That's going to be a very classic match. And we're going to go straight over to the commentary box now with Andy Richardson and Kev Barton.
Thanks. Right, here we go. Another great lineup here for it. Cory Rees against Marc Boyle. And we've seen a lot of Marc Boyle on this table this weekend. So, let's get a couple of photos.
Little bit of bromance there between the two guys. Looks like Cory's going to win the lag.
Just, I think, very close. So, Marc Boyle. What a break this guy's got. I know I keep going on about it. I've never seen anything like it, not for a cut break.
Yeah, phenomenal cut break that Marc Boyle possesses. What a weapon that is. On top of the amazing talent and great cuish that he is. He is up there with the very best. And, you know, I interviewed him after his victory against Farnsworth, and he said that he can't be compared to those two because he's ranked 14 or 15, whatever he is. But sorry, Marc, I've got to disagree. You are in that conversation all day long. The rankings are just the rankings. You know, there's reasons why Marc's down there because he missed a few events. But when you're talking about the great players, he is in that conversation all day long.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Cory Rees, what a capable player he is. And he gave that some, didn't he?
He certainly did. If you're from Wales, it's just in your DNA that you have a big break, which you don't even need to practice. It's just part of
you're born with
what
it.
You're born with. Yeah. Phenomenal break, but you know, phenomenal player. And you know, over the last 18 months, it's been great to see the rise of Cory Rees. You know, came through the amateur ranks, and you could tell this guy is going to be up there, and he's hot on the heels of these elite players. Believe me, he's going to be around for a long time at the very top level, and a very funny guy as well. Very funny guy, even when he don't mean to be. He's funny.
Well, he's made a ball, but it's nothing easy here. So, from the back there, he's gone for yellows. He tried to run down there, kick that red in.
Does he fancy playing a skill shot? If they're touching, he might play it, because I think the yellow will follow it straight in if they're touching.
He may have had that in mind when he took yellows. He would have liked to kick that red in, obviously. Well, it's not on now, is it?
Just a little tickle.
Like the old days, Kevin. Bit of fudging.
Is that going to reach?
Just got there. Just got there.
We've just done a little poll. Guys have been working hard with the polls today. 65%, I think Marc Boyle is going to win the tournament.
Well, he's certainly one of the favourites, isn't he?
Dean Shields is everyone's second favourite. He's played the skill shot. Oh, what a shot, Cory Rees. What a shot.
What a shot that is.
That will definitely be in shot of the tournament highlight reels.
What a shot that was.
He played the skill shot. followed it up. Putting the red was a bonus, but into the bottom left-hand corner. But what a phenomenal shot there from Cory Rees.
Well, he didn't want that, did he? Not as intended.
He can slice this yellow into the bottom right corner. Can he judge the path of the white ball? I'm thinking he's going to try and aim for that red that's just to the right of the black. If he can get a cannon on that.
Good call, Kevin. Good call.
What a shot.
So he's got that tough ball down the rail. So does he take the outside of these two yellows, Kevin? What do you think?
Yeah, I think the outside. It's all about the angle that he leaves here. What he doesn't want to be is straight on the cushion. He needs some angle to get the white ball off the cushion for the black into the left middle. These guys are such confident players of shots down the rail. Just drift this white ball forward a couple of inches. We'd have probably liked a little bit more there, Andy.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's not easy now, is it, to get this cue ball back out? So, what's he doing with this? Oh, I think that's a good call there. Look at that for a shot. Taking his medicine, dropped it in, and this black goes into the corner, bottom right of screen.
Yeah, what a finish this will be, Andy. I mean, from that skill shot, phenomenal skill shot.
He was in all sorts of trouble, wasn't he, really?
Yeah.
Well, fantastic run out that was.
In goes the black, and we've got some great news, Andy. We've now got the proper commentator in so that I can go.
Right, see you later.
We've got,
all right, you mean?
We've got Dan Fairway, who's coming back to give you some proper expert commentary with yourself, Andy, and the substitutes can now go out to pasture.
Right, see you later. Good night, everybody. So, referee racking the balls once again. Evening, Dan.
Good evening, Andy.
You well?
I am. It's been a long day, as they all are here.
They are.
And I haven't seen the inside of the commentary box yet today.
Well,
but, time to put a change to that.
Time to put a shift in. So, as you can see, Cory Rees taking the opening frame with a fantastic clearance.
Yeah, I caught the tail end of that one, and phenomenal skilly.
Brilliant. And here we go, Marc Boyle. You know, I keep raving about it this break. Just look at that.
It is absolutely phenomenal. And when he gets that break going like this, he is unplayable, because he leaves such easy patterns. Not so much this time, he's got the red and the yellow in the bottom left, but other than that, it's only really one big problem to negotiate.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Not in this particular instance, but we saw earlier when Marc played, some of the patterns, once he's broke, he hits them so hard, he makes multiple balls, and he just doesn't seem to have any traffic, does he?
No, and that's how he wins a lot of his games. Not to take away from the skill of taking the finishes out afterwards, but he doesn't tend to leave himself difficult finishes. And also his cue ball's so good that even when he does, he's got that precision to work his way around the table.
It almost seems unfair, doesn't it?
It does if you're playing against him, that's for sure.
So there, clever shot. Just look at that. Intentionally kicked that ball out. And he's onto the red in the middle. That was his problem ball. It's not a problem anymore.
No, that's a glorious shot. Brilliant opener, and now it's a dot-to-dot finish.
But that was a great shot, wasn't it?
He did what all the good players do, and the top professionals do, better than anyone else. He saw his difficult area of the table. He worked out how to get into it straight away.
Yeah, as soon as possible. Agreed.
Yeah. If you leave that to your second or third last ball even, then all of a sudden your options are so limited when you go into it. But the way he played it, he knew he had something afterwards. It's a great shot.
So, 3 reds left. Just seeing which way he wants to go. A little bit of work to do here. Needs to get back out for this red. Needs good position. So he's got to get back up the other end of the table for that black.
That's a beauty. It's perhaps gone a little further than he'd like, but actually I think it's gone far enough that he can now top this through and find the gap between the 2 yellows near the centre pocket and the centre pocket to come up through there. So I think he'd like to be straight, but this is better than a little bit of angle. If he was just off straight this way, he'd have been in real trouble, actually.
Yeah.
Is he screwing this across?
Couple of ways of playing this, though, yeah. We don't get the right exact angle on this.
What a shot this is.
Well, that is one of the shots of the weekend.
That is phenomenal. The power he's generated there and the accuracy is world class.
And the spin. Yeah, world class it is. Fantastic shot once again. Well, what a match this is turning out to be already.
It's certainly a solid start, isn't it? These two going toe-to-toe straight away. Break dish to get us underway. Let's have a look at some of the highlights, but I think this first shot after the break was...
Yeah, that was a shot for me.
Yeah.
That just got the whole break up, didn't it? The whole finish.
It certainly did. A tough finish made to look quite easy by Marc Boyle there, but he did leave himself a bit to do with the cue ball to get nicely onto the black, and boy did he deliver. One for the blooper reel there from our referee.
Yeah. Cue ball on the carpet, no good down there. So, Cory Rees to break. Maximum power, maximum control. Look at that for a break again. Oh, that's so unlucky.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, he didn't deserve that. Was knocked in there, wasn't it? Didn't go straight enough.
It was actually a really nicely controlled cue ball for the amount of power. When you generate that almost sort of stun run through shot where the cue ball rebounds back and then grips.
Yeah.
That's the ideal way to cue a break, because generally you keep the cue ball in the middle of the table, unless of course it gets knocked by something else, and to get knocked into the corner pocket like that is desperately unlucky.
It is, and that's one of the things when I talk about Marc Boyle's break, when you break from the side, I think he gets far less opportunity to get kicked in off. You know, when you're breaking, you're punching straight out to the side and back into the middle of the table. I mean, don't get me wrong, it happens, but I think there's far less risk. It's just the way he generates the power. It's incredible.
Here's an interesting shot. I think he's trying to break everything out in one here, and that will do.
Well, he has done.
Yep. It was clever. He knew he could screw into the awkward yellow and red in the top and play the other ball into the awkward black and yellow in the bottom half of the table. And now, well, yeah, yellows all day long, you would think.
Yeah, yellows all day long. I agree with you. It's a little angle though there. I think he's got his fine, isn't he? It's fine. Yeah, and that one shot there, as you said, opened the whole table up. And the black, so close to that middle pocket. No difficulty gaining position. So what a match we've got. Both players on top form.
Yeah, it's a match worthy of a final, but of course it isn't the final. We still have that to come. And the winner of this match will be facing off against Ben Davis or Dean Shields. And Ben's taken the opening frame in that one, so we'll keep you posted on that one. As Marc Boyle continues his pursuit of the perfect game.
And there's fine. Last yellow into the corner. And he was very unlucky there, wasn't he, Cory? To be kicked in off as he was against a man who's at the very, very top of his game. Difficult pill to swallow.
Yeah, it's the one thing that I think these players can feel genuinely hard done by, particularly when they get kicked in off just like that. Because the free shot after the in-off for the opponent, particularly when the in-off absolutely wasn't your fault, it's pretty much a death sentence. You very rarely win a frame where you go in off on the break.
Yeah, in commentary yesterday I was discussing that with Marc, and he asked me, what do you think about the two shots after a foul like that? And I said initially that I believed, I thought it was okay, two shots, you can open the ball up, but in hindsight I think, when you're breaking like that to get kicked in off, I think maybe in hindsight it should be one visit.
Yeah,
it's a harsh penalty, isn't it, when you've...
We don't make the rules,
yeah,
but that is one that I would consider bringing in. Definitely.
I've changed my opinion after watching this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, we'll let Marc Boyle break off here, but discussion to be continued.
Well,
ooh, this might be dry. That red is going very close.
Wow.
How is it still there?
Didn't hit them quite as hard, I don't think, Dan, do you?
I just don't think he caught it.
Yeah, it didn't look quite as clean.
Whether he just clipped the front ball or just didn't quite put the pace into it, I'm not sure. But it's certainly a messy table.
Yeah.
Cory Rees, though, on the Marc Boyle break, will just be happy to be at the table. It's a sniff, if nothing else.
It's a rarity, isn't it, after the break?
Yeah, it is, big time.
But
going back to what we were saying, Andy, yeah, I'm with you. And I think it depends on the level you play the game at. You can't have two different rules for two different, for one different sport. But at this level, it is too much of a punishment. Perhaps at the grassroots level in the pubs, perhaps it's, a little bit more fair. It's one that's been up for debate for a long time, and I'm sure the debate will rage on.
Yeah. It's just such a penalty, isn't it, So, 3-ball plan.
It's a bit unlucky.
But these balls are messy, aren't they?
Yeah, just the fact that those two are sort of covering each other doesn't help. I think he can get through to clip the... Well, he's
going behind them.
Safety, yeah. Nice touch.
Total.
Not not the most difficult hit for Marc here, but
got a big target, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean,
depends what he chooses to hit, obviously.
I think Marc could choose an area, 3 different areas here to hit, and he'd probably get out. It's not just going to tie the black up. But where's the cue ball? Oh wow!
Well, it's a foul.
I think the only good news for Marc there is he's got the black close enough to those 2 reds that Cory really kind of needs to move that, but he's also got 2 reds tied up in the bottom half of the table, and we spoke about Marc breaking out both his tough balls with 1 shot in the previous frame.
Yeah.
Cory can't do that here.
Well, he can do it here. Look, he can play this ball off the rail.
He can take these 2, but he's still got to go back for the black at some point.
Yeah.
It's not going to leave the dolly finish that Marc had.
Yeah.
I just wonder, can he take the red near the pocket, the closest one to the pocket in that cluster of 3 balls, and just nip into the black by avoiding the red? It's a tough shot. If he catches the red, this might not go great. Or he could move the red. Yeah.
Well, he's okay. He'll take it. So he's got this ball. He can take the red into the top left corner pocket as you look at the screen, but he's electing to go long. Totally understand that.
That's better.
Yeah.
Up to this point in the finish, he hasn't been anywhere near perfect position. He's been scratching around a little bit because he's had so much work to do. I think now he is 1 good shot away from being pretty comfortable. And he's got a choice here. He can play for the red near the black spot, or he can play to leave that window between the 2 yellows above the red to the right of the black spot.
Yeah, it's that one that's near the 2 yellows that's the most difficult. And he is on it now.
Yeah. It's nice control. That is not a huge gap to hit that.
No. And he made sure he didn't leave it till the end. So, on the difficult ball, 3 reds, black up near the corner pocket, top of screen. He just stuns out there. Yeah. As you can see there, takes the ball into the bottom pocket, red into middle, and the black waiting for him over the corner, bottom right of screen. So just plays a little bit of check there, holds the angle. Very high caliber match, this one. He's about to go all square. Looking like 2 apiece. 2 apiece it is.
Cory, Rees.
There's nothing in it. Yeah, another great finish in this match. So, probably one of the worst breaks I've seen from Marc, and it wasn't that bad. Just unfortunately didn't get a ball down. So, played a safe. And there we have it. Red in the middle, black in the corner, all square. 2 apiece.
2 apiece, and 2 break dishes and 2 reverse dishes to start us off. So 2 and fro already this game has swung.
2 frames all. I'm running.
Yeah, just didn't quite hit those like he does. Did Marc Boyle in the last break.
Cory this time hoping to keep the cue ball firmly on the island.
Yeah, he was unlucky last break, wasn't he? Once again, look at that cue ball.
Great control, but this time nothing down.
Well, it's been the story of the weekend. So many dry breaks. Struck very well. And nothing down.
Yeah, it was a surprise that, like you say, he struck it well. You know, you could see that he controlled the cue ball well. Whether there was a little gap in the pack somewhere, or because they just didn't split like you'd expect them to.
I've had quite a lot of it though, has to be said. And he hit them, didn't he?
He certainly did, yeah.
Didn't hold back. So, could be looking at yellows here. Difficult yellow, top left of screen. That's stuck to that red. But he can get on it now if he needs to. Or very soon. Play ball into the middle. He's got a yellow nearby. Could get behind it. Doesn't need to break it out. Just depends how he sees it.
Yeah, I actually think the most difficult yellow, and the one that does need a bit of breaking out, is probably the one welded to the black.
Yeah.
I don't think that goes anywhere at the moment, so that needs a cannon. His only real route of attack for that would be to take the yellow to the right of the black, up to the top left corner.
Yeah, he needs to get this out of the way as soon as he can, and he'd like to have been low on this yellow.
Yeah, I think he
Little
might
high.
have to screw out now. And even then, I think he's got too much angle to do that, really.
It's not what he was looking for.
No, this is a big shot now. Because he's got to take that one now. He can't not. We're getting to the next one. Can he leave himself the long yellow, the one right in the centre of the table?
Well, he's elected to play safe. Doesn't want it to drop. Well, taking control of the table.
Yeah, he has to an extent, but one good shot here from Cory, and it would have to be a very good shot.
You'll feel he's played the percentages, I think, don't you? I see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I totally get it. But he really was the wrong side, and as we were saying, how did he get out of there?
Yeah, hindsight's 20/20, of course, but if Cory gets a pot here, and I think he might be forced into going for one, to be honest. He can't really leave any kind of telling safety. Well, he's going to try and put him in behind the red in balk, is he? This needs to be very precise.
Oh.
Well, okay, that's...
Yeah.
It's a clever shot potentially, but I don't think it's done him any huge favours. It's given Marc a little bit more control now than he had previously, because the skill shot was potentially an option for that yellow. It's not really anymore for Cory. So Marc's in the driving seat here.
So
It's not perfect.
messy into this, messy.
Yeah, because he still hasn't broken out the yellow next to the black, and that really does need some developing. Equally, the two yellows that he's looking at now, if he plants them, does the second yellow come up far enough away from the red? Not necessarily. If he plays off the yellow, does it necessarily come out? Well, it does if you play it at that pace, but anything can happen when you play it at that place, and it usually does. And it's Marc Boyle who goes in off.
Yeah.
That was wild.
It was a little wild, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. We're all over the place there. And he's kicked his yellow safe as well, hasn't he, behind that red? Which may have helped him.
Yeah, it might have a little bit, because Cory now needs to move that. But Cory's in a position now in this frame where he could bide his time, because he's well up in it now. He can put Marc in plenty of positions where he can't really do a lot. Doesn't want this red to flick off and go in, and it somehow stayed up.
Yeah. In the previous match we had a situation with a break where the cue ball sat just where that is. So it just seemed to just hang there. Because it looked, to all intents and purposes, as if it was in, didn't it?
It did, yeah. Now, Cory doesn't necessarily have to develop anything with this finish, but he might choose to. That red he's pointing his cue at. You can flick that thin into the centre and then follow the line of the cue up into the other red. It's not guaranteed to come out nicely, this.
He's missed it, hasn't he?
Missed it both ways.
Just nudge the black.
He has helped himself there because the nudge on the black opens it to both centre pockets rather than just the one. But he's now got a difficult job on to get down, to take the red closest to the black spot into the bottom left corner.
Safety.
Clever one. Clever little safety shot, that. Marc's got a bit of a decision to make here. Arguably the lone yellow is the easiest one to hit. Because he could, well, it's not actually, is it? But he's got to be careful of the black. Oh.
Steady. Well. So, still has this red close to the yellow.
Can he move it with this? Can he play this with tons of right hand side, running side, and
that's what he's looking at.
Just nudge it out? Tough shot.
He did look at it. He's done it.
Very good. It's perfect actually, because now that red can stay there. That will be his last ball. That gets him back down the table.
So
nicely on the black. So yeah, straight shot here, and you think it's really game over. And 3-2 Cory Rees.
It was a key shot, wasn't it, that? Spinning off the bottom rail, just nudging that red up. Back out into space, long straight red, a black over the middle. It's looking like 3-2 Cory. Heart of the pocket.
It is. And it's been a good recovery this from Cory. It's a bit harsh to say recovery because, you know, he dished his first one. But then, having seen Marc clear up so comprehensively after he got kicked in off in the third frame, Cory hasn't really looked back. He hasn't made a mistake since. He took a very difficult finish from Marc's dry break. And then in this frame, played the tactics to perfection and really left Marc no chance. Yeah, good work from Cory Rees, and we're getting closer to that winning line, but we're still a long way off at 3-2. Still don't think I can really call this one.
No, 3-2, race to 7, long way to go. But that was the shot, wasn't it?
One match that looks slightly easier to call, although there's still a long way to go, is the other semi-final. Ben Davies, Dean Shields. Ben has raced into a 4-1 lead in that match. It's been a while since Ben Davies has been to a final. I might have to get the the statisticians on that one to find out when it last was. But it's good to see him back in fighting form, because he is my all-time favourite player to watch. So, with no disrespect to Dean at all, I hope Ben makes the final, because I haven't watched him play for a while, and yeah, he's just got a style that he's just so fluid around the table.
Well, my favourite player to watch, certainly breaking, is this guy.
Yeah, it's difficult to argue against that, I have to
Yeah.
say.
Look at that.
Black's in. Re-rack time, but look
at the split.
Look at the split. I mean,
stop laughing, he says.
oh. That might be one of the best splits I've ever seen on a pool table. Just all the reds one end, all the yellows the other end. No problems at all. I think Marc would have been slightly devastated when he saw the black pop in.
Yeah. Incredible.
Good that they can see the funny side. You have to feel for Marc there, because really, can you hit a break any cleaner than that? I'm
No.
not convinced.
I don't think so. And he was absolutely plumb, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So, can he do the same, but keep the black on the table? That's what he's looking for.
Do you think that gentleman in the crowd is watching our stream, or do you think he's out filming his own?
Not quite as hard there, but still hit them well.
That is just, I mean, sod's law incarnate. That is, you hit the perfect break, the black drops in, you hit the next one. They break open, nice. Not as nice, granted.
Yeah.
And nothing finds the
He's
back
had a
of the
couple
pocket.
of couple of dry breaks, but to be fair, do you think he hit those as hard there? I don't think there was quite the conviction with that one.
You're possibly right.
I'm only going by the sound of the when he struck the pack.
Yeah, I
We didn't get that sort of
agree with
thunderous smash.
He didn't look quite as powerful.
Still powerful, don't get me wrong, and I still think he deserved a ball. But that break previously, what a break that was.
Can Cory take advantage of his good fortune?
Well, I think he can.
Yeah, I can't see any real big problems. The two in the balk end, towards the top left. You've got to take those in the right order, but he's got the perfect ball to drop on it. There's not really a huge amount that should go wrong here for a player like Cory.
No, they are the problem balls, aren't they? In this run out. That's a lovely shot. Again, just a little bit of angle he's got, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got too much.
But he did strike it well.
He can hold for that. He's pointing his cue there pretty much bang on the balk line, and I think that's about as good as he can get on the bottom of those two reds. So he'll probably play this with a bit of running side, not too much, just enough to straighten the cue ball up a little bit after contact.
Well, he got a lot on it, didn't he?
That is a terrific shot, and it's bold. It's bold to play it at that pace, because you can see how close he is to actually, another inch on that cue ball, and he's in no man's land. So that's a brave shot from Cory, and he's got his rewards, in my opinion.
If anything, it's too good.
It is too good. It's gone too far, but he's still on it, and he can stun into the yellow here and hold the cue ball. He's done the hard work there, and the red just about drops in. Always difficult, those cutbacks, when blind pockets, you're not looking at where you're striking.
So, just needs to be careful. He's got to get back to that black, obviously. He's going to take this frame. The ball that he's closest to So you can see what he's going to be doing here.
Yeah, just wants to leave this sort of three-quarter ballish, the last red, to come on and off the rail and land nicely in behind the black. Has to be careful with the pace of this. Both the next two shots actually. That's one well negotiated. Now for the second one. Better to overhit this one than underhit it. So he might punch this a bit more firmly.
Yeah, key shot coming up. Watch the middle. Yeah. Was always going to be somewhere near that middle, but he didn't look in any danger, did he?
No, he put probably a trace of right-hand side in there just to take that out of the equation. It was clearly enough.
Magnificent performance this from Cory.
Just marginally hampered here with the sort of placement of his hand. He's reaching over those yellows. Not a problem in the slightest though for Cory Rees. He continues his fine run in this match. From 2-1 down, he now leads by 4 frames to 2. He's been superb.
He has been superb.
Hasn't put a foot wrong.
And Marc Boyle there, sat in his chair, looking a little perturbed, muttering to himself. Very rare you see a couple of dry breaks from Marc.
Well, we've had 6 frames in this match, Andy, and 5 of them have been dishes from the break so far. Just the one that went slightly scrappy. But that just shows you that actually, and a little bit unbelievably, the breaks have favoured Cory Rees at the moment.
Yeah, and that's a rare stat, I'm sure, against this man, Marc Boyle.
Yeah, I mean, particularly the way Cory's break started as well, with that, or the second one rather, that beautiful split and then the kicking off. Yeah, the worm has certainly turned on the break since then.
So, Cory has been breaking fantastic in this match, up to press. Cue ball coming straight back. Well, just as I say that, throws it off to the side, but it's a thunderous break nonetheless.
It's the irony, isn't it, when you don't catch one quite right, and arguably you get a better split. The only problem is he doesn't really have a nice starter.
Now, we've seen a lot of this over the weekend, the cue ball resting on this balk line, balk end bottom cushion.
He'd love a yellow. Is the yellow closest to the top left too thin to cut?
It looks like it from the overhead. What do you think?
I think it might just... I mean, on these sliding cloths, when they're brand new cloths like this, and they do slide in a little bit, I think you could probably cut that back and get away with it. But it is a risk, and it is giving up the frame if you don't get it.
I mean, he does have this long yellow, doesn't he? There's a long yellow.
He does have
bottom left.
The long yellow.
He could take this. I think I'd be taking this. Just get your colour set. Yeah. Don't go in off.
Thin.
Don't go in off, and don't knock the black in. I did neither.
He caught that far too thin. He was a bit fortunate that dropped in, to be honest. But yeah, you were right. It was the right choice of opening shot. And he is now... He's got a chance to go down for that lone yellow now. He can take the one in the middle, the one that's closest to that yellow, and get himself down table.
Yeah, this is the one, isn't it? Just wants to come back off. Yeah, that's what he wanted. It's the angle he was looking for.
Yeah, as a pool player, your eyes continually scan for the next problem, and I think the next problem is, and it's not a huge one, is the yellow closest to the black.
Yeah.
But it's still got plenty of options with that.
Obviously taking this ball left of the screen. He's now going to be looking at the ball over the corner, you would think. And he'll be running out, coming out 2 cushions or thereabouts. Just depends how he sees it.
He could
As
do
you
that.
say, that's a difficult ball.
He could drop that in.
Yeah, he
and
could.
then take the one on the balk line into the middle.
Yeah, he could.
There's options here, but yeah, that for me is the most difficult ball, just
Yeah.
because it's difficult to get the cue ball round it with whatever your last yellow
Well,
is.
he has decided, but yes, I agree with you. He could have played the other way, but he's decided to come out 2 rails.
That's nice. It looked for a second like it wasn't quite going to get far enough, but last half a roll of a ball has actually left him reasonably good here. I think he'd have liked another roll.
Yeah, he's still got to get on that yellow nearest the black, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's not going to be easy.
I mean, he could leave it long. And is that what he tried to do?
He could leave it long. He could leave it as a double. It's not the most difficult if
No,
you get
it's
behind
not.
it.
And nobody's frightened of doubles anymore, are they?
No. It looks like he's going to try and get on it. You can see him pointing his cue there, so this will be round 2 or 3 rails. This is a big shot. This can go wrong. Oh, he's just off the one rail. It's not the way I expected him to play it. It's a very good shot, actually. I thought he had too much angle to play that.
Yeah, this is not a gimme. Really isn't. But what a huge ball this is in the context of this match.
Great shot.
Yeah, great. Great shot. Great finish. And he's got a really healthy lead now in this match. 5-2.
Yeah, it's that's a huge lead for Cory now, and one that you can't really see him giving up unless the winds change in this match. And I think that's what Marc Boyle needs now. Someone else who needs the winds to change is Dean Shields, because Ben Davies is now 6-2 up. Ben 1 frame away from this open final. And Cory, his compatriot, both the Welsh boys, well, he's 2 frames away. Could be an all-Welsh final, Andy.
Could be.
Looking like it.
Very probably, at this rate.
There's definitely something in the water in Wales.
Yeah.
They don't half produce some good pool players. You know, all the home nations do, and I'm sure there are plenty of other nations that do, and I think we might be finding out about a few of those sooner rather than later. But for the area that they come from, Wales has to have, for me, the best the best pool players per capita, if you like.
Yeah. You couldn't argue with it, could you? So, been a bit of a struggle this match for Marc. So again, did he hit those as hard?
It's just not working for him, and I can't explain it. I mean, perhaps he didn't.
Is he not timing it quite as well as he was?
Maybe.
All 3 breaks that have gone dry for me, he doesn't quite seem to have, you know, he hasn't struck with the same conviction.
I think it's your fault, because
Yeah, it probably is.
You said
I'm bigging him up that much.
He was your favourite person to watch break, and since
then, yeah. Yeah. Probably the best break I've ever seen.
That was
and
phenomenal.
he puts the black in, and since then it's all gone wrong. Yeah, blame me.
It's typical pool. It's why we love the sport, but equally it's why we hate it. This match has turned on a sixpence. The early running looked like Marc Boyle's favour, and ever since that re-rack, Cory hasn't looked back, and Marc hasn't seen the table.
No, he hasn't. So, taking yellows, trying to get this bad ball out. Well,
good enough, I think, is the way I'd describe that. It's not ideal. He didn't really want to catch the yellow before he caught the red.
well, he's on. Is he on it?
I don't think so.
Oh,
But it does go. He's made it potable. But I think he's got to take on this tricky one to the bottom left.
I think he's looking at this one, you know. I wasn't sure this went.
Mighty tight.
He must be playing it. No, he's playing the safe. Dropping behind. We tried to drop behind the red there, didn't he?
Yeah, he hasn't got it, and he's left Marc a shot here because those two reds at the top of your screen now, well, they're a plant, and if they're not a plant, they're certainly going to get close to covering the pocket. Don't really see anything else on for Marc here. I think he's got to give that a go. I think in an ideal world he'd get the plant because then he's got a better opportunity to find a telling safety or to go for something expansive.
Extension.
Oh, Boyle using his extension in the nick of time.
Yeah,
there.
I thought we were going to get a time foul there.
He's quite a quietly spoken guy, Marc. Just wonder whether the ref didn't quite hear him at first.
Yeah, I did look at that shot there, but it does leave him an opportunity.
Yeah, he's almost thrown down the gauntlet there to Cory with that shot. He's almost said, "Do you know what? This is a difficult finish, and I don't think you're going to get it."
Yeah. Yeah.
Dangerous to test a player like Cory, but I guess he's, Marc's in the situation where he's almost got nothing to lose from here.
Yeah, I think I liked your version, playing the two balls, trying to make a plant in or over, but these guys know what they're doing. But yeah, he does seem to have given him a great opportunity here, doesn't he?
The yellow and the red that are close together, does that yellow actually go? That's the question. I don't think it does, because I think
he's looking at it, look.
I think he's got to throw it in with a bit of side. I think if that went straight, I don't think Marc's giving that opportunity. The yellow in the middle of the two reds, the yellow that's directly to the right of the black spot, I'm pretty sure that goes. I don't know whether he's on it now.
Let's see what he does. Right.
Okay. Possibly overscrewed that a fraction. I think he'd like to have been just the other side of the baulk line. I'm not sure he's got the angle he wanted, particularly now.
Oh, nearly.
Well, he's lucky that the cue ball's still on the table, but I think that's where the good news ends there for Cory Rees. He's in all sorts of trouble. Don't think he can really find a telling safety, because I don't think he can roll up behind the yellow and catch a cushion. He might even be jawed on the angle. He'd need to do that. So he might have to take on a big double here. This doesn't go in the middle, does it? No.
No. He just needs to get back to this corner. He needs to keep running. So.
Well, it's a reasonable shot. It doesn't leave Marc anything massive. So I'm not sure Cory's going to be able to see very much when he comes back to the table.
No, I think it gives Marc
it's a free hit.
Can take the initiative here. This is looking good, isn't it?
Great
Look at that for a shot.
Total.
Great save.
It's a terrific piece of cue ball control.
But I'll tell you what, if you can hit one of these yellows, especially the one on the rail, you could put him back in trouble here. Put some pressure on.
Yeah, because it's not necessarily going to be easy for Marc to get it safe. With full contact on that yellow on the rail would be great.
That's a great shot. It's a really good shot, is that?
That is about as perfect as it could have come out.
That's exactly what he wanted. And there you see.
Is it the same shot again for Marc? Can he play that top red and put the cue ball in behind the red, closest to the top right corner? Hasn't got a huge amount of options here.
Well, he could cut it back into the middle. We weren't sure of that, were we?
No, it looked a bit thin. Obviously, it's a good shot. It's worth the risk. The question now is, from here, does he stick or twist? He's still got a huge amount of work to do. Is he just going to nip off this and put him in behind it, or is Marc going aggressive?
Is he busting these balls out? He is.
He's trying.
That'll do him. Oh, puts his hand up. Had a bit of a touch there, hasn't he?
I'm not sure why he put his hand up there.
Well,
really.
I mean, he could have gone anywhere, couldn't it?
Yeah, but you know,
He's a nice guy, and he just
he's played into the. For me, he's
Yeah.
played into the two balls. He's got a decent contact on one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit too nice.
Can you be too nice? I don't know. I
think
suppose you can at this game. No, I agree with
If
you.
you're a pool player,
Well, that's not nice.
it's not.
But I think he might have left this, you know.
I think he might have done too.
He's
Has he
left.
left Cory the potting angle
I
on
think
that
he
yellow?
has. I think he has.
See, it looks clear from there. The overhead is a little bit closer. No, he 100%. Look at that camera angle.
I was about to say it
Fantastic.
flies in, but it's not the easiest spot, is it? So flies in's not really the terminology, I don't think.
Thanks to our cameraman and director for that shot.
But you fancy him for this, don't you? The way he's been playing.
You certainly do. And
Whoa.
he certainly does. Oh, it's just settled.
Total.
He's called a total.
Total.
And the thing is, it wouldn't necessarily be the end of the world because it's quite an easy swerve, this. But there's no chance of getting on the black, surely.
No, if he swerves this, yeah, he can make the yellow. But what's he doing with the black? I think he'll be firing off a couple of cushions for the black, won't he? So,
It's the swerve.
Massey, here we come.
We needed a bit more on it. I thought it was a bit easier than that, to be honest. He had to really jacket it. Not a bad shot.
No, and I'll tell you, if it dropped 2 rails, he'd have been looking at a good chance of hitting that black. Big chance he could have kicked it in the middle, you know.
He would, but arguably he's had a better result.
Yeah.
Marc's hampered here.
Yeah.
He's got work to do. You know, now there's every chance that Marc takes these 5 reds out and the black, and you know, we move on to the next frame. But there's an extent to which I'd make the argument. I think Cory is more likely to win this frame because he missed that yellow.
I agree with you as well. And I know I keep saying I agree, but I do agree. Because this is not an easy. Look at the state of this table.
Gone for the safety.
Once again, good cue ball. Good cue ball. Brings out his bad ball, or one of his bad balls, off the rail.
Yeah, it's really clever that, because you know he's played a safety there. Okay, it's not the most difficult hit for Cory, and he might well pot the yellow, but chances of him getting nicely on the black are slim.
Well, I know from my American pull days, if I did get this yellow, I'd fancy 2 rails and hitting the black. And well, that's not going to be the issue, is it?
Oh no, it's not. He couldn't have found that gap any better.
So, red onto red. Just move this yellow away. Well, he didn't mean to hit it like that.
No,
He's okay.
It's fine, but you're absolutely right. It was a slightly risky way to play the shot. If that yellow had moved back over the pocket and stuck there.
But he's all good. And this was a frame he had to take, wasn't it?
Yeah, really important. You can't go 6-2 down in a race to 7 against Cory Reese. You're just not coming back.
So, he's been patient in this frame, as Marc Boyle, and it's paid off. Taking his time.
I'd argue he's been a bit fortunate. No, he's deserved a bit of luck because he hasn't had much in this game. But when he left Cory that yellow, when he was trying to get the cue ball in behind the black. That was really careless.
Yeah,
actually.
it did seem a careless shot, that.
And I don't think he'd have expected to get back from the table there. He was probably mentally at 6-2. So Marc's done well to recover from that. But
yeah, all I'm saying is the back end of this frame. When he had him in trouble, I think he's, tactical nous. Took his time, didn't take any risks. But yes, we do think it was an error, don't we? Earlier in the frame.
Yeah, and almost an error-strewn frame from both of them by the context of the rest of the play we've seen from them.
Yeah, to leave him sight of the yellow into the corner. So that was the shot there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think from here, you see there, Marc was apologetic, but I'm with you. Can't really say he was lucky, it's what he played. Oh dear.
Little unlucky that. If he doesn't foul there, Marc's still got a lot of work on. To find that gap, I suppose you could argue it was a big pocket, but it wasn't a huge one. Cory's got the chance to set the record straight immediately, though. He's back at the table, break cue in hand, looking to go 6-3 up. What a split that is. Oh, Marc Boyle, you can hit the perfect break. Well, Cory Rees turns around and says, well, so can I. Look at the reds. That is astonishing.
What a break, eh? What a break. And with a lead of 5-3, race to 7. Worrying times for Marc Boyle.
Yeah, barring something awful like a kick, you can almost chalk this frame up. The black is perhaps not in ideal position. It's about the worst thing I can see on the table, to be honest.
Doesn't want to be straight.
No, I think he's got enough angle, but he's the wrong side of it. But you can just leave the next ball as a long one.
Extension.
I think in an ideal world, Cory probably wouldn't want to leave the red that's closest to the black for last, but I think all the easy ways of getting around the reds involve that. It's not quite made out yet. Can tell you viewers at home that this has moved from a 4-horse race to a 3-horse race now. Ben Davies has moved serenely into the final, and Cory Rees may well be following him. That is a terrific shot to bring the black out into play.
It really is. As you alluded to, it was the most difficult ball on the table. Not that we thought it was a particularly difficult ball, but it was the one that could cause him a problem. And the way he's just played it, he's kicked it out.
No problems anymore. Perfect cue ball again for Cory Rees. Leaves 2 straight shots to establish, or re-establish I should say, a 3-frame lead. He's 1 away. It's 6-3 Cory. Marc Boyle needs all 4 frames remaining in the match if he's going to stay in the hunt for this open title. Amateur winner there in the background. Liam Roberts. You may have seen his game earlier on our screens. Terrific talent. And I believe he'll be part of the professional ranks next season. He is certainly one to watch out for. And in the ladies' ranks as well, there on the right hand of the screen, Cory Reese's girlfriend, Beck Sweeney. And she's one of the top IPA ladies. So there's a lot of talent on your screen right there.
Certainly is. So, 6-3. Marc Boyle to break. Hanging in there. Has to make every break count, and he has to hope and pray that his opponent struggles a little bit to get over the line. So let's see how he breaks these. Yeah, smashed them in.
I know he's made a lot of balls there.
But look at that.
But yeah, it still wasn't the cleanest of contact. When he hits it well, they go everywhere. But you can see just all the balls have gone to one side. It's gone a bit messy. It's gone a bit awkward. He's lucked into a couple of balls there, but he hasn't hit those the way he did that particular break that we remember from this game.
That was just an unbelievable break, wasn't it? Well, he's looking at yellow. Yellow onto yellow into the middle. It would open everything up.
It's a huge shot, this, because
It
if
is.
you miss it,
Well, you
if
give
he
the game
misses
up.
this, he loses
You give the game up.
Yeah. This is do or die now for Marc.
On the other hand, he probably thinks if he doesn't take it on, well, he's missed it.
The pressure on that shot was unbearable. And it was so difficult anyway.
It was.
You know, that's not a gimme by any stretch of the imagination, but arguably these are gimmies for Cory Rees.
He'll be
about
feeling
holding
it though,
his
won't he?
nerve now. Yeah, he will. He will. But then, perhaps not as much as he used to, because Cory's kind of used to this stage now. He's used to the odd. Well, not even the odd. He's used to finals, semi-finals, quarter-finals. I don't think that pressure gets to him, perhaps like it once would have done. I think you are now talking about Cory Rees as one of the real stars of this game.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's one of the best we've got, and I don't think a clearance like this is necessarily as big an obstacle as perhaps it would once have been. I think Marc Boyle might be resigned to his fate here.
Yeah, I think he is, because if he gets onto this ball on the rail with any angle at all, he can come back out off the side rail. He's got those two balls near the middle. So, wants an angle. He's got an angle. He's just looking now.
Got to be a little bit careful here not to catch the red closest to the cue ball on the way back. Shouldn't really be anywhere near it, but he was very near it.
Yeah.
I mean, a little thin flick, he'd probably have been all right, but a quarter ball contact there, and it might have been a bit more difficult.
So, does he leave it for the corner? Looks like he is. Just run it through. Leave himself a straight yellow. And this would be a fantastic victory, wouldn't it, for him? Another final. Oh, he's a little bit short there.
Yeah, just a fraction.
Little bit short. No doubt they'll make this ball.
Just a bit tentative, wasn't it, on the back arm?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're still fancying for this black, don't you?
Depends how much angle he's got here. Does he have to go ultra aggressive and take the cue ball round the cushions.
Well, from what he just did there, I would think he's trying to land where he's just shown. Well,
oh, he could hold it.
He was fine, wasn't he? He was fine.
He's played it really nicely. Good stunt. Killed the cue ball straight away after contact.
So, this black for a fantastic victory and a place in tonight's final. And it's there.
Terrific performance from Cory Rees. He strolls serenely into the grand final, open final here in the Isle of Man. And he's going to just take a second. He will be facing Ben Davies in the final. It will be an all-Welsh affair here in Douglas in what will be our last match of the weekend. But just for now, while we get ready for the final, we're going to throw over to one of our Meet the Pros videos.
I've heard these questions before.
Crikey.
Don't have much to say, to be honest.
What's your biggest strength?
Being able to dig in, I reckon, dig in the later stages of matches.
Depends who you ask. Mental strength.
I'll never give in. Never give in. Apart from that, outside of pool, I'm the king of talking. I'm better than Gav Robinson. Me and you, money match talking, you've no chance.
I think my mindset, I don't obviously ever think I'm going to lose. I always think I'm going to win, and I play the table now, I don't play the ball, so if they come out for us, I'm always capable of winning, in my opinion. I'm never second favourite in my brain now, so...
Position play. Not very good at potting, so I have to work around it.
What's the weakest part of your game?
Long potting, without doubt.
Long potting, because I'm blind as a bat from distance.
Everything else.
What was your greatest victory?
For me, personally, I'll probably say this African Championships.
What's your favourite book?
Nah, I'm not a reader. Can't read.
Don't read books.
No, don't read books.
I don't read books.
Roy Keane biography, #1. And I don't read many books, but Roy Keane is the man. I love him. He's brilliant. Sworn again.
Who's the slowest pro?
Ryan Clark.
Liam. But it's good to watch. I think it's still good to watch, but yeah.
Kev's not the... I know he's the chairman, but certainly back in the day, he's not fast. And it's hard to judge because a lot of them are a lot of the best players are on the clock now, you know, because they're on the stream and everything.
Toss up between Liam Dunster and Curtis Lee.
Got to be Curtis Lee.
Curtis Lee?
Do you have a pre-game ritual or superstition?
Yeah, I have to have a shower before a game.
No, nervous poo. You can't use that. You can't use that. He's like that.
No, but I am tight. So if I drop a penny, even though I'm in front of a millionaire, I will pick it up.
Who's the most entertaining player?
I like watching McAllister, just because some of the shots that he pulls off, the vision for the shots that not a lot of players would have actually seen in the first place.
Simon Ward. Just you can never predict what he's going to play.
Quite like watching John McAllister. Unbelievable cue action. Can get himself out of trouble. Good to watch.
I like watching Hibbot.
I like watching Gareth, Hibbot. He just makes it look so simple and his potting, you know, he just never looks phased.
Who's got the worst hair?
I ain't got any.
Charlie Begley, I reckon. Terrible haircut.
Which pro is the worst dressed?
There's a few candidates for that one. I think Dan Davis got to be up there. He dresses pretty poor.
Oh, it has to be Ben George, fellow Welshie. Went to a nightclub in his IPA top. Yeah.
Craig Marsh, I reckon.
Carl Clark.
Who's the most dramatic?
I'm gonna go with Wade.
Yeah? Throw his toys out the pram.
Yeah. Marshy. When he misses a shot that he's not expected to, yeah.
Gareth Robinson. He's probably the most dramatic. Because he can tell you a week later what happened in that match, you know.
Ben Davies and Cory Rees. And it almost feels like it's the old guard versus the new guard.
Yeah, you could say it like that, definitely. I mean, obviously Cory's one of the most, promising up-and-coming players that we've got on the IPA tour. He's already won a couple of titles as well, so and Ben will know that. Ben's been a long while since the winner's circle. I don't think it's been too long, but it could be like 2 years now since he's been in that winner's circle. It might be a bit less. But he'll be wanting to get back into it. He had a great performance. I sat down and watched him against Dean Shields, and he was pretty faultless, to be honest. And we're just seeing Cory Rees dispatch of Marc Boyle, you've got to say, pretty easily.
We've not seen much of Ben on the stream table for some time. Other commitments, so he's missed a few events, but he's certainly back with a bang. And for those that maybe not seen Ben play before, new to the stream, new to IPA, tell us a bit about Ben Davies and his game.
Well, he's got one of the biggest breaks in the game. It is an absolute monster, and he has this nonchalant cue action, but he's just so naturally gifted. It just looks like he's putting no effort into it, but trust me, it is very, very effective.
It certainly is. And so what's Cory got to do to counter this against Ben? What are his weapons?
I mean, Cory's weapons, he has just improved over these last 2 years, and he's now becoming one of probably the top 4, 5, 6 players, whichever one you want to look at. And the way that Cory goes about, he's very steady around the table, and he seems to be taking the right balls all the time. His routines are improving tour after tour, and for me that probably makes Cory a slight favourite for this final, even though we've got Ben Davies, a former world champion. It is going to be some match, this one.
Well, I wasn't going to ask you for a prediction, but you've almost given us one there, Marc. Thanks a lot. I think it's time to get the action underway. The players are ready. The referee is just about to wrap the balls up. The players, we can just see out the corner of our eye, just having a little handshake. But it's time, for the last time tonight, to head over to the commentary box with Andy Richardson. But first of all, Dan Fairway.
Thank you, Kev. Yep, me and Andy are still in the commentary box. We are remaining in here for the remainder of the night. Andy, how much are you looking forward to this final?
Well, can't tell you. It's been an absolutely fantastic weekend. Thoroughly enjoyed it. But this, we've said it many times, going to be a belter. Going to be a belter, this one. An all Welsh final. And there you go, look at that. Look at that for a lag.
Not bad, is it?
So, whoever gets off to a good start here. Race to 7.
How much have you seen of Ben Davies play?
Yeah, I've watched as a pool fan.
Yeah.
I've not so much in live tournament play when I've been around him live playing, but yeah, I've watched plenty of pool, and I know how good he is.
He's just got such a brilliant style. It's so nonchalant the way he just wanders around the table, particularly when the balls are all there. Sometimes it's sort of 10-20 seconds, bang, bang, bang. When he's got stuff to think about, he's not actually the quickest of players, but I think when it's just there for him, he's very happy to just do the basics and get it done.
Yeah, very fluent. So,
Open Grand Final, race to 7 frames. First
so it's
Ben Davies to break.
Ben Davies who won the lag. Ben Davies who breaks. Look at that for a break. So, ball down. Ball down. Look at those balls.
Can he play here? He's obviously got those 4 yellows and that red. Almost looks like a trick shot, really.
It does look like, I was just about to say, it looks like a trick shot, yeah.
If he can play the yellow that's closest to the red and play yellow onto red, then this frame is wide open for red. It's just whether he can see enough of that yellow to play that shot.
It looks like he can, doesn't it, from the overhead, but we don't get the same perspective, do it? So let's look at that. I think he can, do you?
I do, yeah. I just think he's going to have to catch the... yeah, I think he's turning away from that because he'd have to play that yellow really thin.
Yeah.
And therefore he'd have a lot less control over where it ended up. Might have caused himself further problems down the line. So is he perhaps now going to play the red nearest the balk line off the cushion, then off the yellow and into the red, because that would open it up and control where the red goes. Oh, he's tried it the other way. Well, they take that.
Yeah, he's got control.
He's huge favourite.
He's got control of that pocket. Obviously not what he had planned. But yellows have got it all to do. This will be some clearance.
Yeah, it's really difficult to see because Ben's got both opposite corners covered. It's difficult to see how Cory can really take any kind of control in this frame. So does he just have to go all out attack and try and find something?
Yeah. Does he need to maybe come low? I mean, look, he's got options here, but if he's going to be aggressive, he's going to have to crash into something down there, isn't he? At some point. Yeah, I think he's going to do here.
He's left a...
Was he trying to leave an angle, do you think, to go up?
I think he has. I think he's left a... It's perhaps a touch thin.
Yeah, it's a little bit low, I think.
I think he can really get some power into this, and he can get into that area. But he's massively trusting to luck. But he hasn't got a choice. Ben's got so much control over the table.
Yeah, so he's decided not to go yet. I think he is too low.
Trying to cover this pocket. That's a good weight.
That was a lot better shot than it looked.
It's a really good weight. Great pace on that.
Yeah.
Ben still has so much control though that he can potentially just bump those balls away. He's probably got a cleverer shot than that in mind, but now just going to I think this might be a little bit of a tense tactical battle.
Yep.
But I've just been raiding the archives. Down in the depths of the IPA record books, and I'm pretty astonished to say this, but this is Ben Davies' first final on the tour since March 2019. He's been an ever-present in the top of the rankings, you know, the top 8, top 16. But this is his first final since the English professional event all those years ago. And he did win that. So he's aiming for his first title since then as well. Nice effort on the double there from Ben. Bit of a shot to nothing.
So, defensive.
It's a good defensive shot, that. And that's going to make Ben really think about those two reds over the pocket, because he can't get the cue ball nicely in there. If he has to play that shot, he's probably going to be going away from his work, and then it's going to be really difficult to get the cue ball back for the second red. Not entirely sure Ben was going for the double there. I think he was just getting that red as far away from that end of the table as possible.
Is there any value in pushing this yellow? Yeah, I think he's going to do it. Pushing this up. That's what I'd be doing. Takes it out towards the blue spot. A little bit short there, but that's where he wanted it. Because he may get the opportunity from that yellow to remove those balls from the front of that pocket.
He's played it at a nice pace as well because he's stopped Ben from seeing the red.
Yeah, clever.
On the left-hand side of the table.
It has. That's the shot I was looking at. You don't want to go any further than that. Well, I'm afraid I would definitely be attacking those reds.
Got to. Absolutely got to. Just the question for Cory is, how does he do it? Does he go cushion first?
Cushion first for me.
How do you make sure that you pot one red, but that the second red gets away?
Doesn't necessarily have to get away as long as it doesn't block the full face of the pocket. So like that.
Yep. That's part one of the jigsaw.
It is.
Part two is getting rid of the other red.
Well, he could do this as well, so he can go bottom rail. He could kick the yellow in, run off the red and kick the other yellow, like that. Stays behind this yellow. He's just got to make sure if he plays yellow onto yellow, is that... It looks like it's a potential plant, but I don't know how good that yellow is in the jaws.
I mean,
Doesn't
it
look
will
too good
plant,
to me.
But yeah, he's got to catch it thin. It's
Yeah.
not an easy shot. If you catch that too thick, it's going to rattle.
He's definitely in a better position than he was.
He must feel that yellow passes the red. Or is he going to play the thin snick now and...
Try and knock the red again.
Yeah. Risky. You've got to catch the red full. Catch it half full, you might be in trouble.
Well, from where he was, I think he's probably thinking, you know,
Oh, he's
give
delighted.
myself a chance.
Yeah.
Give myself a chance.
Yeah, he needs to catch this on the left-hand side of the red.
Yeah, he didn't want that, did he? And after all that work, got himself
Disaster.
right back into the frame, didn't he?
Yeah, disaster. I think he might look back on that potential plant and regret not playing it then, to be honest. It was tricky. It was one of those that you see rattle. But I think it might have been the better option. Oh, that's a terrible shot from Ben Davies. He'll be livid with himself for that one. I think he's definitely livid with himself.
Looks astounded, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. He's
Looks astounded.
Yeah, he's annoyed. Now this is interesting. Can he see enough of the back of the two reds to pot it? It's mighty tight. I don't think he can. I think he might play safe.
Yeah. He may well do. He hasn't. So.
Oh. Wow. Whichever way you go, this is tough. I think he can see. I think he's got a thin clip on both, but.
Thin clip to middle.
Thin
Where's
clip
the
to
cue ball
middle's
going?
So in offy.
Yeah, where's the cue ball going exactly? Sound like John Virgo.
Yeah. Get your line ready. Oh, this is a terrific shot.
Beautiful.
What a shot that is.
Beautiful shot. Yeah, really was.
Ben Davies makes this game look easy sometimes. In this frame, he's made it look quite difficult.
Yeah, made a bit of a mess of those two reds, didn't he?
But he's still got over the line and he takes the first frame. He leads Cory Rees by 1 frame to 0. And it's early doors, but that might be a frame that hurts Cory because from the break, Cory wasn't in that frame at all. He did all the hard work. He pushed himself back into a position where suddenly, from nowhere, you thought he was favourite, Andy, and then that mistake, that cue ball dropping in.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, at one point there, yellows, they'd no chance at all, had they?
No. And then there.
Got himself back in it. And it was this shot here, wasn't it? I suppose if he didn't scratch, you know, he'd have had something, wouldn't he? But
he would, but he did miss the pot as well.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It was just a bad shot. It was one of those.
Anyway, needs to forget about it.
Yep, time to atone for that. Cory Rees to break in frame number 2.
And he's been breaking really well. Tends to bring the cue ball straight back when he hits it well, like that. And ball's down.
And yellows are decent, but
the black's
black,
not. Yeah.
Yeah.
The black's not.
If the red on the baulk line passes into that top left,
Which I think it does from that angle.
I think reds might be the colour here, because the two in the centre, he can play the one closest to the rail off the yellow, and actually there's no real problems there for reds after that.
If he does, which red do you take first?
That is the only issue, isn't it? But he could cut the one in that's on the rail, come back across. Does he get position from that? Yeah, it's a toss-up.
Yeah.
Well, that is the one.
Yeah. He'd be unlucky not to be able to see a red, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
So, if it does go, this would be the time to have a look at it.
It would, but equally, he's quite nice on the one down the rail now to the right of the black, and that leaves him on the other difficult red, which is the one that's nearest the black. No, he's coming away from it. Don't blame him.
Yeah, I think this is the shot, because it gets you on the other red, doesn't it?
It does. I just wonder if there was a possibility for him to take those two slightly awkward ones.
He certainly
out
could have gone that
before
way.
he's on.
There's no doubt. Yeah. I think what he's thinking is that the red that's nearest the black, he can sort of get on that awkward ball near the middle from there. He could take it as his last ball, effectively. So the shot that you mentioned, off the yellow. Just drift back out, leave him the other red, won't it? It is just a case, as you say, it's those two reds near the black.
Yeah, I think I was labouring under the false assumption that actually the red nearest the black didn't pass the black to the bottom right.
Yeah, I think it does,
Now
doesn't
I've
it?
had another look at it.
Yeah.
It definitely does.
Yeah. Whoa.
That's a bit awkward. Can he see enough of that red still?
Well, I think he nudged the yellow going past, so he should be able to, shouldn't he?
He should, but it might be one of those really thin contacts that doesn't quite
Doesn't
move
do anything,
the yellow.
Yeah.
It looks tight.
It does. If it is tight, yeah, he's going to have to go this way, isn't he? It's a good little shot.
Yep, leaves himself a nice angle, can just drift this in. But you would never ever have chosen to leave that red as your last ball, because it is awkward to get on the black from wherever you land. It's going to take a good shot.
And the yellow is hampering in the middle of the table, isn't it? It's hampering him for ideal position.
Doesn't want to be hampered by it.
Doesn't want to be over the top of it either.
Wow. This is very tough now.
So he can come back out here, but he's going to be further away from the black than he wanted. There you go.
Yeah, he's really got to dig down at this. Got to be careful not to punch it too much and end up accidentally stunning it. Could end up behind the yellow. Lots can go wrong here.
Yeah. Well, he's a great shot maker, but there's a lot of pressure. He's one zip down, and you always want your first frame on the board. He's queuing long there, isn't he?
Very long.
He's missed it. He's
Yeah.
missed it. And that's purely pressure. Yeah, queuing very long there, wasn't he?
He obviously felt like he couldn't get his hand anywhere comfortably on the table.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just raises the difficulty a touch, doesn't it?
Of course it does.
Queuing that far away.
So, let off for Ben Davies.
Yeah, big let off and a big opportunity now for Ben Davies to steal this frame, and it would be a steal because it looked all the world as Cory Rees was going to be notching his first frame on the scoreboard. Now you can't really see past Ben Davies.
No. Nothing to worry about here, is there?
Well, not for him.
No. Might be for us, but not for him. Oh, watch the clock.
Ben playing a nice calm pace. Not necessarily the style we're expected to see from him, but I think he knows how big this is for him. I've spoken to Ben a couple of times over the weekend, and he said to me, you know, he's not necessarily happy at the moment because it's been such a long time since he made a final. He doesn't feel competitive. He's put a lot of effort into his personal life, into his business particularly, which has grown with such success, and it's been so rapid. But you know, I don't think he wants to play unless he feels like he can win, and I think this weekend might make his mind up for next season.
Yeah.
You know? I think this weekend might show him just how good he is, because he's a wonderful player.
Yeah. Well, he's looking like going 2-0 ahead in this match. So 2-0 it is. And he's got to be gaining in confidence.
Yeah, 2-0 ahead in the final. Ben Davies to break next as well.
Another fantastic break. We're accustomed to those when he's at the table.
Terrific first shot there from Cory as well. But this really was the moment where it started to unravel.
It was this, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. But you did expect him to get this black, didn't you? I just didn't like how long he was queuing.
Yeah, you could see there from that shot, though, how awkwardly placed that yellow was. Like, if he gets his hand on the table there, he's sort of got to mangle it around that yellow. So I can understand why he queued it off the rail. But you're right, added to the difficulty.
Yeah.
And in the end might be the thing that forced the miss.
So.
Referee Ben Taylor Fuente telling the players the score that I'm sure they both know. Ben Davies getting a lot of hang time on that cue ball, but he makes a ball and he leaves an opportunity. The Reds are nice. Reds are really nice.
Well, he went airborne there, nearly knocked the lights out.
You better not, I put them up.
You did? Yeah.
If he does that, I'll be billing him.
Yeah.
It's twice now he's done that off the break though, kept the cue ball airborne.
Yeah.
It's not a straightforward finish, this one yet. All the Reds look open, and they are very open, but the yellow covering the top left is making it a lot more difficult at the moment. So it's just about precision and working out your pattern, getting the right route around the balls.
Yeah, the two Reds just lower than the black and the yellow there. They're slightly awkward, aren't they? It's
those two that are sort of straddling the ball.
yeah, straddling, that's a better way of describing it. I was trying to think how to describe it. Yeah, those straddling the ball line, they make it a little bit more awkward.
Yeah, now, depends how he plays this one.
Well, that's a good shot.
The one on the left-hand side of the baulk line, looking from this camera angle, he could take that into the middle.
Yeah, he could even stun into it now if he wanted to.
He could. He may well do that. Just got to be careful not to push it onto the yellow.
Yeah, just soft bump it.
That's very nice.
It is, but in some respects, it's sort of, it's a bit close to that yellow, isn't it?
It is, but he can take that as his next ball, or his last ball even, and take it into the centre. If
Yeah,
he's right behind it,
definitely.
you just drop that in.
He may check. Yeah, he's checking this. So checking it, and he's going to look. Well,
you could take that long now.
Yeah.
I think that might be the option.
I think that's the only option.
He's very straight on that.
Didn't
Down to
quite
the
get
bottom
the side he was looking for there, I don't think. Yeah, he takes this red long for me. Nothing to do with the cue ball, which helps.
Didn't even touch the sides. You love to see that as a pool player. Nothing more satisfying than a shot at a reasonably acute angle to the pocket like that, dropping in.
Draws
as
off the side.
as possible.
Yeah, draws off the side there. Straight in on the black into the middle. And he increases his lead.
A Ben Davis break dish. Or BDBD as it goes down in my notes. Cory Rees just taking a step out of the arena. Look at the air time on that cue ball. They'd have been snowboarders proud of that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Key shot there, absolutely beautiful. He just strikes it so clean.
Yeah.
He's
Well,
a
you
very
said to me
pure
earlier,
player.
fluent, very fluent.
Yeah, absolutely. Just everything he does is pure.
It's sort of graceful the way. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
There he is, Ben Davis. Look at that, there's a referee behind him, Darren Maidment, taking a break. How dare he? How dare he? And there it is, the glinting trophy, the Open Grand Final winner of 2022 here in the Isle of Man. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage this weekend. It will not be the last you'll see of the IPA. We'll be back for the Masters in December, and then in the new year for the 2023 World Championships, and what a tournament that promises to be. We've got some big things lined up for that, I can tell you. If you had to give a favourite for the Worlds, if you had to pick a favourite for the Worlds from what you've seen over the weekend and what you know of the players, what do you think?
Difficult question. I can think of a handful straight away that, you know, it's so difficult. The level of play this weekend has been so high. I mean, Marc Farnsworth played fantastic. Marc Boyle. You've got Liam Dunster. I mean, I could go on and on and on. So many people potentially could take that that title this year.
I've actually talked about this a lot, but I haven't had the chance to this weekend. I've talked about in many years, for many years now, what I like to call the curse of the world champion, and that is the world champion in their world championship year have a very bad year on the tour, or they don't win an event. Once Gareth Hibbot won a tour event in his year as world champion. He is the only player to do that.
Is that right?
In 11 years.
That is a stat, isn't it?
Yeah.
You wouldn't think that.
Everyone told me Liam Dunster was going to break it, and he didn't. He's made 3 finals this year, but he couldn't quite get over the line.
So, Cory Rees. Oh, as I've said before, this break keeps working, doesn't it, as a rule? But he's got to start taking the balls out.
That's a glorious hit. This surely isn't dry. It's not, no.
Almost every ball up the other end of the table.
Yeah.
Had to make a ball there, surely.
Crunched. again, though, it's just leaving him slightly awkward. It's almost too good. It's almost so good that he's moved clusters into the top half of the table rather than the bottom.
Yeah, a bit of traffic here. Yellows, couple of balls tied up. The reds, they all go. But again, couple of reds in the way of each other. Just a little bit awkward, isn't it? That yellow.
Yeah, it's just about the order, I think. I think the reds are probably the...
Yeah, the pattern's not clear, is it? You obviously need to end up low for the black, other end of the table.
Yeah, it's one of those finishes you can make happen, but you've really got to be on your game to make it look easy.
Yeah, he would have liked to have hit that red there, I think. Just slid past it.
Can he see the one on the rail now? I don't think he can.
No.
He could possibly go cushion first, but that's a big risk at this stage.
It's not worth the risk, I don't believe. Yeah, he would have liked to just bump that red, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he definitely wanted to take that ball next.
Well, he's bumped it this time. And that helps him.
Yeah, big.
That helps him.
It's a big help, that, because now he can drop this one down the rail. He should be naturally on the red nearest the middle of the table. Has to be careful getting from that one to the next one. That yellow's in the way a little bit.
Good shot.
Now drifting this red up to the top right from this camera angle. Doesn't want to drift behind those yellows.
Hughes running into that yellow. Used it. Just left him a nice angle on this red. He'll just be pushing this ball through, which is what he's done. Drop it in the middle. And it's black to the corner, top left of screen. If he chooses, which he does, doesn't want to be on the rail again, but listen, he's not missing this, is he?
No, I think the only thing about queuing off the rail like this is it increases your chance of a bad contact.
It does.
Just because you're digging down a little bit.
It's certainly more difficult.
They're certainly used to playing off the rails.
No problem.
Heart of the pocket is what the black finds. And Cory Rees is off the mark in this grand final. Take a quick look at some of the best shots from that frame. It wasn't the most difficult of finishes, Andy, but it was one that required care and attention. Yeah.
That was a good shot he played there. I like that shot. Using the yellow. No, under the rail, but as you say, these players are used to that. Most important thing, he's off the mark. Oh, he's smiling. Played in good humour this final.
Ben Davis won't want to see that smile too often in this final.
Right, where's this white going? Is it going airborne again? No. Again, thunderous break. Thunderous break.
Oh, it's really awkward actually. It's a good break. He's got to break that cluster out of the two yellows and the red. He's got the red over the pocket. He could do that, but he's not guaranteed to land on anything if he does.
Yeah, you don't like reds, do you?
You can't really go reds, can you?
The thing with yellows, you have the yellow over the corner, and you could bust the two reds, but you've no position. You're just trusting to luck.
This is a really difficult decision.
Yeah, I think he may well do it though. Yeah, he's gone. Well, that's what he went for.
Oh,
that's what he went for.
Well, he's kept the cue ball out of the centre pocket.
Well, it's straight. It didn't look that difficult to hit them, did it? If he wanted to, maybe he was trying to glance them.
Yeah.
So he ran up table.
I think you're exactly right. A full ball contact almost guaranteed no position.
Yeah, I think that's what he was trying to do.
So he wanted a half ball contact at most, probably. There's a chance he could get into these now. He can pop the yellow closest to the bottom left and go round the angles.
So he's checked it.
It's interesting because he's running out of time now, and
he is.
I don't really think he's got an angle to get into them from either of these two open yellows.
Yeah, he's not going to split them. I mean, he could split these if he ran sort of 1, 2, 3, possibly 4 rails. There's no point. He doesn't want to be straight on this ball, does he?
Oh, he is. He has no angle at all now. Ben Davies is a world-class shot maker, and he's going to need to find a world-class shot. I don't really see how he takes out these yellows from here.
He can't really get anywhere to bank anything, can he? He's not going to double anything. You can't see an angle where he's going to get into these balls. So he elects to take the pocket and put a little bit of pressure on.
It's not a bad idea. I mean, it's a good idea, really. It does make Cory's life that little bit more difficult. Cory has made a meal of a couple of frames so far in this match.
Extension call.
I think it's the right option from Ben. It's rare that you'd see him play a percentage shot like that, but he really didn't have any choice.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you could see where Cory was looking there. He can leave an angle from a ball into the middle to split those, but if he does split them, is he going to land on the red?
10 seconds.
So he's decided to take this out first. Now it may be worth him splitting the balls. If he can play this and hit them from the back, he would be unfortunate, I feel, if he didn't come back out. Yeah, you see where he's looking there.
Yeah, I think
I think that's the shot. I think you take it off bottom rail, back out, kick the back of it. If you kick the high edge as we look at the red that's tied up, exactly like that.
Great shot.
He couldn't have hit that any better. That's exactly what I was trying to describe.
Yeah, very, very sweet shot from Cory Rees.
And what I liked is that he took the other ball away first.
Yeah.
This has been a very intelligent finish. And look at this, he potentially 3-2 from where he was. 3-2 and breaking, I believe. Is he breaking next? Or is it Cory? I've lost count of who's...
It will be...
I thought it was Cory next.
Reese
Yeah, I thought it was, yeah.
Yes, he will be breaking next. There's a decision to be made there between screwing or running it through for the corner. He's screwed it, but he's underscrewed it by a long way. This black isn't in the pocket yet.
No, a little bit nervy that, wasn't it? You still fancy him to get, I think. Get it, he does.
Yeah. Easy for Cory Reese, that one. But it was a fraction under hit. He won't mind. Cory Reese pounces on the Ben Davies mistake and gets himself right back in this match. It's 3-2 now.
3-2 all to play for.
All to play for indeed. Particularly that trophy in the middle of the arena.
That was a good shot in this finish. Playing off the back rail, kick his bad ball out. That, well, he just pulled that shot, didn't he? Quit on it a little bit.
Yep, not quite enough to put him off completely, but we move on to the 6th frame of the match. Our referee, Ben Taylor Fuente, racking the balls up perfectly as always.
Frame 6.
And there is Cory's girlfriend.
Treading 3 frames to 2.
She is with him
Time running.
everywhere he goes pretty much, unless she's got her own matches to play, of course. But certainly his biggest supporter.
So let's see what he's got. Draw it straight back, punch straight into head. Well, he's in off. Just lost the cue ball there. We always say if you go straight into the corner, it's error, you know.
It is.
I think it is more so for Cory because he normally brings the ball straight back. It's the way he breaks.
Yeah.
When he breaks well, he seems to track straight back in a line. So he's obviously not hit the head ball head on. He must have just favoured the left slightly. Easy done. I'm not saying it's not easy done. And I'm being ultra critical saying that, but at this level, those little things.
I always feel like you can feel slightly more aggrieved at going into the corner than you can in the middle. I'm not quite sure why, but I feel like the middle's a much worse break.
Yeah, well, I think you're right.
Ben won't care. Ben's just happy to get back to the table. He's got a chance to make up for the error in the last frame and re-establish his 2-frame lead. Four 4-2 up in a race to 7 potentially.
So, taking this into the corner. They're getting rid of this ball into the middle.
Yeah, it was a clever opening shot, wasn't it, with the free visit he had. He used it well. He ended up really leaving himself a lovely pattern on yellows to take out. He's pretty nerveless, isn't he, for a guy who's reached his first final in 3.5 years. Yeah, it's impressive to see. I can't speak from experience, but I think if I'd reached my first final in that long, I would certainly look like I was feeling it more than Ben does. And I certainly would be feeling it more than Ben is. Slightly, yeah.
It's a tough shot, this.
Yeah, a little bit hampered queuing there, so he just chose to leave himself long and straight. But he trusts his back arm implicitly. And you can see why. Beautifully done, Ben Davies. He leads by 4 frames to 2. Cory Reese in off on the break, straight in off. There we go. Yeah. There you see it. Is that bad luck? Is that bad shot? Well, answers on a postcard.
Yeah, I think maybe bad's a bit cruel, but certainly didn't strike the head ball where he wanted to. He must have hit slightly left of centre. And when you bring the cue ball back as he does at the break, it's always a danger. And that was a good black, wasn't it? Sorry, Dan. I
was going to say exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
No danger that Ben Davies was missing that black, though. It's funny that you mentioned Cory, you know, with that black a couple of frames ago, how long his bridge was.
Yeah.
Ben Davies loves playing like that.
Yeah, I've just noticed in that last...
You see it doing... Yeah. You see him doing it a lot. It's something that absolutely doesn't faze him at all. Yeah, he brings out that massive gap between hand and cue ball quite a lot, but it's really effective for him. I think it's one of the things that makes him so joyous to watch, because he can just be that little bit more fluid, because he doesn't worry about where his hand is. He just pulls it back and gets on with it. Oh, we'd love it if that red hadn't landed there. I think he'd be halfway through the clearance if that red was anywhere else on the table.
Yeah, he's got something to think about here, hasn't he?
What do you do? I mean, does that force him into taking reds, perhaps? He could play the one in the centre. The two in the middle of the table both go.
Ball down the rail.
Yeah, that's the only real against on reds, isn't it? It's the only thing in that column.
So, yeah, he's taking them. He doesn't want that to block the path of the two reds.
Oh, he's gone far enough.
Yeah, he's okay. So, ball into the middle.
Into the middle. What sort of angles he got here? Is he running up towards the two reds?
Yeah, is he drifting right of... Oh, we'll soon see. Right.
Well, he's trusting his ability here, isn't he? He didn't try to do anything with that cue ball. Do you think there might have been a little kick on that?
I don't know.
You felt as if he was going
Not
to try
playing
and
a
run
double,
the
is
cue
he, or
ball.
something? I don't know.
He could be playing the double. He does love a double.
It looks like he's just played to leave a double.
He may well have done. Oh, wow. That was so close.
I know people are so good at doubles these days, but I don't like leaving them like that.
Close but no cigar, and now Cory Rees can come to the table for what could be a very important visit. Trailing by 4 frames to 2. Will take a decent opening pot, but you feel like once he gets it, as long as he gets a good position on the next one, Cory really should take these out.
Yeah, it's just the initial pot. He'll be happy with that.
Will he?
Yeah, well,
I
I
don't
say
think-
that. I think he'd be happy it's gone in.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he'd have been playing on the one that's touching the bottom rail.
Yeah, I mean, he'd like to have just pulled up a little shorter so he could have taken the ball in the middle. He'd like to land between these two yellows at the bottom of the screen. He doesn't want a sharp angle particularly.
Yeah, there's another good shot to be made here now, thanks to that. Just overran that first one. This is a bit tricky because,
Yeah.
I mean, all the pots are easy. But the cue ball off of this one is running close to that yellow.
It is. So he's got a couple of options, hasn't he? He can either do that, which he's done, or he could have even maybe slid behind it, bottom side and back out for it. I'd have played it the way he's just played it.
Yeah, now.
The issue here is he wants to get as low down as he can, doesn't he?
Yeah.
You know, don't want to be playing one of these reds and having to run back up table. So how does he get low? Yeah, and
Not
he was
like
worried
that.
about that. He was worried about it.
Not like that. It's come out far enough that it's given him a shot. But
He's
once
flying,
you clip
yeah.
this yellow in, what have you got to do? Go play it with.
It's possible. I mean, if he listen, it's such a difficult cut to control. But I suppose if he can come back up off the rail, the top left rail, as you look at the screen, no, he's gonna
play safe.
I tell you what, it's not bad safe that. What a shot that is over that distance.
It's a good shot, but it's not difficult for Ben to leave it safe himself.
Yeah, but he's kept himself in the game, I suppose. He's thinking he didn't fancy that cut, did he, to get to the other yellow? I understand what you're saying.
It's
has
fair
he just
enough.
has he delayed the inevitable?
That's the question, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is.
Do you go out fighting, or do you go out trying to win a foul, or just trying to keep things tight? Where's the cue ball?
Where's the cue ball? Yeah. Whether it was the right shot or not previously, it was well executed. And there, he's made the ball in the corner.
Is that? I'm wondering whether he meant to pot it. Was it a shot to nothing? Was it?
Do you think it was a save? I don't know what it was. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Was that a safety? Because if that's a pot, it's a bad positional shot, and if it's a safety,
I mean, if that was a
shouldn't have
pot, it's a
potted it.
really bad positional shot, isn't it?
Yeah. Missed it.
And that was an attempted pot, but it was nowhere near.
Oh,
Well.
Ben. I think that was really careless. I think he's played the cue ball to get to that area. I think he's just not looked at where the red's going properly.
Cory will be delighted to be back at the table here.
Yeah. Not if you say play a pot of ball by mistake, is it?
Not like that. Not and put the cue ball in such a perilous position.
Yeah.
So, a chance he never thought he'd get, I'm sure. To go, just the one behind. One behind it is.
One behind it is. 4-3 instead of 5-2. Makes the world of difference in a game of pool. Ben Davies still leads, but it is a very fragile one. And Cory Rees will be feeling a lot more confident than he was a few frames ago when he was trailing by the 3 frames.
Yeah, thought that was a good shot. He was under it. Made a bit of an error there, didn't he? I know we didn't agree that, well, I agree with you, maybe not the right shot, but really well executed. And there, we just don't know, do we? But surely he didn't play that as a pot and position.
I just can't believe he...
No.
Yeah, it's because it's not a shot to nothing if you're not getting the position, is it? So it's obviously a misjudgment of some description.
Or maybe it was a shot, he went to pot it, and he didn't realise he'd get so close to the cushion.
Yeah. Only Ben Davies really knows the answer to that question. Can Cory Rees make him answer some more?
There you see, straight back.
Dry as a bone.
Yeah, that's the problem. Hits them sweet, nothing down.
Yeah.
How many times do you make balls when you're going off?
Oh, yeah, every time.
Yeah. Funny old game. So, what's he going to take?
Yeah, tricky one this. The obvious is reds because of the red controlling the bottom right corner. But the red to the left of the black is tricky. The black itself is tricky. The red below the cue ball is tricky. There's work to be done.
Well, he's taking him. Doesn't want to go behind the yellow.
Wow.
Doesn't want to be there.
That's a total snooker.
Total snooker.
It's a bad shot. His only saving grace is that he is now on reds, and there is work to be done on the yellows. All Ben has to do here, really, to an extent, he's just got to absolutely make sure he doesn't give a foul away. Because if he doesn't give a foul away, it's a horrible table for Cory to come to.
Yeah.
We go into a tactical exchange.
And he's made a ball.
Did he play that? He was lining something up.
We'll have a look at a rerun of that. See what it was lining up.
It's a bit of genius if he did. But he definitely looked at breaking the blackout in some
breaking the
capacity.
blackout, I'm absolutely 100% with you. So,
if he played that, that goes down a shot of the tournament for me.
So, can he split these two balls?
I think he's got the angle.
I do.
A little bit of running side, perhaps.
And he knows he's going to be on the ball just up from the balk line if he needs to. Doesn't need to hit this hard. And that's what he's played. Look at that.
Yeah, it's come out decent. It's not perfect. It's as good as it could have been, though, probably, actually.
Yeah, set the ball just above the balk line. If he chooses.
Do you think this will hurt Cory? Because
Sure it'll hurt Cory.
I mean, apart from the dry break, you then watch your opponent snooker himself in the first ball. All of a sudden, he comes back to the table. That's not great from Ben. And he's got a bit of work on now, actually. But yeah, pots his way of a snooker and then clears up. That would be...
I suppose as well it depends whether he's under the impression that it was intended or it was a fluke. Either ways round.
These two know each other well enough. Yeah. So Ben's going to have to come up and down here.
He just nonchalantly pushes it into the middle for perfect position on the red.
That's what I love about him. That's the way he plays. It's almost like he doesn't get down to the shot sometimes.
Yeah. Watch his hand, bridging over. So
a reverse dish from Ben Davies. I think Cory might, he'll be alright at the moment, but I think if he does lose this final, he might point to a slight lack of chances compared to his opponent. I think Ben's had the lion's share of the chances. Look at that shot. I think he's played that,
Yeah, possibly, yeah. Possibly.
I didn't see a hand of apology. Yeah, do you know what? I'm going to give him the benefit. I think he did, and I think it's...
When we look at the rerun...
I think it's one of the shots of the tournament. I think
he was trying to break the blackout, and he was fully aware that that ball was tracking towards the middle pocket.
I think it's terrific.
I think he definitely wanted to open the black, and I think he was aware that there was a good chance it could go in the middle on the rerun. So, yeah, is that shot of the championship, do you think?
I mean, you've
It's
seen
one
more
of
the
them.
championship than I have.
We've seen some fantastic shots on this, but escape of the championship, we might give it that. Look at that for a... Well...
Has anyone got any ear defenders?
What a break that was. Fantastic, eh?
It's just... it's glorious, isn't it? It's a great sound as well. That huge booming split of a great break.
So what do you take?
I think yellows. It's kind of got to be yellows, doesn't it? The yellow controls that top left corner to a certain extent. The red in balk is awkward because of it. The black's in a slightly awkward position. Not great. One of those that you want to be getting right behind, and he doesn't have the perfect ball to necessarily get right behind it, so...
I'm with you there. So...
It's a nice shot.
He's going to be taking the yellow at the lower end of your screen as his last ball. And as you say, Dan, if he's going to take, where do you think he's going to take this black? It depends where he lands on his last ball, obviously.
Yeah, of course, yeah. If he lands a bit low, he can get in behind it. If he lands a bit high, he may well. It wouldn't shock me if, even at this point, he was considering a double.
Double,
on that
yeah.
black.
You'd say he likes a double.
He loves a double, and this one's easier than the one he missed because it's further off the cushion. He can just get the cue ball a little bit high. It makes it that much easier. I don't think he's left himself hampered by that red here, so he just push the cue ball through here, and then, yeah. He'll be playing for a particular angle, but if he doesn't get it, he'll have another option in mind. You know, I think it might have to be the double now.
He does get a lot of spin on the ball, so he may choose. Oh, we're going to see it. There he has, checked it up, and look how much check he got on that ball there.
Terrific.
Had a feeling he might do that.
I think it's... has it come just far enough that he's not hampered by that red? Or has he got to slightly bridge over the side of it?
He has.
Just over the edge.
Yeah. Has he got that?
He's got
for
that.
For a second, I thought it was going to hang.
Yeah. There are tables in the world where that doesn't go in. If we're being totally honest, that's not... It wasn't heart of the pocket territory, was it? It was using all of it.
That was one of the best breaks of the championship, I'm going to show you. Look at that for a shot. He really got some gear on that, didn't he?
He did. And there is the black, just catching the near knuckle. Yeah, there's tables on the world that definitely doesn't drop into. But on fresh cloths, on the best conditions, yeah, perhaps the players get a little bit more margin for error. The IPA Grand Final Open Winners' Trophy awaits one of these two fine Welshmen. The young apprentice, rather, to a certain extent, in Cory Rees versus the old master, Ben Davis. It's looking like Ben may have just etched perhaps a couple of letters on the trophy, but Cory's still standing. Needs all four to win.
Needs this break. Oh, he's straight back in. Straight back in off. Once again, he's caught the left-hand side of the head ball. And because of the way he breaks, he brings the cue ball back. He's straight in the corner.
That's an unbelievable split.
And look at those reds. Well, both colours to be fair, but look at those reds.
Yeah, take your pick. And you could ask him to take his pick, and I think he gets
either colour, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
There's just not a single problem on the table. Takes that yellow, but he won't be taking yellows. He will be taking reds. The yellow just gave him a bit of better position to start his clearings.
Just the ball, lowest end of the screen. That well, there's no concern here whatsoever, but...
I mean, is there a twist? Is there something going to happen? It doesn't look like it, does it? It's been...
And we have had plenty of twists over this weekend in matches. But does it feel like this is one of them? I don't know.
It's the Open final. It's the last match of the weekend. It can't all be this easy for Ben, surely.
He's making it look easy. Basically, if he takes this ball, the next ball into the middle and runs through, if that's the way he chooses to go, I mean, there are so many things you can do here. So he's bridging over. If he goes for the ball into the middle, I was thinking of. But if he drops it in, he's got a great angle here, hasn't he? To get second last ball.
Yeah, he does. But this is just a little awkward. Using his extension,
didn't need to be this difficult, did it?
No, it didn't. It certainly didn't.
So, yeah, still fancying for it. Still fancying for it.
And now, a tap of the knee from Cory Rees. Because now Cory Rees knows.
Yeah.
That was really the last thing. Now it's drop, drop, drop.
That was effectively match ball, wasn't it? Yeah. And Ben will be delighted with this, won't he? Delighted.
He will be over the moon. I can't wait to hear his post-match interview because I'm so pleased to see this from Ben Davies.
Yeah, so am I.
Spoken to him this weekend. He was, worried that he couldn't compete necessarily. Well, he has shown he can compete this weekend. He's shown it in spades. A brilliant performance, and he is the Grand Final Open champion. Just amazing stuff.
Yeah, fantastic. Pleased for him. Yeah. Have a lot of self-belief after this victory. Said it's been a while. Been a while since he's been in a final and won a final.
Yeah, all the way back to 2019 for Ben Davies. It will feel like a lifetime ago, but he will be picking up that trophy very shortly indeed. And he'll be picking it up from Kev Barton, who's over in the arena.
Thanks a lot, guys, and for the last time, welcome down to the arena for the final presentation after 3 fantastic days here on the Isle of Man. First of all, a round of applause for both players for a fantastic final and a great end to the 2022 tour season. First of all, let's introduce our runner-up from Wales, Cory Rees. Cory, I'm not sure what you could have done to stop Ben there. Thoughts on the match?
Yeah, just got off to a terrible start and just couldn't really get it back. But yeah, just broke poorly, and when you break poorly, you haven't really got much of an hope.
But overall, pleased with where your game's at as we close the season out and look forward towards the World Championships at the beginning of next year?
Yeah, obviously shows, I know I haven't won, but shows what I'm doing in the practice tables working to a degree, I guess. So hopefully just keep plugging away.
Well done, Cory, on a great event, great year, and look forward to seeing you back in this arena next year. Well done.
Thanks.
Cory Rees. It's been a while, but he's back in the winner's circle. It's Ben Davies. Ben, it has been a while, far too long for a player of your calibre. Tell us your thoughts about winning the title.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Has it been that long, is it? Last year? Year before last? So, anyway, it's a long time. Yeah, just, I can't believe I've won, to be honest. Did have 0 expectations this weekend. Everything seemed to be going my way and just clicked. I've played well. I've made a lot of mistakes along the way, but I've made a lot of good finishes as well. And I think that's what's got me over the line in the end.
And you've had a tough run into the final. Beat Liam in last quarters. Was it quarterfinals? Last 16? I don't know. It seems a long time ago. But fantastic way for you to finish the season and looking ahead to the World Championships now.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a long old year, and yeah, it's nice to get a win.
And a word about Cory. Obviously, we talk about up-and-coming players. Well, he's not up-and-coming anymore. He's there, and he's part of the elite.
Yeah, obviously, I'm getting a bit older. I think he's the future of Wales, so he's going to be flying the flag for us for a while, I think. But I'll still keep chipping away.
Well, Ben, fantastic performance. It gives us great pleasure to announce you as the 2022 Grand Final Open champion. Congratulations. Well, Marc, what an end to this weekend and the 2022 IPA Tour season.
Yeah, it's been superb throughout, and I'm sure everybody's thoroughly enjoyed it. I know we have. I know we're all ready for a little bit of a rest, but we're not going to get too much of a rest. There's so much more stuff that the IPA is going to be doing. For the rest of this year and of course next year. It's onwards and upwards.
And a word about Ben. A great ambassador for the sport, a great winner.
Yeah, great. It's great to see him back in the winner's circle, and as you said, Kevin, you know, he's such a great player. He was always going to get back sooner or later in the winner's circle. I think it was like March 2019, I've been told, but I'm sure Ben will argue with me about that throughout tonight.
And Cory, many more finals and trophies ahead for him.
Well, I've lost count how many finals he's made in probably the last 10 events. He's probably about 50% like success rate in the final as well, and I'm sure he's going to make many more. And a great what Ben said, he is probably the future of Wales.
Well, thanks a lot, Marc. Thank you for watching. We hope you've enjoyed the 3 days here from the Isle of Man, and we'll be back in late January for the World Championships, but catch up with everything IPA related through all our usual social media channels. So thanks for watching and good night.